Would our marshals and our ring staff please make your way to the show rings? We will be starting in 5 minutes' time. If you are in class number 1N in our North Ring, that's our first split of junior yearling heifers. And if you are in our heifer calf class of our junior show in the South Ring, could you be making your way to the hitching ring, please? We'll be starting in 5 minutes' time. First classes to our hitching ring, please, in our South Ring. That's our junior show heifer calf class. And for our North Ring and our 4-H show, it's split number 1 of our junior yearling heifers. We are just moments away from commencing our 2026 Josephburg Agricultural Society Classic. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Pointe. First time we have been here and very excited to be doing so. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the JAS Classic Cattle Show this Memorial Day weekend in the United States. Not a holiday weekend in Canada, but certainly a proud weekend for us because the JAS Classic Cattle Show is always one of the best youth shows you'll find anywhere in our nation, presented by the UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, in the Pointe. Welcome to the Pointe. Strathcona County becoming a centerpiece of agricultural exhibition right here in Strathcona County and at the Pointe. In our north ring, we actually have our first class in the ring. This is the first of two splits of junior yearling heifers, sponsored by VBP Plus. I believe I see Kale Place around as a representative of the VBP Plus program. This is the first of two classes sponsored by VBP Plus, and many thanks. We have 8 entries in your show program and 8 entries in the ring for our judge, Garrett Liebrick, to evaluate and determine who his top 2 are that will be advancing on behalf of each of those splits to our Grand Champion 4-H heifer class. Garrett grew up on a purebred cattle operation outside of Radville, Saskatchewan. His family, the Liebricks, run Merritt Cattle Company, a multiple generation operation where they breed 200 Angus females and market through an annual bull sale in the spring and female sale every December. Garrett attended Hutchinson Community College in Kansas on a livestock judging scholarship and has had the privilege to travel across Canada judging shows from British Columbia to Quebec, including national shows at places like Farm Fair International and Canadian Western Agribition. We are happy to have Garrett hop a province over from the deep south of Saskatchewan here to kind of north central Alberta to help judge both the open show and the 4-H division as he's doing now. Thank you, Garrett, for being part of the very first cattle show in the new egg facility here in Strathcona County, the Pointe. Assisting Garrett, working the north ring today, include Garrett McPherson, as well as the 2 of the 3 Wildman kids from San Gudo, Reese and Thomas Wildman. Many thanks to our assistants of our north ring. Jill Wildman's being our marshal out back. So it's kind of a wild show ring here in the north. If you know about Garrett Liebrick's past, this guy knows how to have a good time too. The Wild North Show Ring. Just moments away from being able to roll in our South Show Ring with the heifer calf class of our junior show sponsored by Strathcona County. Please get those junior heifers to our hitching ring for the South Ring for Judge Bob May to begin his commencement. As we move into having 2 rings working at our JAS Classic. And ladies and gentlemen, if you note the announcer stand, you can see a fluorescent green cooler that's actually just heading on over to the trophy table with Ardell McPherson, one of the co-chairs of this event. You could win this. All you got to do is, when I do a announcement for your favorite cattle call, please come on into the show ring and at the top of your voice, provide us how it is that you chase your cattle. Whether you're calling them to come towards you or whether you're walking behind them to move them away from you, give us your call. We will give you an entry draw form, and you'll have the opportunity to win that cooler that Ardell is just putting over by the awards table. We'll do these about every hour on the hour, and depending on demand, we might get into doing them on the half hours as well.
Got our windows down, driving down the 405, sing along to the radio. We're gonna make it someday, nothing's gonna get in our way. We will be the biggest band in town. Round and round the world we'll go, putting on the greatest show. So make sure that you don't miss out, just be there. We're taking our shot, bring what you got. We're going all the way to the top. We will hear the sound of 1 million people screaming our names when we're backstage. We're playing loud, surfing the crowd. Everybody's jumping around. Yeah, that's the place where I wanna be. Going on stage, headline on a Saturday night. Saturday night. Gonna quit my job, never wanna have no boss. I just wanna play my rock and roll like they do on the radio. Tommy's got brand new drums, and I still have my old guitar.
And we have our South Ring busy now, folks. John and Tammy Dolliver, as our ring staff, have brought in our Junior Show Heifer Calf class. This is also a championship, so first and second from this class will be advancing to our Junior Show Grand and Reserve Grand Championship. This first class, the Heifer Calves, sponsored by Strathcona County. Many thanks to Strathcona County. As we look for 6 heifer calves, and please, if you're marking a show program, scratch entry number 606. Please scratch entry number 606. Evaluating over in our South Show Ring and our full junior show today is Bob May, all the way from Mineral Pointe, Wisconsin. Bob is a judge and breeder who, with his family, own May Cattle Company, focusing on breeding and marketing quality show cattle. Bob has spent decades in the livestock industry as a producer, exhibitor, and judge. Bob has judged at many major national and state livestock shows, including the Arizona National Livestock Show, the National Junior Angus Show in Louisville, and National Western Stock Show, and more. He was inducted into the Showtimes Magazine Hall of Fame in 2011 and is known for raising the legendary Maine-Anjou bull, Sugar Ray. Bob has served as a Purina Feeds ambassador, Weaver Leather ambassador, coached junior livestock judging teams, and conducted fitting clinics. His work emphasizes practical cattle evaluation and industry education. Bob now holds the honor of being the first American judge to sort the JAS Classic, now in its 28th year. We would like to thank Bob for making the trip north to be with us today. Of course, Garrett Liebrick has spent a little time down south, but spends all of his time now at Radville raising some of the best seed stock in the world. And he's about to make his debut on the mic here at our JAS Classic with comments on the first split of junior yearlings, folks. Judge Liebrick.
Well, thanks, Rob. We got a really nice set of heifers out here these young kids brought out to showcase for us. Our young lady's red baldy calf goes ahead and wins. She's just a mile long. She's easy moving. She's got a nice profile from the side. She's correct to the ground. I like her body type. That's a good-looking heifer for a young lady that's going to make her a great cow down the road. Our young man's got the power black calf standing right in front of me. This heifer's big-bodied and stout. She gets out and moves exceptionally well. I like her skull. I like her foot shape. Just one that I just like to refine just a nickel for her to go ahead any higher. We get into a baldy heifer, one that's real fresh to us. This young man's got one that's a mile long. She's sound traveling. She gets out and she's quite comfortable. She just needs to have a little extra punch and power for her to go any higher. Our young lady's Hereford heifer coming in next is one that's got a tremendous amount of length. I like the way she utilizes her hind leg. She gets out and reaches. Again, I just got to soften this one up a little bit in terms of her rib cage. Give her a shot more heel to go any higher. Our young lady's black heifer coming in next is one that's got a tremendous future ahead of her. She's pretty about her head. She's a mile long. She gets out and travels. But again, she's just a little immature, and I'd like to bulk her up a little bit in terms of her body shape and stoutness from behind. Get into a power roan heifer for this young man, one that's got a tremendous amount of length and middle to her. She's got enough frame. She's good at the ground. I just got to modify this way this one moves in terms of her spine and stretch her up a little bit out front. But that's a good-looking heifer for a young man. This young man coming in next got a little bit more moderate roan heifer, one that's got a tremendous amount of length. She gets out and moves well. I got to change this one's foot a little bit, make her just a notch bigger for her to go any higher for me today. Our young man rounding off our class with this big power tan heifer, one with a tremendous amount of substance and body and just an awesome amount of volume. I just got to make her a little bit prettier for me today, but you're doing a great job, young man. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause.
And many thanks to Judge Liebrick, first place in this class, sponsored by VBP Plus, and advancing to our Junior Yearling Heifer Championship will be to our 4-H champion drive, Bryn Burkhardt, entry 202 from the Armina 4-H Beef Club with No Frills. The Hereford Angus Cross, born in April, is our class winner. Also advancing will be Liam Richards, entry number 206 with the Angus heifer, Crooked Creek Lucy Pride, 36N. The March heifer goes second. If you're marking a show program on class number 1N, entry number 200 places 5th. Entry 201 is 8th. Entry 202 is first in class. Entry 203 is 6th. 204 places 4th. 205 is third in class. 206 is second, and entry 207, 7th in class. Moving into our ring number 1, our north ring now is split number 2 of our junior yearling heifers. 8 yearling heifers again in your show program, and 8 coming into the ring. And Judge Liebrick, your class is complete. We're just moments away from comments from our judge in our south ring, as our judge is moving them into place. And we're ready with comments from our judge now over in our south ring from Bob May. Ladies and gentlemen, comments on his heifer calf class and champion heifer calf champions sponsored by Strathcona County. Here's Judge May. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll pick up the rhythm, I promise. There we go. Now we're ready with comments.
You got your high heels on, and I'm wearing my worn out jeans. What could go wrong?
There we go. So I'd first like to start out by saying, Rob made the comment that I was the first American judge to be able to judge in this ring, and I'm very appreciative of that. Got to come across the border yesterday. When I was a young man, I used to come up here a lot, over more in the Saskatchewan region. Haven't been up here for many, many years, but it's a pleasure to be here. And like I said, we maybe see cattle different down in the States than you do here, and I guess we'll figure that out by the end of the day. But with that being said, before I comment on this class of heifers, I'd like to comment on the girl with the white heifer in terms of nothing to do with her heifer, but the fact, we're judging junior kids in this deal, and she was a great sport as she come in this ring. The young man at the end of the class with the little smaller heifer that we'll talk here momentarily, she was more than willing to jump in front of that. It's never the best place to be the first lead off heifer or steer or bull in a class, and because they're always tentative, and she was more than willing. She jumped right in the fight and took it. So I want a round of applause for that girl, just for her sportsmanship. Forget the rest of it for a second. As we talk this class, there's definitely some trade-offs in this class for me. The Baldy heifer that's going to win this class, I love her from hooks to pin. She's got a wide pin set. She's good coming out of the backside of her shoulder. She's very elite and feminine up through her front 1/3. With that being said, could I make her a little more flexible at her pastern and at the ground? Her front knee set is awesome. Her length of pastern on her front two are awesome. She gets a little bit rigid off that back pastern. I'd like to change that about her. But all things considered, single straightener, I don't want to beat her just for that reason. So I want to soften her up there and make her a little more comfortable as she goes in motion. And then as she goes on, realizing she's a January calf, I want to drop her in her side just a little. Her barrel's good. Her explosion of her rib is good. But I just want to see her a little deeper body. But I think she's got some really interesting pieces going forward. A little rawer heifer, if you will, coming in the second spot in this class. All these cattle share a commonality in this class. They got big feet and good toe spread, and I really appreciate that about them. You could argue that this white heifer has better structure and better mobility going off her back too than the one that wins, and it wouldn't be an argument, it would just be a discussion, because I agree with you. I love the way that one, her length of pasture and the way she sets down, her back knee sits in her pretty good. I think when she parks, maybe as she gets a little more comfortable and a little more show broke, she wants to get out on those front two just ever so slightly. But I think going forward, a feed bucket's the biggest asset this heifer has. She's the leanest, greenest one in this class, and I think there's a lot of good pieces to build on that heifer. The heifer that comes in next, I thought, well, here's kind of a combination heifer in this class, and she could arguably still be that. She drops a little lower in her chest floor. She gets a little plainer from the top of her crest down into her jawline, but even more so than that, I don't mind that because she's pretty good through the center part of her body. I would like to see a little more cow from hooks to pins. She narrows in her pins. I'd like to not lengthen her out, but widen her out in her pin set. Pretty good through the center part of her quarter going down. She's nice, big feet, good toe spread. Like I said, when she puts her in motion, I think she's certainly adequate. I think one of the lines you got to draw when you're out here, especially in these little calf classes, is nothing seems to move quite perfect when they're just babies, when they're just trying to get broke. So I don't want to go too overboard in trying to evaluate what I'm seeing at the ground, but I think this heifer's pretty darn nice. Maybe just a little plainer in her overall look, but really, really nice. You can go ahead and go out with these three. As we bring this next heifer up, she's a heifer that gets a little flatter in her design. Yes, she's pretty good through the center part of her body. She gets a little plainer in her navel and up in her chest floor. Just gets a little staler looking, if you will. But she is really nice, and I appreciate her mid-body. When she goes in motion, I think she wants to toe out up front just a little bit. But I think that heifer is nice. I'd like to make a little more punch and a little more power out in that hip. Young man, you're just at a disadvantage because they're not placed by size. Trust me, they're not. I just wanted, this is a March 30th calf, so we're looking at a 60-day-old calf, roughly just shy of that. Is a calf that's got some really good pieces. I guess I'd like to see this one another 60 days from now, see if she catches up. She's a little harder doing, looking kind, but that could all change just from the youth aspect.
And thanks very much, Judge May. Our Heifer Calf Champion, sponsored by Strathcona County, and our junior show in the South Ring is RLC Bougie 602P The Simmental heifer from Blake Fisk, entry number 605, is our heifer calf champion and will be advancing to our junior grand champion female drive, and so will Abigail Tillman's near Pandora's Box 2P, the Charlet heifer, entry 602, placing second in class. If you're marking a show program in our South Ring, entry number 600 places fifth. Entry 601 is a scratch. Entry 601 is scratch. Entry 602 is second. 603 is 4. 604 places third. 605 is our class winner. And 606 is a scratch. Next in our South Ring will be the Bull Calf Champion. It's a terminal class where we're expecting 7 bull calves to come into the ring. But we're also ready with comments from Judge Liebrick over in our North Ring on the second split of junior yearling heifers. Folks, here's Garrett.
Well, I tell you what, if you look over here in this ring, there's 2 exceptionally good heifers standing out here in front of us in first and second. And I think you could argue either way you want to place them. But for me, this slicker-haired heifer just screams cow power to me. I love how well-balanced she is. She's awesome in the ground. She's completely level in her lines. I love the angle of her shoulder. She's big in her body. I love the hip and the angles of her hip. She gets out and travels exceptionally well. That's an awfully good-headed female, one that I just love to have herd of Angus cows look like that. We get into a real unique power heifer coming in next, one with a tremendous amount of foot and bone. You got to love the hip and the top shape on this one. She gives you a killer look from the side. It's just when she gets moving, she just gets a little bit tighter in her hock and her pastern, but that's an awfully unique one that's going to be a lot of fun to make some really unique babies out of. Congratulations to you, young man. Our young man coming in next with this black heifer's got one that's an absolute load. This is one that's a mile long, big-bodied, and stout. She gets out and travels exceptionally well for how much she is. This is one I just got to stretch out a bit. I like to make her just a nickel bit bigger in her frame, stretch her out on all 4 corners, but that's a really nice heifer for a young man that's doing a great job. Coming into the next heifer here, this red and white one that's just really practical in the way she's put together. She's a mile long, she's stout when you get in behind her, she's big bodied, she's sound at the ground. She just doesn't have that extra look and bone compared to those heifers above her. Our young lady's roan heifer coming in next is one that's practical in the way she's designed. She's a mile long, she travels well, but again, I just like to give her a shot more bone and change that shape of her rear foot for her to go any higher. Our young man's red heifer is one that gives her a really nice look from the side. She's extended and feminine ahead of her shoulder. She's good bodied. She gets out and travels well. I just like to soften her up a little bit in terms of her body and change the shape of that front foot, but that's going to make a nice cow for that young man. Getting into a big roan heifer coming in next, one that's a mile long and stout when you get in behind her. Again, I just like to soften this one up, maybe freshen her up, make her a little bit more feminine about her head and her neck. That's going to make a nice young cow for that young lady. Our young man's roan calf rounding off the class is one that's pretty unique. She's stout, she's big-barreled, she's wide-based, and she's big-chested. This is one I just got to make a little bit more feminine. Again, stretch her out ahead of her shoulder, make her a little bit more relaxed on the go. But what a nice set of heifers. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
And thank you very much, Judge Liebrick. First place in that class goes to Julianne Molnar from Grassy Lake 4-H with RLF Echo 545N. The Black Angus heifer is entry number 215 and is our class winner, sponsored by VBP Plus and advancing to our 4-H heifer champion drive. Also advancing is Kurt Yaremko with entry number 214, the Simmental heifer Peppa from St. Paul 4-H Multi, advancing as well to our 4-H heifer champion drive. Marking your show program on split number 2 of our 4-H division North Ring show, entry 209 places 5th, entry 210 is 7th, entry 211 is 6th in class, entry 212 is 3rd, 213 places 8th, entry 214 is 2nd in class and advances, entry 215 is 1st and advances in the pole position, and entry 216 places 4th. We move now into the first of 2 splits of senior yearling heifers. So these are all of the early February and January heifers in the senior division. Our sponsor is still VBP Plus. KL Place here, making presentations on behalf of VBP Plus. And there are 9 entries in your show program. We'll have some scratches for you in just a few moments' time. In our north ring, our 4-H division show class 3 and the first split of our senior yearlings, entry 218 is a scratch, leaving 7 in your show program, 7 in the ring. And Judge Liebrick, your class is complete. In our south ring, our bull calf class is taking place as well, again sponsored by Strathcona County. And Judge Bob May ready to make comments on his bull calf class. Folks, in our south ring, Judge May.
So as we move into this bull class, folks, and we got a little smaller class here, and we'll change it up from class to class sometimes depending on class size. And the fact that there's only 4 in this class, I've opted to just, rather than run to that rail, for expediency, we'll just go this route. 2 things I want to see you do with this bull. I want to see you hold his head higher, and I want to see you put his loin down. Okay, this calf here I think's got a world of good about him as we go forward. He's green as grass. He's really good coming out of the backside of his shoulder. Pretty darn good from hooks to pins. You can make him look better there if you put his top down, okay? Because he wants to drop his pin set just ever so slightly. I think he's certainly good on his running gear. He's good in his bone work. He's a good-footed calf with some toe spread. He's got some flex to his hock. When he comes at you straight forward, no paddling out, and he parks pretty true going north and south. The yellow bull and the red bull we'll talk next. I contemplated where I was going to place these 2, being at 2 or 3. The red bull in the first, I want to reiterate too, that calf, like I commented on a heifer a second ago, a feed bucket's going to be his best friend. He's got frame, he's got length of body. He's just only going to get better as he goes forward. The yellow bull in second place. If you're just and I'll use an American slang, if you're a butt cutter, he wins the class. He is the biggest muscle cattle in this class. I'd like to put it in a little different package. He gets a little round, he drops in his pin set. He's a little shorter from hooks to pins, but big muscled, he's certainly all of that. He's got a big old butt in him. He's a calf where I think he excels the calf in third as we go forward. And I'll admit, it's hard to read these babies when they're just 3/4 broke and they don't know if they want to lead, they don't know if they want to run. And I'm trying to read these cattle in their hock, the way they come out and the way they flex in their pasture. And I think he's got a little more true athleticism, even though he possesses that much muscle. I would want to tidy him up. I want him to look like a bull, but I'd want to, at this stage of his career, I'd want to tidy him up in his crest. Just, it's a little wide. He gets a little deep there from there to his throat latch at this early stage of his career. But as far as admiring muscle, he's the bull to admire in this class. I'd like to put it in a little smoother package. The red bull that comes next, the Baldy bull, he more, you could say, well, he's more type and kind of that bull that you used to win this class, and I wouldn't argue that. He's very smooth. He's good coming out of the backside of his shoulders. He's a bull that's adequate in his muscle. I'd like to see maybe just a little more shape. I guess what gets him beat for me, and where I tended to go with a bull that, while I didn't desire his muscle pattern, he's a bull that I don't think giving up the muscle of the bull right in front of him is quite as flexible and as much freedom of movement when he goes in motion. He's a little stiffer and a little straighter on his pastern. I don't want to see him coon-footed, but I'd certainly like to see him have a little more athleticism. If you're watching ringside, you can see what I can see. He gets a little straighter fronted, I think, and he wants to toe out up front. I'd like to change that angle to his front shoulder, but that's a really nice bull also. Young man, you're like the the young exhibitor in the last class. You just got a calf that's younger. Yeah, he's younger. He doesn't go fourth just because he's younger. I'm not punishing him for that. I want to see a little more true power, even though he's green and quite a ways behind, probably 60 days behind some of these cattle, and I don't expect them to be of the same flesh. I want to explode that calf from hooks to pins. Profile looking, phenotype, very nice calf. Nice pen of 4 bulls.
Thank you, Judge May. In third place, that entry 693, Weston Fahy, is that you? Weston, are you third? Okay, first place in that bull calf class. Juniors, please have your right numbers on if you possibly can. Kylie Bellamy is our class winner and our Strathcona champion bull calf, with Kraken, the Hereford Simmental Cross, entry number 611, first in our bull calf class. and our champion bull. Second place in our reserve champion bull, again sponsored by Strathcona County, is Chase Lauren with JMLC Percival 2P, the Gelpfie bull, entry number 610. If you're marking a show program, entry number 608 is a scratch, 609 is fourth, entry number 610 is second, entry 611 is first, entry 612 places third, but they were wearing entry number 693, we believe, and entry 613 and 614 is a scratch. Back to the contenders in our South Ring in our Junior Female Championship with the first of two splits of Junior Yearling Heifers. But in our North Ring, we're ready with comments from Judge Garrett Liebrick on his first of the two splits of Senior Yearling Heifers. On the Senior Girls, here's Garrett.
For the senior heifers, there's two awful good red heifers standing out here in first and second. And again, I think you could flip-flop and place these two any which way you like, but they need to be up here at the front of the class. For me, this young lady's lighter red heifer just does it with a little extra balance. I like the way her hooks to pins are tied in just a little bit nicer. She stays more collected when she gets out on the go. That's a good-bodied, good-looking heifer that's got a very bright future down the road. Congratulations to you. Our young lady's dark red heifer is the one with a little bit more extension, a little bit prettier about her head and her neck. She's got a little more shape when you get in behind her. Just when she gets moving, I like to change her just a nickel in her hip and just relax her a little bit on the go, but that's an awful neat heifer that's going to make a heck of a cow for that young lady. Our young man with the mullet here has got a big power heifer, one with a tremendous amount of volume. She gets out and she moves comfortably. But again, I just got to change the way this one's constructed just a nickel, get her to pick up a little bit in terms of her pins and get her to be a little more comfortable out of her front end. But that's an awful nice heifer for that young man. Our young lady's big, stout, baldy heifer coming in next is one with a tremendous amount of length. She's big-bodied. She's got a great shape to the top side of her rib cage. She's stout when you get in behind her. She's got a ton of muscle shape. Just gets a little bit plain in terms of her head and her neck. Like to make her a little bit prettier here for the show ring today. We got another nice black brockle heifer coming in next, one that's got a tremendous amount of length and muscle. Again, this one I just read to be a little bit plainer in terms of her muscle shape. She's a little bit deeper sided. I just like to make her a little bit bolder in terms of her rib to go along with all that muscle. Our young man's big yellow heifer coming in next is one that's really impressive from a frame and power standpoint. She's big, she's long, she gets out and travels exceptionally well. But again, I just like to freshen her up and make her a little bit prettier in terms of her head and her neck. Just tone her down a little bit in terms of her frame size. Our young lady's black heifer rounding off the class is one that gives you a nice look off the side. She's very uniform and balanced in the way she's put together. Just gets a little bit too forward in the angle of that shoulder. Like to make her a little bit prettier about the top side of her neck. But that's an awful nice set of heifers. Let's give these kids a big hand.
And thank you very much, Judge Liebrick. In our North Ring first split of Senior Yearlings in our 4-H division show, our class winner is Heidi Pass from Three Trails Home with the red 6-mile GGA Redeem 122N. The red Angus heifer, entry 220 is first and will advance to our championship. And so will Sophie Pass from Three Trails Home with red Rafter SJ Cover Girl 49N. Again, the red Angus heifer, entry 225, advancing to our yearling heifer 4-H champion drive. Marking your show program on class number 3N, entry number 218 is a scratch. Entry number 219 places third. Entry 220 is first in class. Entry 221 is fourth. Entry 222 is sixth. Entry 223 places seventh. Entry 224 is fifth in class, and entry 225 also advancing in second place. Now coming into the ring on our 4-H division show in our North Ring for Judge Garrett Liebrick of Radville, Saskatchewan, the second split of Senior Yearling Heifers. The next class after that will be the top two from each of our preceding 4 classes as we declare our Grand Champion 4-H heifer sponsored by Wayne Building Products and Crop Management Network. But first, one more individual class of yearling heifers, Senior Yearlings, all January heifers sponsored by VBP Plus. And over in our South Ring and first split of our Junior Yearling Heifers in a class sponsored by SIBL Simmental, there are a few scratches to let you know of. Please scratch entry number 616. Please scratch entry 617, 620, and 624. Once again, in class number 3S in our South Ring for Judge Bob May, scratches are entry 616, 617-620, and 624. And in our north ring, our senior yearling heifer split number 2, would you please scratch entry 228 and 230? Please scratch 228 and 230. In the immortal words of Hoss Hammer, they ain't racing with us today. Judge Liebrick, your class is complete. Just a reminder that here in a few minutes' time, we're going to do a call for the cattle call. We will have an entry draw form for you if you come into the show ring and do your call. That very cool cooler is the prize you get to win. All you got to do is just come forth and tell us how it is that you chase cattle. What is the language? What is the saying? What is the phrase? And you get a draw for that very cool fluorescent green cooler. Once again, working our north ring as our ring staff are John and Tammy Dolliver from Stettler. I think I have seen Jill Wildman in there helping as well. Many thanks to these former youth parents. John and Tammy, of course, now having the opportunity to be working on the next generation as purebred seed stock or livestock seed stock grandparents. We do want to provide a huge thank you to our setup crew, which is a mix of the Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Club members, Josephburg Agricultural Society members of the Board of Directors and their families, as well as Strathcona County employees. Much appreciated, all those folks, for setting things up. Of course, Fort Saskatchewan had their 4-H Achievement Day and sale yesterday to christen the Pointe with its first 4-H Achievement Day. Of course, the first of our JAS Classics here in the Pointe on this Saturday in May 2026. And Judge May ready to comment on his first of the junior yearling heifer splits in our South Ring, folks. Bob May.
So here in our first split of these heifers, got an outstanding class. I think, what were we, 7 deep, 6 deep, I guess. And I think we got some really neat choices to make in this class. Not for first, though. This heifer has to win this class walking away, in my opinion. She's elite through her front 1/3. She lays in her shoulder nice. She's good in her barrel as far as her shape to her barrel, her depth of body. She's a heifer that's good enough from hooks to pins. And when we put her in motion, am I going to tell you that she's the most athletic female I've ever seen? Not going to try to sell you that, but I think in this class of her peers, she has to go first. I think she's feminine-headed, she's fresh-fronted, still fresh in her overall body condition, but ready for the show ring. Nice-footed heifer, got some toe spread to her, big-footed. The heifer that comes second in this class, I'm not going to lie to you, she's probably not quite my kind in terms of, yes, I love her barrel. You've got to love the barrel of this heifer. It's the first thing that draws you to her. What's unique about her, she's stout as onion jam for sure. She's a heifer that when she goes in her full stride, her back foot goes in front of her front foot, and I really admire that about her. Couple things I would change. Well, I've already talked about the highlight of this heifer in her mid-body. I'd like to relax her in that tail head, make her she's a little more masculine in her tail head, if you will. And then she drops into her chest floor just a little. Not extremely long neck, but I know what these things do when they make cows, and she's going to make an awesome cow. I want to pick that chest floor up and I want to drop that tail head down. This heifer's had her feet tended to, very good. Love the way this heifer goes in motion. She actually, if you're going to single trait, I start the class with her. I think she actually does get out and go at the ground better than any heifer in this class. The heifer that goes third, when this heifer entered the class, I'm not going to lie to you, I thought, well, I'll bet you this is my class winner right here. I love her body. She's a heifer, though. There's a couple things. Back in the States years ago when I was a young man, a judge, I won't name him, but he's one of the judges that's judged everywhere in Canada, all over the nation. He said, you never use a head of cattle that's limping. And if you watch this heifer leave the ring, she's limping on her left hind. It was evident when she come in, and I don't know if it's a structural thing. I don't know what it is, and not to embarrass anybody, she really needs her feet trimmed, and maybe that alone would rectify some of that. I love her through her center body. She's good from hooks to pins. She perks pretty good on those front two. Really, really nice heifer. I want you to watch her when she leaves the ring. She just is not comfortable putting it all down on that left hind leg, but that's an outstanding heifer to be third in a class. Then we come up with this, I'd call her this copper-colored heifer. You go ahead and you can take your heifers out. Young man, bring your heifer, please. This rusty colored heifer, just bold through her center body. I want to tidy her up in her front 1/3. She's a pretty good footed heifer. She could sure use a foot trimming on them front too, I guess, to tell you the truth, but just really, really nice. I want to just put a little more style and balance. Particularly, she drops into her chest floor, maybe gets a little bit upright on those front two as I compare her to the three heifers that go out above her. Really nice heifer. Admire what I admire about her, and that's her center body. I just like to tidy her up. Make her a little more feminine headed, make her a little more feminine from the top of her crest down into her jawline. Then we come out with a pair of heifers. The black heifer here, she just gets a little narrow for me. As I watch her coming at me and watch her going away, she just gets a little base narrow. She's a little flatter in her rib. She's deep enough sided, but I'd like to see a little more true explosion to her rib. And then as I study her from hooks to pins, I'd like to just see there be a little more true cow, a little more power, a little more punch, a little wider pin set, just a little more heifer from the ground up. The shorthorn heifer here, or shorthorn marked anyway, really nice in her phenotype. I just got to see more heifer, kind of like the heifer that goes out right above her. She probably more so than any, narrows up in her pin set more than any heifer in here. Phenotype is nice. She needs to drop down in her rib and explode in her rib just a little in order to get her any higher in this class.
And thank you very much, Judge May. Placings on split number 1 of our SIBL Simmental sponsored junior yearling heifer class. First place is Tavian Yoder, entry 625 with Red Cinder Frisia, 1229 in. The Red Angus heifers, our class winner, will be advancing to our junior yearling heifer championship, and so will Maddie Ferentz with her Angus heifer LLB Patricia, 256 in, entry 621, placing second. Full placings on that class. Entry number 616 is a scratch, as is entry 617. 618 is 5th, 619 6th in class. 620 is a scratch, 621 is 2nd, 622 is 3rd, 623 4th, 624 is a scratch, and 625 places 1st. Next, we're planning on 9 heifers to be coming into the ring for split 2 of our junior yearling heifer class in our junior show in the South Ring, sponsored by Koziak Land and Cattle. There is one scratch, and that's entry 630. We are ready now with Judge Liebrick, however, to comment on his first split of his senior yearling heifers in the North Ring 4-H division, sponsored by VBP Plus. Folks, here's our judge.
Well, we got a really nice set of heifers all throughout this lineup. And there's a white heifer out here that's just incredibly powerful when you get her at her first glance. This is a big-bodied, big-hipped kind of a heifer, one that's stout in terms of her bone work but still smooth in her joints. She gets out and travels well. Would like to freshen her up a little bit in terms of her condition, but that heifer is a mile long, super powerful, gets out and travels, make a heck of a brood cow down the road for that young lady. You get into some more decisions coming in next. Tell you what, this Simmental heifer is just structurally correct. correct. I really like the foot size and shape on this heifer. I love the angle of her shoulder. I love her spine. The angle from her hooks to her pins is exceptionally good. She gets out and travels very, very well. Would you like to make her a little bit bolder in terms of her rib cage and make her a little bit prettier about her head and her neck? Yeah, for sure, but that's just an awfully good built one. That's going to come in second. We get into a really neat tan heifer here coming in next, one that really grabs you on the profile. She's big-bodied. She's good looking. She's stout when you get in behind her. Love the angle of that shoulder. Love the body shape and hip in her. It's just when you get on top of this heifer, I've got to change her foot design for her to go any higher, but that one's going to be a lot of fun to breed and make some really unique steers down the road for that young lady. We get into a unique pair of red heifers coming in next. We got one that's really good looking and really long-sided that's going to come in fourth, one that's got enough muscle, but again, for me, I've got to change this heifer in right behind her shoulder, make her a little bit bolder in terms of her forerib and her heart, make her just a little bit more relaxed when she's set in motion, and that's where that red heifer coming in behind her follows a little bit better. I like the way she gets out and travels. She's comfortable. She's big-bodied. She just gets a little bit narrower when you get in behind her. Tapers back to her pins and tapers to the ground as she goes away. But what a really nice set of heifers for these exhibitors. Let's give them a hand.
And thanks very much to our judge. Placings on Class 4N, our second split of senior yearling heifers sponsored by VBP Plus, had Ella Perot from Double Diamond with Maddie, her Charlet heifer, winning. Entry 232 is our class winner, and she'll advance to our heifer champion drive. So will Tacey French from Mayerthorpe 4-H Beef with her Simmental entry 227, LUV Ms. Red Valley 533N. If you're marking a show program on Class 4N in our North Ring, the second split of senior yearling heifers, entry 227 is second in class. 228 was a scratch. 229 is third. Entry 230 is a scratch. Entry 231 places fourth. Entry 232 is our class winner. And entry number 233 places fifth. So now coming into our North Ring 4-H division is the first of our champion classes. This is our Grand Champion 4-H heifer, Class 5N, sponsored by Wayne Building Products and Crop Management Network. And so we invite the top two from our preceding four classes to vie for the awards. And those would include, from our first split, Bryn Burkhart's entry number 202, the Hereford Angus Cross Heifer No Frills from Armina 4-H Beef. The April 18th born heifer was our first class winner, followed in second place by the Angus heifer born March 25th, Crooked Creek Lucy Pride 36N, entry number 206 from Liam Richards of the Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club. The second split of our junior yearling heifers gave us Julianne Molnar as our class winner, all the way from Grassy Lake 4-H. Entry number 215, the Black Angus heifer RLF Echo 545N is the class winner. Second place, the Simmental heifer Peppa, born February 22nd, from Kurt Yaremko, entry number 214 from St. Paul 4-H Malty. From our first split of senior yearling heifers, Heidi Pass is our class winner from Three Trails Home 4-H Club, entry 220, the Red Angus heifer born February 7th. Red 6 Mile GGA Redeem 122N wins that class. Second place goes also to a Red Angus heifer born January 27th. And again from Three Trails Home for Sophie Pass, entry 225, Red Rafter SJ Covergirl 49N. And then our most recently declared top two from the second split of senior yearling heifers, Ella Perot with her Maddie heifer, the Charlet from Double Diamond, entry 232, born January 6th, was our class winner. Tacey French with her Simmental has second place, entry 227 from Mayerthorpe 4-H Beef, LUV Ms. Red Valley 533N. This is our Grand Champion 4-H heifer, sponsored by Wayne Building Products and Crop Management Network, judged by Garrett Liebrick of Radville, Saskatchewan. So in our north ring, once this Grand Champion 4-H heifer class is done, we will have a quick photo break following the 4-H heifers. Just enough for Judge Liebrick to get in those pictures. We'll be lining up our first class of the steers, and then he'll come back. We'll get through our 4-H steer classes, and then we will do a 15-minute break following the 4-H steers once our 4-H show is completed and prior to the open show. If you want to call that a lunch break, you can do so. That'll be a 15-minute break following the 4-H steers prior to the commencement of our open show here in the North Ring. 4-H and open show ring. And Judge Liebrick is ready to comment on our first championship class of the day. Garrett's going to talk about his Grand and Reserve Grand Champion 4-H heifers.
Well, we've got an awesome set of heifers out here, and even better set of kids out here in the 4-H ring. It's really impressive to see them bring these heifers to town, doing an exceptional job. And you know, this 4-H program holds a pretty special place in my heart. Growing up in it really helps instill a sense of pride in your community, in the work you do at home, and you know, really unique. And we're really lucky in this ag business to have a program like that to grow up in and help guide us along the way into the next steps of our lives. I know I'm incredibly grateful to have been a member of that my whole life growing up, and I tell you what, we've got an awesome set of kids out here, and even better pair of heifers that are going to go ahead and win. But again, if you're standing ringside here, let's give these kids a big round of applause, and I'll get you a champion in reserve.
Thank you very much, Judge Liebrick. Looking for our Wayne Building Products and Crop Management Network Grand Champion 4-H female. And it shall be from our second split of our junior yearling heifers. In fact, both of them from that division will be Grand and Reserve. That is Julianne Molnar from Grassy Lake 4-H with RLF Echo 545N. The February 18th born Black Angus heifer is our Grand Champion 4-H heifer, entry number 215. And it'll be followed up by classmate, entry number 214, from St. Paul 4-H Multi, Kurt Uremko with Peppa, the February 22nd born Simmental heifer, Grand and Reserve Grand Champion 4-H heifer, coming from Class 2N, second split of our junior yearling heifers. Again, we'll just take a quick photo break here in the North Ring. They can head on over to Tia Schramm's photo backdrop for our championship, as we focus entirely right now on our second split of junior yearlings in the South Show Ring, judged by Bob May, Mineral Point, Wisconsin. comments on this competitive second split of junior yearling heifers from Judge Bob May.
Well, when the comment just got made, a competitive class, I guess you could certainly reiterate that. This is a really, really strong class of heifers here, and I apologize for taking quite this much time. I just want to be comfortable in my mind. The heifer that's going to subsequently win this class, down in the States, I know we're not down in the States, but I'm just telling you what I see in this heifer. Quality to burn for sure. She almost looks a little bit more, and it's not for me to choose what you're going to do with these in your breeding program. She almost looks like a steer making machine to me in terms of, is that what I come here looking for? I just come here looking for what I think is the best female. So I'll tell you what I think of these two heifers as I see them in front of me, the very little subtle differences in the two. Both heifers are very nice up through their front end. They're good in their chest floor. They're really good in their barrel and their depth of body. They're good coming out of the back side of their shoulder. Where I think I have the slightest bit advantage, I think both these heifers are dead level in terms of when you put them in motion. I think their length of stride is just dead level. I don't think you could give one the advantage over the other one. The advantage this yellow heifer has over the black heifer, while I wouldn't call either of them huge-footed, she's got a little more well-designed foot on her. The outside claw on the black heifer is quite small in comparison. That's a minor thing, but when you get to this point and this quality, you're gonna sort on that on those options. The yellow heifer is really good in her hock. She's clean in her hock. I like the length of her pastern and the way she sets down on her foot. Just a really, really nice heifer. Again, I'll reiterate, really good out of the backside of her shoulders. Really nice from hooks to pins. Really, really nice presented. Really nice shown. The little girl's heifer that comes in first, like I said, this yellow heifer comes in early. I'm like, good Lord, we certainly stepped up the pace here. And then in comes this slick-sheared black heifer, and there's so much to admire about her. Beautiful from hooks to pins, beautiful in her barrel, just like the heifer that's going to beat her in this class. She's not a bad-footed heifer. She's just not quite as good a footed as the heifer that's going to beat her. She's good behind her shoulders. She's feminine in her front 1/3. This heifer, I wanted to give her every benefit of the doubt. She gets a little close at her knee at times. She certainly, when she goes in motion, she paddles those front two as I compare her to the heifer that's going to end up winning this class. If you want to switch those two heifers, we can have the discussion. We wouldn't have an argument because I think that could go either way. They both got some real dimension off both ends of their structure and still maintain a high degree of femininity. This little baldy heifer here is really sweet too, this slick-sheared heifer. Really like her in her design, good from hooks to pins, good through center body. As I compare her to 1 and 2, you can go ahead and go out with these two. As I compare her to 1 and 2 in this class, she just doesn't sit up quite as tighty in her chest floor as the two that are going to beat her, but that's an awfully, awfully nice heifer. This red and white heifer that comes next is really easy on the eyes, really phenotypically nice. Two things I would like to change about this heifer. While I admire her front 1/3, she's so elongated and so feminine. She's feminine headed. She's not as deep a bodied. I guess 3 things. I'd like to make her a little more depth of rib. I'd like to carry her back into her flank just a little better. And then when she goes in motion, in my opinion, she gets a little tight in her spine, wants to get up in her back just ever so slightly. But she is big-footed, big toe spread, knee sits back in her nice. That's an awfully, awfully nice 4th place heifer. This heifer here reminds me of a black heifer I saw in the last class. I'll start talking about her awesome attributes, and one would be her mid-body. Man, this thing is bold-ribbed, good enough bodied. She's a heifer that's probably just a tick plainer in her chest floor, but she's not plain in the top part of her neck. I guess that tail head kind of reaches out and defines her to me a little more than I'd like to see. And I will give her this. Not only is her tail head sit high in her, but she likes to crop it up too. She don't give you any advantage. We've had them at home like that, and you're like, gosh dang, at least you could keep your tail down. And she doesn't. I think God's design on that heifer is she is just a little bit rough in her tail head. I'd like to drop her down in her tail head, and then I'd like to have her cooperate a little more and keep that tail down when she walks. That just accentuates the problem. The two shorthorn heifers here, we've had a little bit rough luck with the shorthorns in these classes. It isn't that I'm against shorthorns. I just compare them to what's in front of them. I think on both these heifers, I'll just can them together a little bit in terms of I got to see a little more ribbed explosion, a little more rib depth, and just a little more cow off both ends of their structure. They get a little more narrow between their chest. I don't like a bunch of chest floor, but I do like to see some width and dimension, and I like to see some width between those hocks. I do think the shorthorn that's going out now has a little bit of an advantage there to the heifer, the Dusty. I love the color of this heifer here. She's long-bodied. She isn't as good probably from hooks to pins as the heifer that's going to go out above her. We just got to give a little more explosion to both those heifers to consider going up. They're very well presented. They're very well shown. They just have a few things I'd like to change. I think the tightness in the top of the heifer going out now causes her to get a little reluctant to go on those back two.
And thanks very much, Judge May. Comments on our second split of junior yearling heifers, class number 4S in our South Ring, sponsored by Koziak Land and Cattle. Our class winner is the Charlet heifer KR Winnie 2529. The March 15th heifer, entry 627 for Reed Hunter, is our class winner, and will be advancing to our champion junior yearling heifer class, as well as will Brooklyn Bolters, entry 635, Boss Lake Ms. Donna 530N, the Angus heifer, born February 25th. Marking your show program on Class 4S, the second split of junior yearling heifers in our South Ring Junior Show. Entry 627 is first. That's our class winner. Entry 628 is third. Entry 629 is a scratch. Entry 630, a scratch. Entry 631 places sixth. Entry 632, a scratch. Entry 633 places fourth. Entry 634 places fifth. The exhibitor was wearing entry 645, but that is definitely Ethan Uremko, and entry 634 places fifth. Entry 635 is second, and entry 636 places seventh. We will now have the top two from our prior classes coming back into our South Ring for our champion junior yearling heifer, sponsored by Strathcona County. And so those will be as they make their way back into the ring. First place from our first split of junior yearling heifers, entry 625, Red Cinder Frisia 1229N, the Red Angus heifer from Tavian Yoder, and Maddie Ferentz's Angus heifer, entry 621, LLB Patricia 256N. And from our most recent class, completed by Judge Bob May, first place is the Charlet heifer KR Winnie 2529 from Reed Hunter, entry 627, placing first, and Brooklyn Bolters Boss Lake Ms. Donna 530N, the Angus heifer, entry number 635. Again, this is our champion junior yearling heifer, sponsored by Strathcona County. Top two from this class will be advancing to our division championship for all of the yearling heifers in our junior show. We're back in business with the steers now in our North Ring as the first of two splits of lightweight steers come into the ring. This sponsored by Twine Design and Graphics. Many thanks to Twine Design and Graphics, sponsor of our lightweight steer division. This is the first of two splits of lightweight steers, 6 in your show program and 6 for Judge Garrett Liebrick to determine. This is our lightest weight class, the weighing from 895 to 1,176 pounds, so just shy of a 300-pound weight difference from lightest to heaviest. But we're also ready now with comments in our South Ring on our junior yearling championship. Folks, Bob May.
So as we wrap up this junior yearling division, this was a fun division. The first class comes out, and I thought, man, we're going to step up the pace pretty quick. And typically, is what you get when you leave from them baby calves that have made the first trip to town. But the red heifer that comes out, and I'm only calling them by their color because I don't know if she's a red Angus or is she? Okay, then I'm going to call her a red Angus. The red Angus that wins that first class, man. You know, there's cattle that show up in a class, and you're like, oh man, I'm glad she came. And this heifer wins this class, and she is really, really nice. Very smooth, very easy on the eyes, good from hooks to pins. Is her comfort level on her back too, maybe like a couple others we're going to talk about here in a second? Maybe not. Maybe I'd like to change that to some degree, but she has to win that class, and she has to win that class for fun. The really bold middle heifer I talked that was runner-up in that class, just so good through her center body. And I talked about her tail head and her chest, that I'd like to change that about her. But man, there's some really positive attributes about her. And then in comes that second class, and we see this silver heifer come in like, good golly, Miss Molly, this thing here's pretty darn nice. And I do think she's a little more on the line of maybe producing a great steer, but that doesn't make her a great animal. She's really, really good. Her shoulder's good. She's good in her front 1/3. She's good the way she comes out of the back of her shoulder, and good from hooks to pins. Love the length and the softness in her pasturing. She's not coon-footed. She don't drop that pasture. She don't drop that, that dew clock down in the dirt. And she gets a little more true coming out of her front too, as far as towing out up front. The black heifer that goes second to her, I love this pair of heifers. And I'm not going to lie to you, this heifer probably is more my type and kind. And you're like, well, if she's more your type and kind, why didn't you use her? I didn't use her for this reason. She's a heifer. I don't think she comes quite as true out of her front two, as awesome as she is. Love her through her barrel, love her presentation, just like the heifer that beats her. She wants to get out, particularly on this right front. She isn't quite as big a clawed heifer as the heifer that beats her, the Charolais colored heifer that beats her. Is there a lot to admire about this? Oh, there's way more to admire than not. With that being said, your champion in this division will be your Charolais colored heifer. Your reserve will be this black heifer.
And thanks, Judge Bob May, for our championship declaration of our junior yearling heifers. From the second split, they go champion and reserve champion. Reed Hunter with entry 627, KR Winnie 2529. The March 15th Charolais heifer is our junior yearling champion, sponsored by Strathcona County. Reserve champion Brooklyn Bolter from the same class. Boss Lake Ms. Donna 530N, the Angus heifer entry 635, is our reserve division champion. We'll be seeing them both in our grand champion yearling heifer class. And now we move into the first split of our intermediate yearling heifers in our south ring, as our judge gets down to the wire as he's making his decisions in the first of 4 classes of 4-H steers, this being the lightweight. Once again, the lightest weight steer in the class, 895 pounds, the heaviest 1176. This is not actually the largest weight range spread that we'll have. Our second split of heavyweights features our biggest weight split, but 895 to 1176, giving our judge certainly something to look at as Judge Garrett Liebrick takes on the 4-H division steers, this first of the 2 splits of lightweights, sponsored by Twine Design and Graphics. And Judge Garrett is ready to comment, folks, on the steers. Judge Liebrick.
Well, we've got a really nice set of steers out here to start off the show. Our young man's black steer is just incredibly well balanced. I really like the frame and body shape in this calf. He gives you a look of quality from the side. He can get out and move, and he offers just enough shape for me today. Would like to see him just a nickel stouter and a little more explosive in terms of his muscle pattern, but he's a big topped, good bodied, good moving black steer. Congratulations to you, young man. Our young lady's got a really well-fed red calf coming in next. This is one that's just a mile long. He's good in his body shape. He's got a tremendous amount of muscle up high. You read him over the top side of his shoulder. He carries that all the way back into his loin. He offers some muscle shape out into his quarter and his twist. That young lady's done a heck of a job feeding that calf. Congratulations to you. Our young man's roan steer coming in next is one that gives a really nice look off the side. He's well balanced, good in terms of his proportions. He offers a really nice look up front. I like the angle of his shoulder. He can get out and move. I would just like to expand him a little bit in terms of his body shape, give him a shot more muscle when you get in behind him, but that's a sound moving, well-fed calf for that young man. Our young man's calf coming in next is one that's a mile long. You really got to appreciate the tremendous amount of length that he has. He's good in terms of his body shape. He's sound when he gets out and moves. This is one, again, I just like to give just a shot more muscle when you get in behind him. Maybe give him a little bit more look to go any higher with those show steers in front of him. Our young lady's gray calf coming in next is one that you got to appreciate for how well he gets around the ring. He can reach and move with comfort off both ends, and he's good in terms of his body shape. But again, I just got to stouten this one up a hair, make him a little bit bolder in terms of his rib cage, give him a little more turn to his muscle shape. Our young man's black calf rounding off the class is one that's a little bit more toned down in terms of frame size. But again, one that's got some quality in terms of the way he gets around the ring. Just got to see a little bit more of him to run with these big dogs in front of him today. What a nice set of steers. Let's give these kids a big hand.
And thanks very much, Judge Liebrick. Our first class winner of the lightweight split 1 is Matthew Mears, entry 262 from the Harry Hill 4-H Beef Club, with Steve, his Angus Cross steer, weighing 1,100 pounds. Entry 262 advances to our lightweight steer championship and will be joined in second place to vie potentially for the reserve championship of that division, Emma Travish, entry 254, with her Simmental steer Nash from the Vegreville 4-H Beef Club, weighing 1,176 pounds. 6 steers coming into our next class as well for Judge. 7 steers for Judge Liebrick. Again, a weight range from 1189 to 1267. So 178 or 78 pounds difference from 1189 to 1267. 78 pound weight range, much tighter on this class of 7. In our south ring, the first of our 2 splits of intermediate yearling heifers from Judge Bob May. These all being February-born heifers. Our sponsor in the north ring for our lightweight division remains Twine Design and Graphics. Many thanks to Twine Design and Graphics. Our sponsor in the south ring, split number 1 on our intermediate yearling heifers, is Drew McDonald. Many thank you to Drew McDonald. In class number 6S in our south ring, the first split of intermediate yearling heifers, our sponsor is Drew McDonald, and there are a couple of scratches. Please scratch entry number 643 and entry 645. Please scratch entries number 643 and entry number 645. And folks, in our North Ring and our 4-H show now, judged by Garrett Liebrick, please recognize that there is not a lightweight and heavyweight championship. Our top two from each of the 4 splits, the 2 splits of lightweight steers and the 2 splits of heavyweight steers, they will all go back in for our 4-H championship. So there is not a lightweight and heavyweight championship. Just like the female show, we will have 4 sets of first and second places in our 4-H steer championship. And in our South Ring, we are ready with comments from Judge Bob May on his first of 2 splits of intermediate yearling heifers. Here's Bob.
So the excitement keeps brewing here in terms of when the class leaves, you're like, okay, what are we going to see next? And again, you can witness what I'm witnessing here. The streak-faced Baldy, we'll call her, that wins this class. She's a combination cattle of every heifer in this class, in my opinion. She's a heifer that's very feminine in her overall look. She's good in her shoulder. She's feminine headed. I like the bone work on this heifer. She's really good in her foot. She's got some toe spread. Just really, really good. Now, is she the boldest sprung heifer that we've seen all day? She is not. Is she adequate? She certainly is adequate. Love the way that front shoulder sits in her. She's a north and souther on those front 2. Again, I'll reiterate, she's very feminine in her head. Really good from hooks to pins. And then she's got some width off both ends of her skeletal. This heifer that comes second in terms of, she reminds me of the reserve division in the last division in terms of overall phenotype. It's awesome, man. Her length up front is tremendous. Maybe as I compare her to that heifer, she's a little more U-neck than that heifer, but it's certainly adequate. Love her freshness from the top of her crest down into her jawline. Really good through her center body. She's good from hooks to pins. When we put this heifer in motion, she's quite narrow-footed, and she wants to roll on the outside wall of that back leg, and it wants her to get a little bit tentative in that ankle. She just doesn't have quite as much freedom of movement when she goes in motion. Standing still, if they just throw me in this ring and say, okay, place this class, but you don't get to walk them, I probably start with this heifer. I really like your heifer. I would really like to change the way she goes off the back. You can watch her as she leaves. She just isn't near as comfortable. She's got a hind foot a little bit like that reserve heifer in that last division. It's not a bad foot. I wish it was just a little bigger and a little wider, just a little more rubber hitting the ground, if you will. Awesome female standing still. The red and white heifer here that comes third in this class, good in her barrel. She's, again, I don't want to be critical, but again, you run the risk when a family goes home. It's like, okay, why did they beat my heifer? He really didn't explain it. She's got a little more condition on her than what I like. I'd like to lean her up just a little, but she's phenotypically, she's really nice. You can see a little roll over the top of her back. I'd like to lean her up just a little, make her a little tighter from the top of her crest down into her jawline, but I admire her through her center body. She's a heifer that's good from hooks to pins, big-footed, big toe spread, nice heifer. The white heifer, the Charlet heifer that comes forth in this class, when she come in, again, this would be an example. If I just get dropped in the ring and they say, okay, place this class, but you don't get to walk them, she goes at least one higher in this class because I love her phenotypically standing still. Where she gets in a little trouble for me is twofold. One is I'd like to spread her out in her pin placement. She narrows up in her pins. I'd like to see a little more cow power out in her hip. And I'm not looking for any heifer that looks like a steer, but I do want them to have some substance and some product in them and still a high degree of femininity. She's feminine enough. She's a heifer when she goes in motion. I start out watching her at the ground. but as I watched her go around the next time, her issue is in her hock, in my opinion. She wants to swing those back too when she goes. I wish she had a little more true flex and freedom coming out of that hock to get her at least one place higher in this class. Big middled red heifer here coming next. She gets just a little plainer in her overall kind. She's a little flatter in her rib, but she's good cattle. She's real good through coming out of the backside of her shoulder, in her forerib into the backside of her shoulder. Maybe in a perfect world, I'd pick her pin set up just ever so slightly. I like the bone work on this heifer. I like the feet on this heifer. Really, really nice heifer. This black heifer, this is the perfect example of if I was just dropped in a ring and said, place it. This heifer would probably go third in this class. I love this heifer standing still. She just gets real tight in her spine when she goes in motion. Standing still, man, I was like, man, there's a cow right there. Beautiful, beautiful rib shape, rib dimension. She's got plenty of depth of body. She's good from hooks to pins. It's just when she goes in motion, she tightens up. And I think it's relative to being a little tight in her spine. You can watch her go. She just has to labor a little more. Standing still, you're like, well, man, that's a better looking heifer than two that went out above her. I would give you that. I just like to see her freed up on both ends of her skeleton. This heifer here that comes next, kind of like the red heifer I talked a couple heifers ago, she gets just a little plainer and overall kind of, that's high quality. I mean, she's got some length from her pole to the back of her tail head. She's good enough through her center body, big footed. She's got a big old wide toe spread and good quality foot on her. Just a nice, nice heifer. And then the Charolais heifer that comes next, I love the phenotype of this heifer. Front end is fresh. She's a heifer that's elongated in her spine. She's a heifer, as I compare to those going out, I'd like to see just a little more heifer for her age. I'd like to blow her apart on both ends of her skeleton. I'd like to set her back hock a little further apart and her front knee a little further apart. Just set that tailbone kind of runs up into her spine a little bit. But that, to be sure, that is one awesome class of heifers right there.
Many thanks to our judge on our first split of intermediate yearling heifers from Bob May. Our class winner is Graydon Boulder, entry number 638, Boss Lake Ms. L, 356N. The February 22nd heifer is our class winner. The February 7th heifer, entry number 647 for Cheyenne Simmons, WC Missy, 5190. The Black Angus heifer is second in class. Marking your show program, I will give you in a few moments' time. But first, let's have comments from our judge over in our North Ring on his second split of steers, the second split of lightweights, folks, Garrett Liebrick.
Well, the quality's definitely getting better as the day progresses in this steer show. A really, really nice red calf to go ahead and win this class. One that's fed exceptionally well. He's really good in terms of his muscle pattern. You love the body shape in him. You get in behind him, he's huge top. He's got a big old shape to his quarter and his twist. He's got a big forearm. That's a real good beef steer. That young man's doing a heck of a job sticking. Congratulations to you. Our young lady's black steer coming in next. This is one that's just really well balanced and correct in the way he's put together and fed very well for his frame. One that's good bodied, long-sided. He's got enough muscle and he still gets out and travels. That young lady's doing a really nice job. Congratulations to you. A red steer coming in next is one that's really impressive off the side. He gives you a really good look. He's long-sided, he's high tying, he's really good about his shoulder. When he gets out and travels exceptionally well, he's comfortable when he goes. When you step in behind him, you need to make him a little bit stouter in terms of his muscle shape, bold him up a little bit in terms of his rib cage, but that's an awfully well-fed, really nice steer that young lady's doing a heck of a job with. We got a really nice gray steer coming in next, one with a tremendous amount of length. Again, one that's stout when you get on top of him. He just funnels a little bit to the ground, tapers off through his quarter and his pin, from his pins down to his quarter. One I just like to make a little bit stouter to go any higher. Our young man's roan calf coming in next is one that's big framed and gets out and travels comfortably. I like the way he can get out and move. I like his body shape. Would like to just see a little bit more fat on him in terms of condition for me today, but one that's got a nice future ahead of him for that young man. Got a really well-balanced roan steer coming in next, one that's long-sided, one that's smooth traveling. You like the angle of his shoulder, you like the way he utilizes his hind leg. But again, I just got to make this one stouter when you get in behind him. He's got to have a shot more muscle to go any higher. Our young man rounding off our class has got a really nice, really well-balanced calf, one that can get out and go with the best of them. He's comfortable and flexible, but again, I've got to see a shot more muscle in that calf for him to go any higher. What a nice set of steers. Let's give these kids a big hand.
And many thanks, Garrett Liebrick. First place in this class of lightweight steers. Our second split goes to Trayton French, entry 260. Rusty, the Simmental steer from Mayerthorpe 4-H Beef, weighing 1,267 pounds, will advance to our 4-H division show steer championship, and so will the Gelpfie Cross steer, weighing 1,189 pounds, from Taylor McDonnell, entry 247 from Harry Hill. Frankie, also advancing. In our second split of lightweight steers, entry number 247 is second in class. Entry 250 places fifth. Entry 242 is seventh. Entry 249 is sixth. Entry 264 places fourth. Entry 244 is third, and entry number 260, Trayton French, is first. Moving now halfway through our steers in our 4-H show, we move into the first split of the heavyweight steers. Sponsor, once again, Twine Design and Graphics. Many thanks to Twine Design and Graphics, as we look for 7 steers ranging in weight from 1270 to 1377. So a 170-pound difference from the lightest steer in this class to the heaviest, and we look for 7 steers. Full placings on the Drew McDonnell sponsored split one of the intermediate yearling heifers over in our south ring for our junior show. Entry number 638 places first, 639 is sixth, entry 640 places fifth, entry 641 is third, 642 places fourth, entry 643 was a scratch, entry 644 is seventh, entry 645 is a scratch, 646 is eighth, and entry 647 is second in class. And in our ring now for the South Ring Junior Show, second split of intermediate yearling heifers, still sponsored by Drew McDonnell. There is one scratch, and that's entry number 657. Please scratch entry number 657. The other 8 heifers present and accounted for in Judge Bob May. Your class is complete. Sponsored by Drew McDonnell. And in our 4-H steer show division, heavyweight steers split number 1, please scratch entry number 251. Please scratch entry number 251. Judge Liebrick, your class is complete. We do want to thank Keith Hull and Garrett McPherson, who were our weigh scale operators this morning. Many thanks to Keith and Garrett, longtime volunteers with our JAS Classic, as well as Murray Skippin, back once again this year as our barn boss. Thank you to Murray, always looking after our youth. 7D Media and Tia Schramm is back again once in 2026 as our official photographer. You actually see Tia and her staff from 7D Media taking candid shots in the show ring as well as at the photo backdrop. Thank you to Tia. If anyone wants photos of their project or just of their youth, Tia and her friendly crew are happy to help you out. Just look at the lady with the camera, flag her down, and she's happy to serve. And of course, providing live streaming services this year, once again, DLMS, the Sholigans and the friendly crew of DLMS.
Maybe I was blind, known you forever while I tried to find someone that could be my great love. Right in front of me, I didn't realize you were my dream, so you took me by surprise. Oh yeah, even in my wildest dreams, I didn't think we were destined to be, and now you're laying next to me. Everything feels like, oh yeah, wanna give you every part of me. I can't believe this is reality, and now you're laying next to me. Everything feels like, oh yeah. I'm just curious, when did you know you had feelings for me? Maybe somehow we've always known that we have chemistry, but always chasing after someone else. So this took me by surprise. Oh yeah, even in my wildest dreams, I didn't think we were destined to be.
We do want to thank Dow and our Ardrossan grads who hosted the free pancake breakfast this morning. That was near the front entry of the arena concourse. Many thanks to Dow and the Ardrossan grads for helping with our free pancake breakfast. There is food on site on the south side of the arena, the south side of the Pointe outside, and that is Fizzy Philly Lemonade and Dirty Soda Bar and doggone it, hot dogs and hamburgers. They will be here until 5 p.m. tonight. So thank you to Fizzy Philly Lemonade and Dirty Soda Bar and doggone it, hot dogs and hamburgers, official food suppliers of JAS Classic 2026. Now home in the Pointe.
Wildest dreams. Oh yeah, even in my wildest dreams, I didn't think we were.
And comments from Judge Bob May on our second split of intermediate yearling heifers.
So again, we got a really exciting class here, and with that being said, I think we have a pair of heifers that have to surface to the top of this class quite handily. I think they're very, very good in their kind. The big, bold middle cattle is the heifer I've opted to start with. She's a heifer that's really good in her forerib. She's a heifer that's good from hooks to pins, wonderful through her body. Would I change her in her chest floor? I'd like to tidy her chest floor up just a little. She's fresh up high in her neck from the top of her crest down into her jawline. Yeah, she's got just a little bit of chin there, but it certainly correlates with the cow power she has behind that front shoulder. When she goes in motion, it's just a nickel hard, quite honestly, to read her in terms of she's got big feet and big toe spread. When the young man has a little trouble keeping her head up, you wonder if she kind of is quite soft enough on that pasture, but that's just really, really a good cattle. This heifer that comes second to her, you can argue this pair. Or discuss it. I guess I shouldn't say argue it. In terms of, I don't think she's quite as bold. She's a little flatter in her rib cage. Now, is she too flat? No. But as I compare her to the one that beats her, she's a little flatter in her rib cage. She lays in her shoulder nice. She's extended up through her front good enough. I think the differentiation of these two, as I view them when they go in motion, I think there's a little more uprightness in the hock of this heifer. She's a little stiffer in her hock. Now, it doesn't cause her not to be able to reach her stride, but she is a little straighter from the top of her tail head to the ground, and I'd like to give her a little more true flex and angle in that hock as we put her in motion. That's an outstanding pair of heifers. The shorthorn heifer that goes third in this class, where I've opted to put her above the black heifer, we'll talk here in a second. She's a really nice footed cattle. She's a heifer when she goes in motion. She fills her stride, actually goes past a little. She's got plenty of condition on her, but she is really nice. As I compare her to 1 and 2 in this class, I talked about 1 was bolder in her rib shape than 2. and I think two is bolder in her rib shape than this one, particularly the way she joins into her flank. I'd like to drop this one down just a little bit, make her a little wider in her pin set if I'm going to consider putting her in the 2 spot in this class. This heifer here is really, really nice and standing still. We've seen many like her today. Cow Power Deluxe. I just got to give her more freedom and more ease of athleticism when she goes in motion. She's good enough footed. She's a heifer that's, again, the thing to admire about this heifer, she's small teated. She's a heifer that's good in her barrel, good in her depth. She's good from hooks to pins. She just struggles a little more labor when she goes in motion, specifically off those back two. The Charlet heifer, I love the body length of this heifer, the phenotype of this heifer. As she goes in motion, as a few I've talked about today, I wish she handled that back hock a little different. She can about get to her stride, but in doing so, she has to swing that back leg. I'd like to see her get a little more true hinge, a little more flex in that hock. I think her length of pastern and her angle to her pastern is good. Her foot size is good. Really nice heifer. She's quite lean, which I like that actually. She's a nice teated heifer. Really good. I guess I wish I'd give her a little more freedom of movement the way she handles that hock when she goes in motion. This red baldy heifer that comes in when she come in, and granted she's got plenty of condition on her, but that's a nice little unit there. Very, very good through her center body. As I talked, a black heifer that stood down a ways here a little earlier, her issue comes out of her spine, or at least in my opinion, she gets a little tight in her spine, and as a result it transpires down to the ground. I like to see her be a little more freedom off both ends of her structure when she goes in motion. But man, you got to admire the body of this heifer and the depth of this heifer. Just a really, really nice product. The young lady does an awesome job showing her. Then we come down to a black heifer here that just maybe a little plainer, if you will. I'd like to give her a little more shape. She just gets a little flatter in her kind. Maybe throw a little more structure of bone her way. But she's good cattle. Again, I like cattle that have some body length. She's certainly got some length from the top of her foal to the back of her tail head, and for that I admire. She's pretty smooth and good from hooks to pins. Good enough through her center body. Again, as I said, we got to make her a little more comfortable at the ground. Throw just a tick more bone her way. You haven't heard me talk about bone a ton. I think we can go overboard on that bone on these females. Now, I like them big bone, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's a contest of who has the biggest bone. It doesn't need to look like the corner post out in your pasture. This heifer here, I love the color of this heifer. Again, she's a heifer with some length. I just got to make her blend better from the bottom of her chest floor back into her flank. She runs out of gas, so a little phenotypically, yes, she's very, very nice. She's a nice headed cattle, very attractive, very easy on the eyes, gives up being a class of the same age heifers or predominantly the same age heifers. I'd like to throw a little more performance her way. And even more so than that, I'd like to throw her some more flank in that heifer to balance her up in her underline.
And many thanks to Judge May for comments in our South Ring on the second split of intermediate yearling heifers, sponsored by Drew McDonald. We will reintroduce you who those top two are, as well as the full placings as their champion class comes into the ring. But first, let's draw our attention to our North Ring and comments on our third split of steers from Judge Garrett Liebrick.
Well, we got a really nice set of steers right from both ends of this class. This young lady's black calf goes ahead and wins pretty handily for me. This is one that's got a really good look to him. He's high quality in terms of the way he's put together. Really like the angle of his shoulder, love the angle of his hip. He's got a little extra bone, a little extra muscle, one that just gives a really, really neat look from the side. That's an awfully nice calf, young lady. Congratulations to you. We get into a real powerful beef steer here in this big red and white calf coming in next. One that's tremendously long-sided. He's almost got an extra rib on him compared to the rest of the class. One that's got a tremendous amount of muscle when you get in behind him. Would just like to tidy him up a little bit in terms of his head and then down into through his chest, and just hook him together a little bit better there in his loin when he gets moving. But that's a good fed, well-balanced, real good beef steer for that young lady. Congratulations. Our young lady's black calf coming in next is one that's just really well balanced. She's doing a heck of a job sticking them. Really love the length of spine in this calf. Really like the angles, the way he's put together. Just gets a little bit shorter in terms of his muscle pattern. Would like to make him a little bit more shapely in through his quarter and his stifle. Like to see a little bit more turn over to his top side of his back. And that's where this black calf coming in next kind of holds the advantage. He's big bodied. He's got a great shape when you get in behind him. But for me, I've got to change the way this calf's built structurally just a hair. I've got to change his foot to begin with and just make him a little bit looser moving when he goes. Our young cowboy coming in next with this brockle calf with a great big birthmark on him is one that's really well balanced. I really like the foot size and shape on this calf. He gets out and travels exceptionally well. He's long-sided. He's good muscled. This is one that just needs a little bit more time on feed to really hit his prime. That young man's doing an exceptional job. Our young man's short-horned calf coming in next is really well balanced, really well fed, one that just doesn't quite have the muscle. These kids are all doing a great job. Let's give them a hand.
And many thanks, Judge Liebrick. First place is Allison Huckaluck, entry number 265 from the Harry Hill 4-H Club. The Angus Cross Steer Winchester, weighing 1,316 pounds, wins that class, and we'll be seeing it again in our 4-H division Show Steer Championship, as well as Kylie Bellamy, entry 238 with Bourbon, the Hereford Simmental Cross Steer, weighing 1,377 pounds from Leduc 4-H Beef. We'll talk a little bit more about that full class and introduce you to our final class of 7 in the steers. But first, we want to let you know that our class winner of our split number 2 of the intermediate yearling heifers is Lawson Draves, entry number 654, with Tidy's Reloaded Elegance. The Simmental heifer, born January 30th, 2025, was the class winner of our second split, and in the ring right now for our intermediate yearling championship, sponsored by Strathcona County, joined by second place from that second split, Finn Pratt with entry 655, WF Darlin 288N, the January 21st born Simmental. Full placings on Class 7S, or the second split of intermediate yearling heifers, has entry 650 placing 3rd, 651 5th, 652 8th, 653 6th in class, 654 first, and in the ring now for the division championship, as well as 655, who placed second, also currently there for the Strathcona County Champion Intermediate Yearling Heifer Championship. Entry 656 is 7th, 657 a scratch, and entry 658 was 4th. Of course, the other 2 heifers in the ring now for our division championship are from the first split of the intermediate yearling heifer division, and that includes Boss Lake Ms. L 3536N, the February 22nd heifer from Graydon Bolter. Entry number 638 won that first split, and Cheyenne Simmons was second with entry 647 WC Missy 5190, the Black Angus born February 7th. This is our champion intermediate yearling heifer, sponsored by Strathcona County, and Judge Bob May ready to comment on his second division championship of our Junior Show yearling heifers.
So in this, our intermediate division, this was an outstanding division. And I get these 4 heifers out here, and I think this is indicative of what I've talked about on several classes today, in terms of if you just bring a judge in and just helicopter them in from the roof and say, okay, sort these 4 heifers the way you like them, but you don't get to see them walk. There is one heifer in this group, and she's going to win the group, that she's phenotypically awesome on the eyes, but when you put her in motion, she does that too. The other 3 are awesome standing still. I love the center body. The heifer that stands second out of the first class in this division, man, if you just come in here, and down in the States, and you know, you're probably like, well, you're not in the States, you're in Canada. I get it, but I'm betting you guys like rib shape and dimension just like we do. And I love the rib shape and dimension of this heifer that goes second in that first class. She's fresh up through her front end. As I commented in class, wanted to change a little bit about how she goes in motion. The young man that shows the black heifer, her barrel's just as good as the heifer that I just talked about. Her chest sits out of her just a little bit more unfavorable. And as we put her in, and I wasn't trying to make excuses for the young exhibitor, but a lot of times when these cattle lead, you can't tell exactly for sure how they go off those back 2 if they can't hold that head up. And I I was just telling this young lady, we got a 5-year-old daughter going to go to her first junior national here in about 3 weeks in Grand Island, Nebraska, and she won't get that heifer showed like she will when she's 15. I get all that. I'm just commenting on when that head doesn't get held quite the way you think it should. Maybe sometimes it's a little hard to read their structure. This black heifer here that stands second in the second class, I love this heifer. Actually, body design, she's a lot like the Baldy heifer that wins the last class. Is she just overly blessed with depth of side? No. Is she adequate? She's absolutely adequate. Her barrel's good enough. She's a heifer. As I questioned her, she gets a little straight from the top of her tail end to the ground. I wish there was a little more true bend to that hock. But would I take any one of these 4 heifers home with me? You bet I would. I mean, they're really, really good. Those are the differences I see them. With all that being said, the young lady with the Baldy heifer is going to win this division. Young lady, you're going to be reserved.
And thanks very much, Bob May, our champion and reserve champion, sponsored by Strathcona County of our intermediate yearling heifer division of the junior show in our South Ring, come from our first split. Entry number 638, Graydon Bolter, Boss Lake Ms. L536N, is our division champion and will be advancing to our grand champion yearling heifer class. Our reserve, Cheyenne Simmons, second in that first split, and reserve champion, sponsored by Strathcona County, with WC Missy 5190, Cheyenne Simmons with entry 647. We'll move now into 2 splits of senior yearlings in our junior show in the South Ring, and then we'll be rolling into our champion yearling heifer class. In our North Ring, we're working through the 4th and final split of steers. These are steers weighing 1,386 pounds all the way to 1,794. So a 408 pound weight difference from the lightest weight steer in this class to the heaviest for Judge Garrett Liebrick. After this class, we'll be having our 4-H Division Champion, 4-H Show Steer Championship, then a 15-minute break before we move into our open show. And I believe Judge Liebrick is ready to comment on his final set of steers. Folks, Garrett.
We've got an awesome set of heavyweight steers here for these 4-H kids doing an outstanding job. This young man's black calf goes ahead and wins. He's just incredibly well in terms of his proportions and his balance. Really like the little bit of look he has up front. He's good about his shoulder. He's big-bodied. He's got a nice turn to the top side of his rib cage. He's stout when you get in behind him, and he offers some shape to that quarter and stifle, and he still moves with security off both ends. That's a really nice calf to go ahead and win. We've got a real big calf coming in next. This one's pushing the envelope in terms of size and frame for me just a little bit. But this is a mile-long steer that's just tremendously shapely. You gotta love the extra pop to his muscle he has when you get out and behind him. He's long-sided, he's smooth-made, and he gets out and travels incredibly well for a 1,700-pound calf. I would just like to make him a little bit bolder in terms of his forerib and tighten him up a little bit about his top line for him to go any higher. But young man, you've done a tremendous job feeding that steer. Congratulations. We got a really nice pair of red steers coming in next. The young man's calf that I used in thirds, one that's just really well balanced and really well proportioned. He's got a little extra shape to him. You read him up high, he's got a little more turn to the top side of that rib cage. You get in behind him, he's got a little more shape out through his quarter and his stifle. Just a real well balanced calf that's got a lot of good in him. We got a little extra length in the young lady's calf. He's a little bit longer sided. He's real smooth made. He gets a little bit upright in the angle of that shoulder and a little bit more restricted when he's moving, but that's a really well fed, good bodied calf to come in next. We got a really neat black calf coming in next, one that I like a lot when he's standing. He's good in terms of his body shape. He's got a nice enough look up front. He's got some shape to his quarter and his stifle. It's just where I got to change it a little bit is just at the ground. When he's set into motion, he struggles just a little bit off either end, but that's a really well-fed calf for that young lady. Our big baldy steer coming in next is one that's got a tremendous amount of frame. Love the length of this calf, love the bone in this calf, and he travels exceptionally well. He's built from a good foot all the way up. He's really sound when he gets moving. When you get in behind him, he gets a little bit narrower and closed in terms of the shape of his rib cage, flattens out through his quarter and down to the ground. But that's a real nice calf. Our young lady's tan calf rounding us off is one that's got, again, a tremendous amount of length. I like the muscle this calf has up high. He just gets a little bit tighter in terms of his heart and his forerib, a little bit more restricted when he's set in motion, but a real nice set of steers. Let's give these kids a big hand.
And thanks very much, Garrett. First place entry 266, Kurt Yaremko from St. Paul 4-H Multi with Wyatt Earp, the Simmental steer weighing 1,554 pounds, wins our second heavyweight steer class and is joined in the winner's circle now for the 4-H Division Championship to potentially vie for reserve champion Tayden French with Frank the Tank, entry 246 from Mayerthorpe 4-H Beef, the Simmental steer weighing 1,794 pounds. So in our North Ring now is our 4-H Division Championship, sponsored by Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club and Donovan and Kim Moore. Many thanks to Twine Design and Graphics, who sponsored all of our individual weight classes, but now our Grand Championship sponsored. This is Class 10N in your show book by Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club and Donovan and Kim Moore, as they come in from lightest to heaviest steers. First place from our first split, Matthew Mears, entry 262, Harry Hill 4-H Club with the Angus Cross steer, Steve, weighing 1,100 pounds. Second place in that class, the 1,176-pound Nash Simmental steer, Emma Trabish, entry 254 from Vegreville 4-H Beef. Our second split of lightweight steers had Tayden French winning, entry 260, with Rusty, the Simmental steer from Mayerthorpe 4-H Beef, weighing 1,267 pounds. In second place was the Gelphy Cross from Harry Hills, Taylor McDonnell, entry 247, Frankie, the Gelphy Cross, weighing 1,189. Our third split and first split of the heavyweight steers features a win for Winchester, the Angus Cross steer, weighing 1,316 pounds, from Allison Huckaluck, entry 265 from Harry Hill 4-H Club. Leduc 4-H Beef's Kylie Bellamy places second, entry 238, with her Hereford Simmental Cross Bourbon, weighing 1,377 pounds. And then our most recently declared top two from the heaviest of the heavyweights, the 1,554-pound and 1,794-pound steers, heaviest steers in our 4-H division show. Class winner, entry 266 from Kurt Yaremko. St. Paul 4-H Multi's Wyatt Earp, the Simmental steer, is our class winner from the fourth split. And our second place in that class, Mayerthorpe 4-H Beef's Tayden French, entry 246. Frank the Tank, the Simmental, weighing 1,794. This is, in our North Ring, our final 4-H show, our 4-H Show Steer Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, sponsored by Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club and Donovan and Kim Moore. Our judge again, Garrett Liebrick from Radville, Saskatchewan, sorting through the steers. We will be taking a little break after this championship class is done for 15 minutes before we move into our next show, which will be the Open Show, done by Breeds. We'll have the opportunity to have our champion steer pictures taken and Garrett to have a little break before we move into our Open Show. We're ready with comments now as well over in our South Ring from Bob May on the first of two splits of senior yearling heifers sponsored by Dunright Stock and Stables. Go ahead, Judge May.
Nice set of senior yearlings in our cut here. Really a nice Baldy to start this class with. Man, she's just bold. She's rugged, to be sure. Very smooth for as much power as she has. Very good from hooks to pins. She's a heifer that's good in her body depth. Does she have, we got to keep in mind when we get to these heifers this age, does she have a little more chest than I desire? Yeah, she does. But I realize, too, you don't keep these things looking as fresh when they get to be to this senior yearling division. She's really good up high, up in the crest of her neck. She's a nice-headed cattle, very feminine, big-footed. Where she excels the heifer that's going to go second in this class, in my opinion, I think they're probably a flip of a coin through their center body. the heifer that wins the class specifically is better in her forerib. She joins into the backside of her shoulder with more true power and dimension, and she's stouter and wider from hooks to pins. When we put them in motion, I wanted to watch them walk one last time. This heifer has a longer, more fluid, comfortable stride, and she wins that battle too. So just a really nice heifer to start the class with. The heifer that goes second is really a good heifer. And as I just said, the couple things that I think change, I don't think she's quite as tidy from the top of her crest down into her jawline as what the heifer that beats her. She probably has a little less chest floor though, so you can flip a coin on those two. She does not carry into the backside of her shoulder, her forerib into the backside of her shoulder as quite as proud and dominant as the Baldy heifer that beats her in this class, and then not quite as wide in her pin set. Again, I'll reiterate, I'm not looking for a heifer that looks like a steer, but I do want him to have some punch and power, and I don't know that she possesses quite as much as the heifer that beats her. Outstanding pair of heifers. When I put them in motion, the heifer in second doesn't quite get to her stride, quite as free and comfortable as the heifer that wins the class. The Baldy heifer, if you wanted something eye-appealing and phenotype, she's what I call more of a backdrop heifer. I mean, she's got the presence. Love the way the neck comes out of her shoulder. She's a little narrower skulled cattle. I'd probably like to change her there just a little. But I think as I compare her to 1 and 2, I just want to see a little more cow under the hide. She gets a little bit restricted in her forerib, the way up high and low in her, the way her shoulder blends into her forerib, or her forerib into her shoulder, however you want to identify that. Beautiful through her barrel, beautiful for her depth. As I compare her to 1 and 2, I got to explode her out in her hip, make her a little more cow there, and specifically behind her shoulder. Love the feet on this heifer. She's got a big old wide big toe split on this heifer. Nice heifer in this class. Just like to put a little more heifer under the hide. The heifer that comes next, the heifer that mobility seems to get her in trouble. She's a heifer, and I think it transpires from her spine. I think she's just a little tighter spine. I think it reads down into her hock and subsequently down to the ground. But I love the skull on this heifer. There's some real power and product. I just got to put her out in motion and do so a little more handily. This Baldy heifer that comes in next, and she gives up some power. Phenotype, hey, she's as nice a looking heifer as any heifer in this class. Level from hooks to pins, extended up through her front, nice headed, I like her color pattern, very good that way. She gives up quite a bit of dimension and power to the heifers that go out ahead of her, and even doing so, she gets quite restricted in her movement. So if I'm going to give up that muscle at times, I certainly want to see him be very, very mobile at the ground. She wants to get up and over on that ankle just ever so slightly. Got to power her up and give her a little more freedom at the ground.
And many thanks to Judge Bob May for comments on Split 1 of the Senior Yearling Heifers, sponsored by Dunright Stock and Stables. Class winner there is Hawken Mater's Mater Rose, 71 entry 668. The Simmental heifer born January 7th is our class winner and will be coming back in for our division championship. So will MCF 25 NL Ms. Candle, the Simmental heifer born January 10th for Desmond Fahe, entry number 665, placing second. Marking your show program on Class 9S, the first of the 2 splits of Senior Yearling Heifers in our South Ring Junior Show, entry number 660 places 4th. 661 is a scratch, as is 662 and 663. 664 places 5th, 665 places 2nd. 667, also a scratch. 668 is first, that's our class winner, and 669 is third. Next up will be the second split for Judge Bob May in our South Ring Class 10S of our Senior Yearling Heifers, sponsored by Pearson Farms. We do know there is one scratch in this class. That's entry 674, so we're expecting 8 yearling heifers. But 8 is the number of steers from lightweights to heavyweight that we have in our North Ring and our 4-H Division Show Steer Championship. We've introduced you to the contenders. Let's hear all about it and the championship declaration from Judge Garrett Liebrick.
Well, this has been a lot of fun working with these 4-H kids and them being able to go out and showcase their projects for us here today. It's a lot of work to get to this end point. These kids probably picked these calves at weaning time and had them in the yard all winter and been working on them all throughout. And it's a really fun opportunity to get out here and evaluate these cattle. And these kids are just doing a tremendous job. this 4-H program is really, really important for our young ag youth and ag to continue to grow and learn a sense of pride in the community and responsibility, and help grow us into productive members of society, and get us to the kind of people that you want to be your neighbors and the kind of people you want to surround yourself with. There's been so many good kids and steers out here. This has been a lot of fun for me. If you're standing here ringside, let's give these kids a big round of applause. And I'll get you a champion, reserve champion 4-H steer.
And many thanks, Judge Garrett Liebrick, a former 4-H member himself, an outstanding former junior member of at least one National Breed Association. On the lookout now for the Fort Saskatchewan 4-H Beef Club and Donovan and Kim Moore Grand and Reserve Grand Champion 4-H steers of our JAS Classic 2026. And it's going to be from our heaviest of the heavyweight classes. Congratulations, Kurt Uremko, entry 266 from St. Paul 4-H Multi. Wyatt Earp is our champion, our reserve champion from the first split of heavyweight steers. Allison Huckaluck, entry 265. Entry 265 from Harry Hill 4-H Club, Winchester, is our reserve grand champion. So congratulations to Kurt Uremko, our grand champion steer, and to Allison Huckaluck, the reserve grand champion steer from the heavyweight steer classes. They'll move off on parade now and go for pictures with Judge Garrett Liebrick. We'll be starting up in about 15 minutes time at about 12:15, somewhere between 12:15 and 12:20 in our north ring, as we move then into our open show. And one more scratch in our south ring for the second split of senior yearling heifers, sponsored by Pearson Farms. Please scratch entry number 679. So 674 and 679 not present. We would like to do a cattle call if we could. We knew that there was one individual interested. If you would like to do the cattle call, please come and tell us, and we'll get you right busy doing it. And then you get your entry draw put in for that fancy cooler. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have our first cattle call. Maybe we even have a second cattle call. Folks, we're just going to step into the ring to allow for this to happen because we don't want to scare anybody. We're not giving them the mic. We'll just have them yell at the top of their lungs, and we'll let you know that our first one is coming to us from Erin Yaremko, standing over here in the 4-H ring, where she herself would have been not that many years ago, and she's now getting to the end of putting another 4-H'ers through. Erin, please give us your cattle call. A little Ukrainian falling in there. That's pretty cool. Nice work. Many thank you, Aaron. That's fantastic. We have a draw. We're ready with comments on our senior yearling class from Judge Bob. Please take it away, Judge May.
So in this, the second split of our senior yearling division, this class stands apart from any class I've seen in terms, not to take away from any other class that I've seen, but a commonality that these cattle in this class shared is some of those other classes, like, okay, we got an easy heifer to start with in this class, and maybe some heifers that we can peel off the other end pretty quickly, and that absolutely was not the case in this class. There's good heifers, 7 or 8, what is there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 heifers in this class, and it goes 7 deep. I mean, truly it is. It's a very, very nice class of heifers. There's a few subtle differences that personal preference fit for me. The heifer that wins the class, she just got to win the class. Could I make her teat size just a little smaller at this stage? Yeah, I'd probably like to. I think her spread is good. I'd like to make her a little, maybe just a little bit smaller at this stage. But with that being said, just admire her through her center body, her freshness, her femininity up front, showing just a little bit of chest, and I expect a little of that when we get into this senior yearling division. They've been on feed for a long time. They're little older cattle. She's a big-footed cattle. She's got good toe spread. I love the way the true God-given angle to her hock. She's got some length to her pastern. She's just really, really a nice female, nice feminine-headed cattle. The heifer that goes second in this class isn't come at me quite as profound coming out of the backside of her shoulder as the one that wins this class, but I certainly think it's adequate. She's a heifer that's good from hooks to pins. She's a heifer that's long necked. I think you could throw a coin up and flip it in terms of which heifer's a little tighter in her chest floor. Neither one of them come into consideration for me as far as putting them down below first or second. This heifer goes in motion pretty darn good, pretty good angle to her hock. Just a really, really nice cattle to go second in this class. I don't think she's quite as profound in wide in her pin set. I don't think she's quite as good in her forerib as I compare her. Do I think she's good? No, I think she's real good. Those are the two subtle differences I see in those cattle. This is a phenomenal heifer here standing still. You can tell this heifer's probably got more true shape in her hip than 1 and 2 that go out in this class. Nice small teated cattle. I appreciate that about her. She's a heifer that went second in class in that last division that I love the way she was designed standing still. Like I said, you just drop me in here blind and cold. Could she win the class? She could possibly win the class. I like to make her a little more true flex to her hock. She gets a little straight in her hock for me, but man, she is really, really nice. Is she quite as profound in her depth of body as 1 and 2? Probably not. Is she enough? Yeah, she's enough. I want to change her in her hock, and then she could possibly win this class. This heifer here, a little smaller framed heifer, and I don't put her forth because she's smaller framed. I think as I compare to other cattle, I think she tends to want to run downhill a little bit. She probably isn't, and she's slick sheared, so you're not getting any advantage of hair. She's probably, I could pick her up right on the backside of her shoulder, up high in her spine, level her out there a little, and make her a little truer as she comes into her forerib. Real moderate framed. I only say that because she is, not because it's a negative. Very, very nice head of cattle. Really good from hooks to pins. The Charlet heifer that comes next is really nice. As I stated earlier, I like cattle with body length. You go to a scale, not all these cattle go to the show ring. You go to a scale, I've always maintained, and I'm an old schooler down there. I like length of body because that tilts a scale. She's definitely got length of body from her pole to her tailhead, and that I admire. She's good in her top line. I want to make her a little freer in her hock, and subsequently I want to make her go with a little more comfort at the ground. She wants to kind of splay and throw that hock just a little when she goes in motion. She's a nice-footed cattle. She's not a huge-footed cattle. Young man comes out now with one that's just profoundly big middled. She struggles a little as she goes in motion, I think more specifically out of her front end. I wish she had a little more freedom of movement. I guess and probably you already have. I know the struggle is real. She's got plenty of condition on her. I'd like to melt her down a little bit. You've possibly already been trying that. Some of them just don't want to melt down. I would definitely take a little of the condition off of her. And then this heifer here, like I said, that's a darn nice heifer. I want to set her tail head down in her. I want to make her a little stronger coming out of the backside of her shoulder. Like a heifer I talked, I think in the 3rd or 4th spot, she tends to want to run downhill. If I can level her up coming out of the backside of her shoulder and drop her tail down in her just a little, then this heifer stands somewhere else. Got a big old wide toe spread foot, long soft pastured, good cattle. She happened to be thrown in with this. I'm not saying that the champion heifer does or doesn't come out of this pen, out of this set. I'm just saying as far as a set of 7 cattle, that was really, really deep.
And thank you, Bob May, for comments on that deep set of heifers. The second split of our senior yearlings, sponsored by Pearson Farms. First place in that class is Dakota Noble. She'll be coming right back in with Noble Eldorine 7N to vie for our Senior Yearling Championship. That's entry number 673. The January 6th born heifer is our class winner. Peyton Vert with entry number 680 has second in that class and will also be coming right back in for our division championship. The January 2nd born Simmental heifer, Tidy's High Caliber Elegance. If you're marking a show program on the Pearson Farms sponsored Senior Yearling Heifer Split number 2, that's Class 10S. Entry 672 places 5th. 673 is 1st. That's our class winner. 674 is a scratch. 675 is 3rd. 676 places 7th. 677 is 4th. 678 is 6th. Entry 679 is a scratch, and entry 680 places 2nd. So as these 4 heifers are in the ring now for our Senior Yearling Championship, sponsored by Strathcona County, which will take us into our champion yearling heifer next, where the junior, intermediate, and soon-to-be declared senior champion heifers will be coming back in to determine who represents the yearlings in our grand champion junior show female class. We have 4 contenders first for the senior yearling spots, and those are Hawken Mater with entry number 668. Mater Rose 71N, the Simmental heifer born January 7th, was the winner of our first split. Desmond Fahy placing 2nd in that class. The Simmental heifer entry 665, MCF 25NL Ms. Candle, the January 10th heifer, 2nd in the first split. Then we move into our second split, where a couple of Simmental heifers again place 1st and 2nd. Dakota Noble places 1st with entry number 673. Noble Eldorine 7N, the January 6th born heifer, is our class winner. 2nd, the Simmental heifer Peyton Vert, entry number 680. Tidy's High Caliber Elegance. These 4 heifers are the contenders for the final representation of our yearling heifers and our champion yearling heifer in this champion senior yearling heifer division, sponsored by Strathcona County. We would ask that our junior and intermediate heifers please be at the hitching ring because your champion class will be coming into the ring momentarily.
Every day I walk the floor and think of you, and every night I pray the Lord will see me through. Every time I think I find a love that's true, I fall right back to walk the floor and think of you. Once there was a time when I had.
And we're ready with comments from Bob May on his senior yearling heifer championship.
So in showing these senior yearlings, it's the favorite age of heifer for me to show down there in terms of, you know, if you can, and the challenge is real, I get it. You know, you take them cattle, we got Junior National coming up in about a month and a half, and we got a senior yearling going, and about 3-4 times a week I go visit that heifer. It's not at our place, and it's just, she's not getting much to eat, let's just put it that way. And we're worried about chest floors, and we're worried about gaudiness over their top and stuff. So I certainly know the struggle is real to keep these things fresh and keep them moving good. But I do like when you put them in the ring at a Junior National, if they're starting to look like they're close to cow herd product, it's a good thing to have. So in this division, I thought the division was very, very strong. The black heifer out of the second division, as I talked to her, she just really complete, really good moving. The baldy heifer that wins the first out of the split, just bold, just dominant, bold. What's unique about her is she can go in motion and go at pretty much full stride for as stout as she is. She's got enough condition on her, I would say, but I think she goes pretty good. And then the seconds in both class, I think, are very, very high quality cattle. With that being said, the young lady with the black heifer out of the second class split, she'll be your champion.
Each day and night I walk the floor and think of you.
Our senior yearling champion from Pearson Farms is Dakota Noble. Noble Eldorine 7N entry 673 is our senior champion female. She'll be coming back in for our champion yearling. Looking now for our reserve. And sticking with the class, Peyton Vert, her Simmental heifer Tides High Caliber Elegance entry 680 places second. So congratulations to Dakota Noble and Peyton Vert. Those are the contenders from the senior yearling division that'll be coming back in for our grand champion female class, sponsored by Koziak Land and Cattle. So we'll have our junior, intermediate, and senior champions and reserve champions coming into the ring now. For our champion yearling heifer, the top two will advance to our junior show grand championship here in our south ring with Bob May judging. This champion yearling heifer class sponsored by Koziak Land and Cattle. And so here they come, folks. Going back to our junior division, Reed Hunter with KR Winnie 2529 is our champion yearling junior heifer, entry 627, the March 15th heifer. The division champion, the reserve, February 25th, entry 635, Brooklyn Bolter with Boss Lake Ms. Donna 530N, a Charlet and a Angus from the junior division. Moving to our intermediate division, where we have Boss Lake Ms. L 536N, the February 22nd heifer for Graydon Bolter. Bolter as our division champion, entry 638. The reserve champion Cheyenne Simmons with the Black Angus born February 7th, WC Missy 5190, entry 647, our reserve division champion. And then our most recently declared division champions, Dakota Noble and Peyton Vert with their Simmental heifers. Dakota Nobles is entry 673. Noble Eldorine 7N, the January 6th heifer. The reserve champion born January 2nd, Tidy's High Caliber Elegance, entry 680 for Peyton Vert. This is our Koziak Land and Cattle sponsored champion and reserve champion yearling heifer class of our junior show. Our judge is Bob May, livestock judge and breeder who, along with his family, own May Cattle Company at Mineral Point, Wisconsin, focusing on breeding and marketing quality show cattle. Bob has spent decades in the livestock industry as a producer, exhibitor, and judge, and has judged at many major national and state livestock shows, including the Arizona National Livestock Show, the National Junior Angus Show in Louisville, and the National Western Stock Show in Denver, as well as many, many more. Bob was inducted into the Showtimes Magazine Hall of Fame in 2011 and is known for raising the legendary Maine Anjou bull, Sugar Ray. Bob has served as a Purina Feeds ambassador, Weaver Leather ambassador, and has coached junior livestock judging teams and conducted fitting clinics all across the United States. His work, and as you can tell by the comments he's been making thus far today, emphasizes practical cattle evaluation as well as industry education. Bob now holds the honor of being the first American judge to sort the JAS Classic, now in its 28th year in our new home, the Pointe, here in Strathcona County. We would like to thank Bob for making the trip north to be with us today, and we're appreciating his evaluation of our junior show. And comments from our judge on his champion yearling heifer.
So over here on our champion ring side, with this set of heifers that we've just got done evaluating all of their respective divisions, as we come out, we come flying out of here with a Charlet heifer and a black heifer to start off that first division. And man, oh man, you're like, man, this is going to be fun, and it was fun. And we opted with this Charlet colored heifer that's just, as I talked to her in class, she probably tends, you know, females are females. They're bred, and God made them to make progeny, and good is good. And she's probably looks a little more like a steer maker than maybe quite something that's more of a breeding looking heifer. But with that being said, she stands in that arena also. She's got power, she's got dimension, she's got look. More so than anything, I love the hind leg on this heifer. I love her hock. She's got she's not crooked-legged by any means, but she's got some true flex to her hock. She's long, soft pastured. She's big, square-footed, nice, feminine-headed, just good cattle. She beats an awfully good heifer in that first division in this heifer here. I just thought the way the hind wheels work and the width of her foot maybe excelled her, and I thought that the black heifer, the Angus heifer that stands second to her, maybe got out on her front just ever so slightly. Is that being nitpicky? when you're out here sorting these things, that's about your only choice, is to be a little bit nitpicky to separate these things. The Baldy heifer that comes out of the second class, I think I commented on her as she was a combination heifer in that class, in terms of, you could say, well, you've seen some bigger bodied heifers today than this one, and we have. Is she adequate? She's absolutely adequate. She's very fresh. She's fresh, feminine headed. She's big, square footed. She's a heifer that's good from hooks to pins. You got to keep in mind, this heifer, like so many of them I've seen today, and I like this, I like that she's shaved off. She doesn't need a bunch of hair to protect her from the backside of her shoulder. She's real good there. She's real good from hooks to pins. Love the way that tail head sits down in the spine of that heifer. She's a nice teated female, just a really nice heifer that beats a really good heifer. A heifer that stood second to her, as I commented, got a little bit narrow-footed for me, and she wants to roll on that outside wall. Again, there you go, that nitpicking stuff, but at some point, you have to separate them. My dad always told me, make sure the people on their drive home, even if they don't agree with you, you pointed out to them why you made the decision you made. Because so often I hear people say, well, the judge never even said what was wrong with our calf. And there's not a one of these 6 out here that there's very much wrong with them, trust me. The black heifer that wins the big division, the senior yearling division, just really easy on the eye. She's just good cattle. She's good from hooks to pins. She's a heifer, as I commented. Could I make that teat size just a little smaller in her? I could. Now, granted, she's the oldest one here, so they're bound to be a little bit bigger, but she's a good-footed kind of cattle. She's a heifer when she stops. At times, she looks to me like she wants to toe out just ever so slightly. But I'm not even sure that that's even part of her, because she's got the big old Clydesdale feet on her, big old toe spread, good from hooks to spins, like I said, and she's a heifer that's really nice in her head. If you would indulge me, I'm going to walk all 6 of these one more time, and we'll get you your champions.
And many thanks to our judge. Looking for all 6 of our heifers to move off on parade. Walk one more time before final selections are made in our Koziak Landon Cattle sponsored champion yearling heifer class of our junior show. Folks, if you are exhibiting in the junior show in South Ring, please know that once the females are done, once our grand champion junior show female is declared, we will have a 15-minute break between the junior show females and the junior show steers. Just so you know, same kind of break as we had with the 4-H and opens. And while we've got our junior show champion contenders walking, we've got Chloe and Carter Evans, Chloe and Carter Evans, that are going to do their cattle call. Tatum's down there with them. Chloe and Carter, give us your cattle call and get your name in on the draw. Nice work, Carter and Chloe. Great work. We'll be cheering you on. And our champion yearling heifer is Reed Hunter with K.R. Winnie 2529 from our very first class, the junior yearling class entry 627. Reed Hunter is our champion yearling heifer of the junior show, sponsored by Koziak Landon Cattle. Congratulations, Reed Hunter with K.R. Winnie 2529. And our reserve champion from the intermediate division, Graydon Bolter, entry 638, Boss Lake Ms. L 536N. The Simmental heifer for Graydon Bolter is our reserve champion. Congratulations, Graydon, joining Reed Hunter in the winner's circle and coming back in for our champion drive at the completion of our cow-calf classes. That moves us then into the first of our 2 splits of 2-year-olds. If you're marking a show program, there will be one split on Class 13S, one scratch, and that's entry 687. Please scratch entry number 687. And our sponsor for all of the 2-year-olds, Rasilvia Cattle Company, the Pashulka family of Derwent, Alberta. Many thanks to Rasilvia Cattle Company. In our junior show, please get those 2-year-old cow-calf pairs to the hitching ring, please. We're waiting on you for our junior show in the south ring. We're ready now once our exhibitors are ready to recommence in our north ring with the first of 2 splits of Simmental-influenced yearling heifers.
about the home we shared. But lonesome halls and empty walls are all that's there. So for now, your memory will have to do. Each day and night I walk the floor and think of you. Walk the floor and think about the home we shared. But lonesome halls and empty walls are all that's there. So for now, your memory will have to do. Each day and night I walk the floor and think of you.
Looks like our Simmental heifers, as we get ready to recommence our North Ring in the Open Show, are gathering at ringside, and we are expecting 7 yearling heifers to be coming in on the first split of Simmental influenced yearling heifers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. As Judge Garrett Liebrick takes the stage again as we move into our Open Show, this year evaluated by breeds. Simmental leading the way. We have a Simmental breed show, a Shorthorn, a Charolais, an Angus, and then an AOB, followed by our Open Grand Champion heifer. This first sponsor of our Simmental Influence Split 1 is The Backdrop. Many thanks to The Backdrop. In judging our Open Show, we have Garrett Liebrick, who grew up on a purebred cattle operation outside of Radville, Saskatchewan. He is, along with the rest of his family, run Merritt Cattle Company, a multi-generation Angus operation where they breed Angus and other breeds at various points through the course of time, currently breeding 200 Angus females and market through an annual bull sale in the spring and female sale in December. Garrett headed down to Kansas once he graduated high school to attend Hutchinson Community College on a livestock judging scholarship. Garrett has also had the privilege to travel across Canada judging shows from British Columbia to Quebec. We are very happy that Garrett was able to hop a province over to help judge both the 4-H division and now the Open Show. Thank you, Garrett, for being part of the very first cattle show in the new ag facility. And we've got our South Junior Show ring hopping again now with the first of 2 splits of cow-calf pairs sponsored by Resilvia Cattle Company. 3 pairs in the ring and 2 scratches. Please scratch entry number 683 and 687. Please scratch entries 683 and 687.
So as we jump into our 2-year-old pair division, got 3 really nice pairs here. I'll tell you the differentiation in them in terms of, as far as I'm concerned. The red pair here, I just think that's the combination package here. Just a bold-bodied cow, you know, got nice flesh on this cow for being a 2-year-old and putting a February calf in there that's that dense and that far along in his performance. Just a really nice pair. Nice udder, this cow, pretty good udder spread on her. She could probably, and again, I'm not trying to embarrass anybody or anything like that. You know, she's got nice feet. We get the feet trimmed on her. That's just a really nice cow, putting out a really nice calf for part of the unit. Second in this class, you know what's noteworthy about this pair is how much flesh this 2-year-old's got on her and got that kind of a March calf in the ring. That calf is the youngest calf in the ring. Certainly got plenty of performance to him. The cow's carrying a lot of flesh, which, boy, you can't knock her for that. In terms of, I don't usually like to see 2-year-olds have quite that much flesh on them, but I also am looking at what she brought to the ring with her, and so there's some milk coming out of that udder. You know, we could shorten those teats up just a little on that cow, but that's a really, really nice pair. And then we got a really eye-appealing pair here. They're going third. Cow, she doesn't have quite as much punch as the 2 cows ahead of her. You can see that. You can see what I can see. She's got nice teat placement. I'd like to pick her up in her pins a little. She's just a little frailer, the cow, and as a result, she puts a February heifer calf in the ring that's probably could be a little stouter too. So if I could bring a little more performance to the ring, I love the design. I like the freshness of front on this cow. Big-footed. All 3 of these cows got big old appealing feet. Just a really nice trio of 2-year-old pairs.
And thanks very much, Judge Bob May from Mineral Point, Wisconsin. First place is Chase Lauren with JML Moneypenny 19M and JMLC Percival 2P, the bull calf at side. Our Geltfie pair is our class winner and will be advancing to our Resilvia Cattle Company sponsored 2-year-old division championship. That's entry number 686 in first. Entry number 684 for Liam Richards is second in the class and will also be advancing with Crooked Creek Lass 53M and Crooked Creek Growth Fund 60P, the calf at side. If you're marking your show program as we move into our 2-year-old pairs in our South Ring Junior Show, entry 683 is a scratch, 684 is second, entry 685 is third in class, 686 is first, and 687, scratch from this class. We now will move into a class of what is in your show program as 5 2-year-old pairs, still sponsored by Resilvia Cattle Company in our South Ring Junior Show. Next up after this class will be the 2-year-old championship, followed by the mature pair, 2 splits in championship, and then into grand champion junior female. In our South Ring, we have our judge, Garrett Liebrick, working through his first of 2 splits of Simmental heifers in the open show. And Judge Bob May, 5 in your show program, 5 in the ring. Your 2-year-old class second split is complete. And comments from Garrett Liebrick as he pulls his top 2 around on his first split of Simmental yearling heifers, first class of the open show.
Well, I tell you what, we've got an awful deep class of heifers out here in this Simmental Influence division. There's a pair of females out here that are truly exceptional in just their kind, that are really right in terms of the way they're put together in their skeleton, their sound moving. They got a little extra attractiveness up front, and really, really tough pair, and I think you could flip-flop and go either way. For me, this goggle-eyed heifer is pretty unique. This one just hits me as a long-term cow. She's big-bodied, she's soft-sided, she's really level from her hooks to her pins. I love the angle of that shoulder. She's super maternal and refined about the shape of that head and her neck. She gets out and travels exceptionally well. What I like to see, just a notch more bone under her and tuck down her tail head just a bit, absolutely, and that's where this second-place heifer really does those things well. She's awesome-footed. She's really, really good at the ground. I love the angle of this one's shoulder. I love this one's skull. Really good bodied and long-sided. Just for me, I'd like to pry her apart a little bit at the ground. She gets just a little bit narrow-based for me, but that's getting awful picky on a really, really good one. That's an awful good pair of heifers to go ahead and start off this class. We get into a real power heifer coming in next. This is one that hits you hard when she's parked. I mean, this is as long-sided and big-ended as they get. One, while still being really, really sharp about her skull, she's got a nice presence. You like the angles of her as she's parked. When she gets out and moves, you would just like her to take a little bit longer, a little more free stride off either end, but that's a really, really unique breeding piece for that young man. Congratulations. We got a real fresh heifer coming in next. The slicked off one gives a real nice look from the side. She's well balanced. She's soft-sided. Really like the sweep to that body, to that lower body shape. I really like the angle of this one's hip and her hind leg. Just gets a little bit forward in terms of her shoulder. Like to make her reach just a little bit further out of her front end for her to go any higher. Really impressive black heifer coming in next, one that hits you as hard as any when she's parked. She is overwhelming in terms of her rib cage. I mean, she's really deep-sided, really soft-centered, really, really good in terms of her body shape. I would like to just change the way she utilizes that hip and hind leg a little bit, square her up in terms of her hock, and tighten her up just a nickel in terms of her chest for her to go any higher. Our young man's black heifer coming in next. This is one that's just a really good cattle. She's really good in terms of her angles. I like that shoulder. She's got enough extension ahead of that shoulder in terms of her neck. She's big-bodied and stout, real stout when you get in behind her. Love the sweep to that lower part of her body. And she's got really nice teeth set in underneath her. I would like to just stretch this one out just a nickel. She's a little short in terms of her cannon bone, a little smaller in terms of her stature, but young man, that's going to make a heck of a cow. Our young lady's red heifer rounding us off. This is one that's super stout. This Blaze red heifer is really good in terms of her body. I love the extra muscle and power she has. When she gets her stuck, that heifer gives you a heck of a good look. Just gets a little bit plainer in terms of her chest and a little bit tighter in terms of her forerib and heart, but that's an awful good set of heifers. Let's give these kids a hand.
And thanks very much, Judge Liebrick. First place and advancing to our division championship is Gracie Borson with entry 401 OAKPRJ Lizzo 5314N. Born March 15th, the youngest heifer in the class is our class winner and will be advancing. And so will Boss Lake Ms. L 536N, the Simmental heifer from Brooklyn Bolter, entry 405, February 22nd born. If you're marking a show program on class 11N, this is our Simmental influenced yearling heifers split number 1. Entry 401 places first, 402 is fourth, entry 403 is seventh in class, 404 fifth, 405 is second, entry 406 is third, and entry 407 stands sixth in class. Now coming into the ring, we're expecting to see 6 yearling heifers, and they're all present and accounted for per your show program. Judge Garrett Liebrick, your class is complete. Many thanks to Thomas and Reese Wildman, siblings from Sangudo area, assisting Judge Liebrick today as his ring staff. Marshalling out back, we have likely Garrett McPherson and Cole Dodson out there helping. Just a reminder to our South Ring Junior Show, we will be taking a photo break at the completion of our female drive for Judge Bob May and our champions to be photoed. We expect these to be in the neighborhood of 15 minutes, but they are Photo breaks between our junior show females and steers. And with the final placing of his class, we're ready with comments from Bob May on his second split of 2-year-olds, sponsored by Resilvia Cattle Company. Here is Judge May.
So in this class of 2-year-olds, got a really nice class here. The pair that I think has to win the class in terms of combination of a cow, a good-looking cow, and she's not the biggest footed cow in this class. She's a high-quality foot. It comes square to the ground on all 4 corners. She's got pretty good toe spread. Now, is she the biggest footed one in here? No. Is she of a high-quality foot? Yeah, she's definitely got that going on. She's square hip. She's a cow that's adequate in her udder placement. She wants to point out on this one on this side a little bit. Puts a phenomenal heifer calf in the ring for her. So as good a looking as she is, I love the flesh she's in. You know, she's not fat, she's not skinny, but she's certainly given it all to the calf. Really like the freshness of that cow's front, and she gave it to her baby to bring to the ring today. Just an outstanding pair. 2 and 3 was a little harder for me in terms of what do I want to do here for certain. I just admire the stoutness and the ruggedness of this cow in this second pair, and she puts an awesome high-performing January bull calf. Could I change his structure on his front a little? Yeah, I could if I was given the opportunity. But man, she to be that dense and that bold, she's very good from hooks to pins, very good in her center body. She's a cow that's really good from the top of her neck down into her jawline. Yeah, her teat, her udder attachment could be a little different. She's got feet that just scream at you. She's a big old footed thing. Just really admire that cow too. So she doesn't put quite as nice a calf in the ring, but I think that cow is absolutely outstanding. The third place pair we'll talk about, this Red Angus pair, is a pair that I actually contemplated going second with. Go ahead, you can take these out. This third place pair, really nice pair. She's a little more moderate frame cow, which isn't a bad thing. It's just an obvious thing. Her front udder attachment's a little different for me. I don't know if they nurse the calf a little too close to bringing him in. Her front 2 attachments on the other side more so than this side is just a little different. But that is a really nice made cow. And if you want to pull me off to the side when this is over and say, hey, I don't agree with you in 2 and 3 in that class, I'd say, hey, I get it. I mean, that's a very close placing. She's got big feet. Her front feet are better designed than her back. Her back, well, she got length to her foot. They're a little narrower than the front 2, which happens sometimes. But just a really nice pair. If you on the sidelines want to switch that pair, hey, I'm all in. You can reason that either way. That's the reasons I see them. The Charlet pair, the pair that comes out now with a big old taller January calf, I just like to get more width and dimension on both. I'd like to give that. I remember talking this cow, seeing this cow and seeing this calf in particular a little earlier, and I just think that this heifer needs to be exploded. I said about this heifer, the feed bucket's going to be the best friend to her, and I still believe that. I'd like to explode her off of both ends of her skeleton, make a little wider. I do like to see the way she goes off that back wheel. That comes from her mother, possibly her sire too. But her udder attachment just a little bit bolder than I'd like for a 2-year-old. But both, I want to give them a little more true dimension off both ends of their skeletal. But an awful nice pair. I love the condition this cow's in. You say she's a little skinny. Well, she's making a baby. She made a baby and she's bringing him to the ring. So I think that's an outstanding pair. That's the changes I'd put in them. And then the last pair here of 5 here, just a big old bold deep-bodied cow that needs a little bit of footwork in terms of the way her foot's designed. Her front toes are wanting to grow together just a little bit, but she is a dense bodied thing for sure. She brings a calf to the ring that's pretty dense bodied. Just a really nice pair. I'd like to tidy them up in their front 1/3.
And thanks very much, Judge Bob May. Comments on the Versilvia Cattle Company sponsored second split of 2-year-olds. The class winner is Fisk Suzy Q 415M with RLC Bougies 602P. The calf at side for Blake Fisk. Entry number 691 is our class winner and will be coming right back in for our champion 2-year-old pair. So will Desmond Fahy with WLF Red Countess 4002M. Entry number 693 placing second. If you're marking your show program on the second split of 2-year-olds, entry number 690 is third. 691 places first, 692 is fourth, 693 second, and 694 fifth in class. Our next class into the South Ring Junior Show is our champion 2-year-old pair, and we'll be reintroducing you to the 4 contenders. But first off, we've got placings in our Simmental influenced yearling heifer split number 2, the class sponsored by SIBL Simmental. To tell us all about it and how we got there, Judge Liebrick.
Well, again, an awfully high-quality top pair of cattle here standing out in front of us, and I think you could argue either direction. For me, this Baldy's heifer's extra stoutness and power and ability to hold her spine together well and have that tail head set in nice while traveling smooth and square and true on all 4 corners is where I leaned, and I used her up front. I mean, that's a really good-looking, really attractive skulled heifer that's just overwhelming in terms of her mass and power and her body shape. She has huge hips. She's got a tremendous amount of bone. She's really good in terms of her joints. I really like the shape of that foot when she travels away from you. She reaches true and square on all 4 corners. That's going to be a heck of a cow. Congratulations, young man. Now, if you like them a little bit more athletic and a little bit sportier, this second place heifer is the kind for you. She is really good looking. I mean, beautiful skull. I love the angle of this one's shoulder. She gets out and travels like a cat. She's stout enough when you get in behind her. For me, I just like to tighten her up a little bit in terms of her spine. She gets a little bit easy in terms of her top for me, and I'd like to expand her a little bit in terms of her heart and forerib. But I tell you what, that one's best days are ahead of her. That's an awfully good heifer to stand second. We get a real power cow coming in third for this young man. This is one that's just a mile long and super stout when you get in behind her. She's really bold in her rib cage. I love the teats underneath her. She's pretty about her head. She just gets a little bit upright in terms of her shoulder. I'd like her to take a little bit more free and comfortable stride off either end for her to go any higher, but that's going to be a heck of a power cow. Congratulations, young man. Our young man's heifer coming in next is one that's built really right. This black heifer, I like the angle of her shoulder. I like the angle of her hip and her hind leg. She's really good at the ground. I like that foot shape a lot. She just sacrifices a little bit in terms of attractiveness, gets a little bit plainer about her head and her neck compared to those heifers above her, but an awfully good cow for that young man. Our young lady's black baldy heifer coming in next is one that's got a tremendous amount of substance. She's big-footed, she's big-boned, she's bold-bodied and stout when you get in behind her. With all that power, I just like to tone it back just a bit, make her a little bit softer and a little bit more attractive through her skull, and make her a little bit more mobile off either end. We got a really unique heifer rounding off the class. This Baldy's got a tremendous amount of body, really angular in terms of her front end design. I love her skull. She's very pretty about her head and her neck. I need to change her in terms of her heart and her forerib there right in behind her shoulder and pick her up in her pin set, make her a little bit more coordinated off those rear two. But what a good set of heifers. Congratulations to these kids.
And thanks, Judge Liebrick. In our North Ring Open show, our top 2 are entry 414 for Hawken Mater and 417 for Tidy Livestock. We'll introduce you to those contenders as well as the full placings on Class 12N in just a few moments' time. But we're ready actually with comments on our champion cow-calf pair 2-year-old division. with Judge Bob May. Just want to let everyone know who those contenders are once again, and that's actually Chase Lauren with JML Moneypenny 19M, the Gelpfie pair, entry number 686, followed by Liam Richards with Crooked Creek Lass 53M, the Angus Cow entry 684. From the second split, we had a couple of Simmental. Blake Fisk with Fisk Suzy Q 415M, entry 691, and Desmond Fahy with WLF Red Countess 4002M, entry 693. Comments from Bob May.
So on the front end of our 2-year-olds, the first split, the first class of our split, the red pair that comes out of that, just a really good combination pair, as I spoke them in class. A cow that's somewhat moderate in her frame, but brings us a stout old high-performing bull calf to the ring. And she beats a black pair here in this class that, as I commented, the cow's got plenty of condition on her, but she sends us a really nice calf for the ring, so got a nice udder placement. In the second class of our split, the baldy cow, the black and white cow with the baldy heifer calf, January heifer calf, just really nice, just a really, really good pair in terms of considering the cow and the calf. The baldy cow is elongated in her spine. She's long from hooks to pins, good in her bone work. Not necessarily wanting to be a show cow today, is she? She's wanting to be anywhere but standing still. And she puts a really outstanding heifer calf in the ring. So she did her job, and the flesh she's in correlates with the flesh she put on her heifer calf. She's working, and she's putting it in her calf. The red cow that comes out of that class second subsequently to her, just bold to be sure. I mean, this thing has got bone and foot, and she's good in her top line, good in her barrel. Would I like to make her udder placement as a 2-year-old a little different? I would, but man, that thing's stout from hooks to pins and puts a high-performing bull calf in the class. I'll show you the two I like in the order I like them. This was an outstanding set of 2-year-olds.
And thank you, Judge May. Looking for our Rosilvia champion and reserve champion 2-year-old pair of our junior show. And it will be from our second split, our champion, Blake Fisk, with Fisk Suzy Q 415N, the Simmental cow with RLC Bougie 602P, the calf at side. They'll be representing the 2-year-olds in our grand champion drive of our junior show. Blake Fisk, entry 691 with our champion 2-year-old. Looking now for a reserve, and sticking with the second split, Desmond Fahy with WLF Red Countess 4002M, the Simmental pair, entry 693, is our reserve division champion. So we move now into the first of 2 splits of mature cows with Judge Bob May in our junior show. And we want the opportunity for Garrett Liebrick to talk about his Simmental-influenced yearling heifer championship. But first, we want to let you know that those placings in Class 12N, sponsored by SIBL Simmentals, the second split, entry 410 placed 5th, 411 and 12 were scratches, 413 places 4th, 414 is 1st, 415 6th, 416 3rd, and 417 places 2nd. So in the ring now we have Gracie and Brooklyn and Hawken and Ty D. Our winner of the first split, entry 401, OAKP RJ Lizzo 5314N, the Simmental Angus born March 14th from Gracie Borson, was the winner of our first split. Brooklyn Bolter has second place from that first split, entry 405, with Boss Lake Ms. L 536N. Hawken Mater with Mater Rose 71N would win our second split, entry 414, with Ty D Livestock placing second with Ty D's High Caliber Elegance. Ladies and gentlemen, comments from Garrett Liebrick on his Simmental-influenced yearling heifer champion.
Well, we've had an awfully, only 2 classes of these Simmental influences, but there's some awfully good females we sent back to the barn, and there's 4 exceptional ones standing out here in front of us. And let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. I think you could go either direction any way you like, and I'd listen to you, but we're going to stick with those 2 heifers out of Class 1. Congratulations to you, young ladies.
And so the junior heifers of our Simmental yearlings become champion and reserve champion, both from the first split. Gracie Borson with Oak P RJ Lizzo 5314N, the Simmental cross heifer. Entry 401 is our champion, sponsored by the Alberta Simmental Association. The March 15th heifer will advance on behalf of the Simmental to our Open Show Championship. and she'll be joined by entry 405, Brooklyn Bolter, with Boss Lake Ms. L, 536N. Entries 401 and 405 are champion and reserve champion, Simmental-influenced yearling heifer. Now we have our shorthorn heifers. We expect 6 yearling heifers to be coming into the ring in a class sponsored by Double Arrow Stock Farm. And in our south ring, our first split is entering the ring of our mature pairs, sponsored by the Pet Pad, Lloydminster. Again, we're expecting 5 cow-calf pairs coming into this first class. In our mature pair split number 1 in our south ring, class 16S, we believe entry 699 is a scratch. Please scratch entry number 699. And in our North Ring Open Show, our Double Arrow Stock Farm sponsored Shorthorn influenced yearling heifer, please scratch entry number 421 and 424. Please scratch entries number 421 and 424. Many thanks to Double Arrow Stock Farm. That's Evan Patrickin, another outstanding former junior, an exhibitor here not that many years ago, and also someone who's done a fair little bit of work with DLMS as well. Sponsor of our Shorthorn influenced yearling heifer class, class 14N. Over in our south ring, the Pet Pad Lloydminster sponsors our mature pair split 1, and in fact the whole mature division of our junior show. There's only one class remaining in our south ring that are animals we haven't seen that are entered in the junior show. That's the second split of mature pairs. Then we have our mature pair champion, and then, ladies and gentlemen, the grand and reserve grand champion junior show female class.
So just a little bit more of a challenging class here, if you will, in terms of the pair that's going to win this. She wins the contest going away as far as what she's put in the ring for a calf. She not only put a phenotypically eye-appealing heifer in this class, but she's got some for sure performance to her. And I look at the cow, you know, when I drive out in my pasture, those cows are the kind you love to see. But on the other hand, I get thinking, man, I wish she was given a little more to the calf. And of course, then when you see this one's calf, you're like, well, you can't say that about this pair. Is she pretty fat? Yeah, she's got a lot of condition on her. I like her udder placement. She's big-footed. She's a cow that needs her feet trimmed. And again, somebody's going to go home mad that I kept bringing that up. I don't mean to. It's a little hard to evaluate exactly how they move if they do need their feet trimmed. And she's not in dire need of it. But I think we'll call her moves good enough. Man, she is so big, bold-bodied, and she comes to us and puts such an awesome calf in this ring. The red pair here is a really nice pair. A cow a little more in the condition you would think that's really given a lot of milk to her calf, but that calf's no further along than the calf that's going to win this class. She's a big-footed cow, a big reaching cow, good from hooks to pins, puts a real nice long-bodied calf. Feed is the best, is going to be his best asset going forward. He's just going to get better. Young lady, bring your cow back. Anyway, what I've talked about on several occasions today, I like cattle with some body length. I know, you get them so long bodied, sometimes they don't appear to be deep enough bodied. But again, I'll reiterate, I think this red baldy calf feed is in his favor. The longer he sends, once he's weaned in front of a feed bunk, the better he's going to get. The third and fourth place, it gets a little closer for me in terms of I've opted to go with a cow that's a little more optimum in her hip from hooks to pins as the cow that we'll talk about here in a second. I think her tailhead sits in her a little better. She's a nice uddered cow. Comes with a heifer she's a little bit plainer, but she's a heifer that's got depth of side, performance. That thing will weigh something on the scale. That cow's doing an awful nice job. Like the cow that was second in this class, she carries quite a bit of condition, but she is not cheating that calf, so I'm good with all of that. And then the fourth place pair in this class, as I said, as I compare them, cow, big-footed cow, could sure use a little bit of trimming so I can see how she goes.
And thank you, Bob, for those comments on our first split of our mature pairs sponsored by the Pet Pad Lloydminster. Sage Schneider has our first class winner in the mature division, entry number 698, Goodview Black Bonnie 54J, with NLF Black Bonnie 601P. Heifer calf at side for Sage is our class winner and will be coming back in for the Pet Pad Lloydminster Championship. Kylie Bellamy will be joining Sage in that champion drive, entry 700, CEN Pendleton's Whiskey Girl 442L. If you're marking your show program, entry number 696 is third in this class of split number one mature pair. 697 is fourth, 698 first, 699 is a scratch, and 700 places second. There will be one more class of mature pairs, and there's a couple scratches, both entries 702 and 705, leaving 3 for our judge. But first, let's hear comments from Judge Garrett Liebrick on his Shorthorn Division Champion on Shorthorn-influenced yearling heifers, sponsored by Double Arrow Stock Farm.
Well, we've got two awfully good heifers standing out here at the front of this class. They're different types and kinds, and you can argue either direction, but this really high-end heifer, that really high tie-in, really good-looking one, will do it for me today. She is so sleek about her head and her neck, tidied up in her chest floor. She's bold in her rib cage. She's stout when you get in behind her, and when she gets set in motion, she absolutely floats. She reaches and stays true on all four corners. Really like the way that one moves. Now, I would like to change her skull just a nickel and make her a little bit softer in terms of her body shape, and that's where that heifer in second goes ahead and has has the advantage. She is huge in terms of her center cavity. Really like the angle of that one shoulder. She's really good in terms of her heart and her forerib. I like the hip shape and the muscle she has when she gets going away from you. And I like the foot at the ground. I just got to tighten her up a little bit in terms of her tail head and stretch her out in front of that shoulder for her to go any higher. But an awful good pair to start the class. We get into a real long-sided one with a tremendous amount of foot and bone coming in next, one that's got some length of neck in front of that shoulder. Really like the angle of that shoulder. She just gets a little bit flat everywhere for me. She's closed up a little bit in terms of her heart and her forerib and tapers back from her hooks to her pins. It's a little flatter in terms of her muscle pattern, but that's going to be a lot of fun for that young lady. We got a really well-balanced roan heifer coming in next, rounding off our class. One with a ton of length and one that's really pretty about her skull. I like the angle of this one's shoulder. She just doesn't have the extra look or volume of those heifers ahead of her, but a really nice set of shorthorn heifers.
And thanks very much, Judge Liebrick. First place is Reed Hunter with entry number 4256S Perfect Soul 85NET. The March heifer, or February 3rd heifer, is our Shorthorn champion, sponsored by Double Arrow Stock Farm. We'll be advancing to our Open Show Grand Champion female class and be joined by Millbrook Maria, PL321NET, entry 422, from Kate Nielsen. If you're marking a show program, you can put the following placings beside the entries of class number 14N, where entry 420 is fourth, 421 is a scratch, 422 places second and advances, 423 is third, 424 is a scratch, and entry 425 places first and advances in first place. Next up, class number 15N has 3 Charlet-influenced yearling heifers sponsored by the Alberta Charlet Association. There is one scratch from this class, and it will be entry 428, Haley Walgenbach. Please scratch entry number 428, leaving us with 426 and 427. Judge, your class is complete.
So in this class of older pairs, an easy pair in my opinion to start this class with in terms of combination of cow and calf. Just got a really practical cow to nurse this calf, and a calf with a lot of performance and a lot of look. Got good angles on both ends of this calf, good from hooks to pins, as is her mother. Love this cow from hooks to pins. Pretty good in her udder placement, pretty good in her foot size. She's just a combination cow, hard to poke a big hole in, as is her calf. The calf that excels in terms of evaluating the next 2 pairs is simply the red bull calf that comes on this black cow. In terms of, man, you talk about performance up to the ceiling. That's really nice calf. He's a calf, yeah, he gets a little plainer up through his front end, but that cow has got her working clothes on. She's a cow that's given that calf all she's got. His angles are good. He is a stout rascal, to be sure. I would like to change this cow's udder a little bit, especially in her front 2 quarters. They look a little bit off to me. But with that being said, that's a really nice pair there. And I think the reason that they have to win over I think as a pair, that it's maybe just a little better pair. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say, well, I like that cow in the second placing better than this cow in the third, because I'm not so sure I do. But as I evaluate them as a pair, I think I got to stick with what my heart believes in terms of, I'd like to drop this heifer calf down. Her mother's got body galore, and I wish she was given just a little more of that calf. Her calf is beautiful neck, beautiful fronted, really good in her hip. but as much cow as there is behind her, I wish we were throwing just a little bit more performance inside to that heifer calf. That's how I see those 3 pairs.
And thanks very much, Judge Bob May. First place is Trayton French with entry number 704, LUV Ms. Pickles, 305L, with LUV Ms. Delight, 603P, the heifer calf at side. That's our class winner of our second split of mature pairs, sponsored by the Pet Pad Lloydminster. Trayton will be remaining in the ring with the pair, as will Sierra Brand, entry 703, with RJY Queen of Hearts, 31, with SGB Redline, the calf at side. If you're marking your show program on Class 17S, entry 702 is a scratch. 703 places second. 704 is first. 705 a scratch, and 706 is third. As they come back into the ring, we will reintroduce you to our contenders, because they are, from our first split, Sage Schneider with entry number 698, Goodview Black Bonnie 54J, the Angus cow-calf pair. And in second place, Kylie Bellamy with CEN Pendleton's Whiskey Girl 442L, the Scimitar, entry number 700. And then from our second split, it's a couple of Scimitars, Trayton French with LUV Ms. Pickles 305L, entry 704. And in second place from that second split, RJY Queen of Hearts 31, entry 703 from Sierra Brand. This is our champion mature pair, sponsored by the Pet Pad Lethbridge. Next up will be our grand champion junior female, where our heifer calf, yearling heifer, 2 and mature cow champions will all be in the ring. Let's hear in our north ring, Charlet influenced yearling heifer class, sponsored by Alberta Charlet Association, on the placings from Judge Liebrick.
Well, there's just a pair of heifers out here, and I think you could flip them back either way, and I'd listen to your argument. For me, this little more toned-down, moderate style of heifer is more my kind. She's really good in terms of her body shape. I love how well-balanced she is from the side. She's appropriate in terms of her condition for this stage in the game. I like the angle of her shoulder. Love the length from her hip. She gets out and travels well. Where I'd like to change her just a nickel is change that rear foot just a hair for her to go to the next level, but that's an awful nice heifer to go ahead and win this class. We've got an extremely powerful heifer coming in next, one with a tremendous amount of length and stretch to her. She is beautiful ahead of that shoulder. I love the shape of her neck. She's got a beautiful skull. She is a mile long. She's soft-sided. She gets out and travels well. For me, I just like to soften her up and expand her in terms of her rib cage, make her a little bit bolder in terms of her forerib, give her a little more shape up high, and soften her up just a nickel to match that extreme length and frame. But that's going to make a heck of a cow for that young man down the road. Nice pair of heifers.
And many thanks to our judge, all the way from Moradville, Saskatchewan, Garrett Liebrick, determining that Colby Simmons has our Alberta Charlet Association-sponsored champion Charlet influenced yearling heifer with entry 426, Murray's Design 162N, and the reserve champion Riley Brewer with KFC Jewel 91N, entry 427, our champion and reserve champion Charlet influenced yearling heifers. Next up for Judge Liebrick is Class 16N, near and dear to his heart, the Alberta Angus Association sponsored Angus Influence yearling heifer, where we do believe there will be 3 scratches, and those scratches include entry 430, 431, and 437. Please scratch entries number 430, 431, and 437. We're ready now with comments over in our South Ring Mature Pair Championship from Judge May.
Over here on the mature side, just 2 classes of split, just 2 classes here. And the Angus pair that starts it out, I made no secret, I really like this calf in terms of the job the cow's doing. I commented, if I just saw her, if I drove up on this cow in the pasture, I would think that this cow probably doesn't have that much of a calf because she's quite conditioned. I guess I'll just say it that way. And there's no denying she's putting it into her calf. So while she's staying in that kind of shape, she's a cow that surely carries some condition. Now, am I going to tell you that I just would love the way she goes in motion? I think some of it is, a part of it is because she is kind of a fatter type female, but where she excels the cow that comes out of the second class is her udder placement, her teat placement. She's a little smaller teated. I like her teat placement, so she excels there. As far as foot size, I wouldn't call either of these cows that come out of this first two classes in this division, I wouldn't call them either of them huge-footed, but she does have the advantage over the red baldy cow that comes out of the second class as far as her foot size. This one here is just a little smaller, more a little refined in her foot, but also puts an awesome, awesome calf in the ring. I think they're both very good cows. I think they both put very good calves in the ring. I'm not going to lie to you, it's between these two. While I tell you that I'd like to see this black cow go in motion a little better, she struggles a little. I do like her teat placement a little better, and I like her foot size just a little better. Really, really like the calf she put in the ring. The baldy cow that comes out of the second class, well, I really like this cow. She's in more optimum condition as far as I'm concerned in terms of the condition she is, but she hasn't put any more of a profiling calf in the ring than the black cow. So with that being said, I'm going to walk around these. I'm not going to walk them again. I'm going to walk around these one more time and get you a champion in reserve.
And thanks very much, Judge May. Judge May looking for his champion and reserve champion mature pair. Sponsored by the Pet Pad Lloydminster. The final piece of the puzzle for his Grand Champion Junior Female class. And it will be from our first split, Sage Schneider. Goodview Black Bonnie 54J is our champion mature pair. And our reserve champion will be from the second split, Trayton French with LUV Ms. Pickles 305L, entry 704, our reserve champion. So ladies and gentlemen, that is all of our division champions in our South Ring Junior Show. Judge Bob May has actually built his Grand Champion female class, and we will take the opportunity to reintroduce you to them all in just a few moments' time. And remember, folks, we are breaking for photos after our Grand Champion Junior Show female before we get into the steers. But our Grand Champion Junior Female class is sponsored by KR Charlet, that's the Phillips family of Wassetna, Alberta, and Downhill Simmental. We will be seeing 4 sets of champions come into the ring, and here they come. So leading off the way, you will notice that our heifer calf champion entry, before we introduce you to that champion class though, we're going to have comments on the Angus Influence yearling heifer class from Judge Garrett Liebrick. Please, Garrett, take it away.
We've got an awesome set of 5 heifers out here in the Angus show. There's one out here that needs to win, and I think needs to win awful handily. Really good looking heifer, one that's a mile long, super sound, good bodied, stout enough. Love her skull. That heifer wins, and she wins easy. Congratulations to you. You get into a little bit more of a discussion in the next 3 heifers. For me, this heifer that I go ahead and put in second just screams power cow. I love the body shape and body type of this heifer. She holds herself exceptionally well when she's set in motion. Like her angles, she's good at the ground. She's got nice teats underneath her. Really pretty headed heifer. One that I just think is maybe a little bit too far in terms of condition for me to be perfect today, but that's going to be a heck of a cow down the road. I like that one a lot. We get into a unique heifer next, coming in third. One with a tremendous amount of foot and bone, super striking in her style. I mean, she's really angular and sharp in that front 1/3. You love how she ties her neck out of her shoulder, really sharp about her skull. She gives you a killer look off the side. This one, for me, I've got to expand in terms of her heart and her forerib, maybe relax her just a hair in terms of her shoulder, but that's a really unique heifer that's going to make a lot of fun ones down the road. Congratulations to you. Get into a real big bellied power kind of a heifer coming in next. She's built good at the ground. I love the body shape and the extreme length she has. She's just a little bit shorter in terms of her design, a little bit shorter in her cannon bone, a little shorter frame. Like to stretch her out a little bit everywhere, but that's a big powerful cow that'll do a nice job for that young man. our young man's heifer rounding us off. This is one that's just got a tremendous amount of length. This is a heifer that's just going to go out and lay down and have her calf in the pasture like she's supposed to. She's big-bodied, long-sided, pretty-headed, one that just doesn't have the extra bone or look of those heifers ahead of her. But what a really nice set of Angus heifers.
And thanks very much to Judge Garrett Liebrick for indicating the placings on our Angus Influence Yearling Heifer class, sponsored by Alberta Angus Association. Brooklyn Bolter wins that class with Boss Lake Ms. Donna, 530N. The entry is entry 433, and that is our class winner. Dakota Noble places second with entry 436, Noble El Doreen 7N, and those two will be advancing on behalf of the Angus Influence to our Open Grand Champion Female. If you're marking a show program, Class 16N reads like this. 430 is a scratch. So is 431 and 432. 433 places first. That's our champion. 434 is third. 435 is a scratch. 436 is second. That's our reserve division champion. 437 is a scratch. And 438 placing fifth. 439 fifth. We're going to pause for just a moment in our North Ring Open show on Class 17N because one of the exhibitors in this class is busy over in our South Ring, and we'll take this opportunity to introduce you to these champion contenders. Our heifer calf champion, actually you do not see standing on its own because we're going to introduce her in a moment's time, but that's actually Blake Fisk's RLC Bougie 602P. Entry 605 is our heifer calf champion. The white heifer that's there, that's the reserve heifer calf champion. Entry 602, Abigail Tillman with near Pandora's Box 2P. Then we have our junior yearling champion, Reed Hunter with KR Winnie 2529. Entry 627 is our champion. The reserve champion, Brooklyn Bolter with entry 635, Boss Lake Ms. Donna 530N. Into our intermediate yearlings, no, we have our overall champion yearlings. Sorry, folks. That's Reed Hunter's KR Winnie 2529. Our champion yearling, the reserve champion, Graydon Bolter, with entry 638, Boss Lake Ms. L 536N. That is our reserve champion overall yearling heifer. Getting into the 2-year-olds, where we had the opportunity to look at Blake Fisk, and this is also where the heifer calf champion comes from. Entry 691, Blake Fisk with Fisk Susie Q 415M with the heifer calf champion on her. That is our champion 2-year-old. The reserve champion 2-year-old, Desmond Fahe, entry number 693, WLF Red Countess 4002M. And then our mature cow champion, Sage Schneider, has the mature cow champion with the Angus Goodview Black Bonnie 54J. Entry 698, and our reserve, Trayton French with LUV Ms. Pickles 305L, the Simmental pair, entry 704. Our judges patiently waiting to make comments on our Grand Champion Junior Female class, sponsored by KR Charlet and Downhill Simmentals. Folks, here is Bob May.
So folks, as we wrap this up, I know we're moving into steers after a little picture taken here, and for those of you that may be loading up and going home, it's been my pleasure to be out here in this ring judging with your kiddos. One thing we share a commonality, no matter if you're in the States or in Canada. I hardly ever judge an open show up down home. I could care less about judging an open show. I like judging junior shows, and I like the attitude of your kids. Do I understand disappointment? You dang right I do. I've experienced plenty of it in my life, as anybody out in this ring has. It's not a guarantee you're going to win. There's a major difference between being disappointed when you don't win and having an attitude when you don't win. I never seen one kid today. Obviously, you come out in this ring hoping for that first place spot, and only one gets it. So I'm proud of you kids for being the way you are, and the parents that are raising them. What a facility, huh? And my ring help, oftentimes I'll be getting on that airplane tomorrow, like, doggone it, I forgot to thank my ring help. I've had awesome ring help. Haven't had to wait on any classes. When a kid needs help, they're there to help them. So I'll talk these cattle real quick. I've already talked them once. The steel-colored heifer, the butterscotch-colored heifer that wins that division. She is really nice, you know. And I hope somebody didn't take my comment wrong. When she hit the ring, I thought, man, she almost looks like a market heifer. And The thing about her is maybe it's just her color, because her muscle pattern is that of a female, to be sure. She's got some width off of both ends of her structure, but she's very feminine. She's good and fresh through the center part of her body. Very well shown, very nice presented. I guess what I really appreciate about this heifer is her bone work. It's not overkill where it's bigger than the fence post that you just put in, but she's got perfect angle to it. She's got good feet, long, soft pastured, just a really, really good female. So if I threw that market heifer comment out there, I certainly didn't mean anything by it that I thought she belonged in the market show. That is a breeding piece, to be sure. The 2-year-old pair that come out, I commented how much I like that pair. What a fancy heifer calf she put in the ring. She's got her working clothes on. She's not skinny, but she sure is working. She's putting it all in her calf. The cow's elongated, the calf's elongated. As we go forward, we're going to want to see that calf drop her barrel just ever so slightly. But man, that's an outstanding pair. That cow is more concerned about that calf, and that makes her a good mama. Then we come down to the over 2-year-old pairs, and we come down. This was a little harder placing for me, because I'll grant you, the cow that mothers this calf that wins the division, I'd like to see her go a little better. She's plenty fat, and I'm going to attribute a lot of it to that. I like her teat placement more so than the cow that stands reserved to her. The pair that stand reserve, as good as they are in their own right, that cow put an awfully good calf in the ring also. I don't think judging is an opinion, and it's whatever fits your fancy that day. I don't get in very many arguments after a show, because I respect other people's opinions too, but that's how I see these cattle here. I'm going to go ahead and I'm not going to walk them again. I've seen these cattle walk a lot. There's 2 heifers out here I think need to dominate this side of the ring. Whether I'm right or wrong, I'm right in my mind. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Judge May. And our champion will be Reed Hunter, K.R. Winnie, 25-29. The March heifer from the junior yearling class becomes our champion. Congratulations to Reed Hunter. Our junior yearling champion, who became our yearling champion, is now our junior show grand champion. And sticking with the yearlings, Graydon Bolter, Boss Lake Ms. L 536N. The Blazeface Scimitar is our reserve grand champion. Entry number 638 becomes our reserve grand champion. So congratulations, Reed Hunter and Graydon Bolter, receiving the KR Charlet and Downhill Scimitars Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Junior Female Awards. Folks, Reed and Graydon are going to head off for photos right now. We will have about a 15-minute break, however long it takes to get the backdrop photos taken. If there's anyone who wants to get in right now on our JAS Classic Cows Make Me Happy Cooler Call Your Cows competition, we would welcome your cattle call. Coming into our north ring now is our AOB influenced yearling heifer, sponsored by the Josephburg Agricultural Society. There's 3 in your show program, and Judge Liebrick, your class is complete. And we are going to welcome now Blaine Burkhart to do his cattle call. And we'll just have him, we'll take you, Blake, right into the show ring here. And we'll hear your cattle call, Blake Burkhart. Excuse me, guys. How are you doing?
Good, and you?
Good to see you. Yes, we are. Alrighty, Blake.
Oh, that's a cow call, though. I can see it coming. Sounds good.
Alrighty, Blake, right over here. And just belt her out. Shout it out for us.
Really loud. Really loud. Do it again. Really loud.
Come, girls.
Nice work, Blake. Good work. That's 4 cattle calls that we have now. Thanks very much, Blake.
Good job, pal. I got it. Before you guys come up. I know exactly who he's talking to.
We got just 3 heifers out here in this AOB, and the smoky, silver, peach, whatever color you want to call her. This one's flat good, really good bodied and elegant when she goes, and does it with a ton of power and substance. Congratulations to you, young man. Get into a little tougher decision here on second and third. This Baldy heifer here for me just has a little extra substance and style. She's got a little extra length. She's a mile long. Really like the angle of that one's hip and her hind leg. Good bodied, really good at the ground. Where I would like to make her change her a little bit is make her a little bit softer, and that's where our black heifer has the advantage. I love the barrel and the rib cage in this one. She's super stout when you get in behind her. She's good at the ground. Just like to stretch her out a little bit and give her a little bit more wood underneath her for her to go any higher. But what a nice set of 3 heifers out here in the AOB.
And thanks very much, Judge Liebrick. KR Winnie 2529 is our AOB influenced yearling heifer champion, sponsored by Josephburg Agricultural Society. Entry 444 is first for Reed Hunter. And in second, our reserve champion is Nala. Entry 442 from Jaron Lehman. If you're marking a show program, entry 442 places second, 443 is third, and entry 444 is first in class. So here they come, our parade of champions, ladies and gentlemen, for the Rio Grande Angus and H.R. Hahn Cattle Company and Hahn Meat Market sponsored Open Grand Champion Female Class. Our champion Simmental, Oak P. R.J. Lizzo, 5314N, the Simmental Angus Cross from Gracie Borson, entry 401. Our champion Simmental. Our reserve champion Simmental, Boss Lake Ms. L, 536N from Brooklyn Bolter, entry 405. Our champion Shorthorn, Reed Hunter, with Success Perfect Soul, 85N ET. The reserve champion, entry 422, Kate Nielsen, Millbrook Maria, PL 321N ET. Our champion Charlet is Colby Simmons, entry 426. Murray's Design 162N, and the reserve KFC Jewel 91N, Riley Brewers, entry 427. Our Angus Influence comes next, where Brooklyn Bolter had our champion, entry 433, Boss Lake Ms. Donna 530N, and the reserve champion Dakota Noble with entry 436, Noble Eldorine 7N. And then rounding out the field, our AOB champions, Reed Hunter with KR Winnie 2529, entry 444, and reserve champion Jaron Lehman with Nala, entry 442. These comprise the 5 divisions of our open show, judged by Garrett Liebrick. Our Grand Champion female, once again sponsored by Rio Grande Angus and H.R. Hahn Cattle Company and Hahn Meat Market. And our judge is Garrett Liebrick, who grew up on a purebred cattle operation outside of Radville, Saskatchewan. His family are Merit Cattle Company, and they breed 200 Angus females that they market annually through an annual bull sale in the spring and their female sale in December. Garrett attended Hutchinson Community College, also known as Hutch, in Kansas on a livestock judging scholarship, and he has since then had the privilege to travel across Canada judging shows from British Columbia to Quebec. We're happy Garrett was able to hop a province over to help judge both the open show as well as earlier the 4-H division. Thank you, Garrett, for being part of the very first cattle show here in the new ag facility. Garrett has been on point all day in the Pointe. And now to put a point on his Grand Champion heifer class in the open division, Garrett Liebrick.
Well, thanks, Rob. This has been a tremendous amount of fun for me to sort through these heifers. There's a really, really good set standing out in front of us, and we sent a few back to the barn that were definitely worthy. This has been a tremendous amount of fun for me to sort through. I won't go through these cattle again. You heard me talk about them enough. But there's a couple heifers out here I'm incredibly partial to. And let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause, and I'll get you a champion and reserve champion.
Looking for the Rio Grande Angus and H.R. Hahn Cattle Company and Hahn Meat Market Grand Champion Open Heifer, Judge Garrett Liebrick. Exhibitors, he knows what it's been like to be on the halter, so he's probably going to have a little fun with you, I suspect. He's bred and raised and shown champions himself in a very progressive operation. The Liebrick family and their outfit, truly one of the best seed stock breed producers in the whole of the world right now. A lot of merit in merit, and a lot of merit in our AOB Influence Champion Yearling Heifer KR Winnie 2529 Reed Hunter. Entry 444 is our Grand Champion Open Heifer. The Reserve Grand Champion, entry 433, Brooklyn Bolter with Boss Lake Ms. Donna 530N. The AOB and the Angus Influence becoming our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion. Congratulations, Reed Hunter, as the hits just keep on coming for KR Winnie 2529 and Brooklyn Bolter with our Reserve Champion, Boss Lake Ms. Donna 530N. The Angus Champion, entry 433, is our Reserve Grand Champion. Folks, next up in our open show, the steers. It'll be steers on both sides. Junior show steers in the south ring and open show steers in the north. Folks, we will commence our junior show steer in the south ring first before we get into our open show steers in the north ring. We will have our lightweight steers first in the south ring. We do want to remind you to come and try your skill at the Cows Make Me Happy cooler draw by giving us your cattle call. 1 entry per person. And if you come and let us know, you fill out our little form that puts your name in the entry draw, we'll get you in the ring and have you deliver your call. So folks, we will actually be running the light and middleweight steer classes in our junior show South Ring before we have the first classes of the open show steers. So those of you that are in the lightweight or middleweight classes of the junior show, those will be the first classes run, and then we will commence with our lightweight steers in our open show North Ring, concurrent with when our heavyweight steer class comes into the South Ring. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some cattle calls for you. They're going to come to us from Averley Palenque, and Austin Palenque. And Averley will go first. Averley.
Come on, girls, come on.
And Austin. Averley, do it one more time for us.
Do it loud.
Come on, girls, come on.
I think that works. Austin.
Come on, girls, come on.
That's how you call them.
Come on, girls, come on.
Nice work. Thank you very much, Averley and Austin. We'll get your names in on the draw for the cooler. And I believe that we are ready with our junior show steer class number, lightweight steers. There will be 8 steers coming into the ring for our judge, Bob May. If you happen to have lost a phone, we do have a phone turned into the announcer stand. So if someone has lost a phone, we do have a phone at the announcer stand in Lost and Found. And Judge Bob May, your class of lightweight steers is complete. This is a class from 1,020 to 1,128. So a 128-pound weight differential from our lightest to our heaviest in our lightweight steer division. Evaluating our junior show steers is Bob May from Mineral Point, Wisconsin, who is a judge and cattle breeder who, with his family, own May Cattle Company, focusing on breeding and marketing quality show cattle. Bob has spent decades in the livestock industry as a producer, exhibitor, and judge. Bob has judged at many major national and state livestock shows, including the Arizona National Livestock Show, the National Junior Angus Show in Louisville, and the National Western Stock Show in Denver, as well as many more. Bob was inducted into the Showtimes Magazine Hall of Fame in 2011 and is known for raising the legendary Maine Anjou bull Sugar Ray. He has served as a Purina Feeds ambassador, Weaver Leather ambassador, and coached youth livestock judging teams and conducted fitting clinics all across the United States. His work emphasizes practical cattle evaluation and industry education. Bob now holds the honor of being the first American judge to sort the JAS Classic, currently in its 28th year in the Pointe. There have been many young Canadian judges that have had their formal education and a significant amount of experience in the United States as judges here at JAS. But an actual American, Bob is our first. And we would like to thank him for making the trip north to be with us today. Bob will be sorting through our junior show steers. And this is the first sponsored by Interpipeline. Many thanks to Interpipeline. Carter? Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Come on, 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 cows! Come on, come on, come on, come on, cows!
To which they run, I'm sure. Many thanks, Carter Wood. Many thanks to Carter Wood. JC Waltz. JC Waltz, come ahead and give us your call. Go ahead, JC.
Cow boss, cow boss.
Nice work, JC. Cow boss, cow boss.
It's the open steer show, but we've had to pause it because it's crossing over, and then it's Showmanship.
Cash. Okay, Cash, give it a go.
Come here, cows.
That'll work. Many thanks, Cash. Our next cattle call is coming to us from Eva.
Say, come on, girls, come on. Say that, please, Eva. Call the cows. Say moo. Say moo, Eva. Just yell. Just say, come on, cows. Eva, it's okay. Just yell. Just say, just come on, cows. It's a microphone. Just try.
Austin, you want to
Say,
call
come on,
him?
cows.
Austin, you want to call him?
Say, come on, cows. Say, come on, cows. You just say something.
Sorry.
Say, come on, cows. Just say, come on. Say, cowies. Say, cowies. Say, Eva.
That's okay. Sorry, guys. No, it's
No
okay.
worries. Thank you.
No, that was her cow call.
And we're ready now with Judge Bob May to make comments on his first split of junior show steers, the lightweight division. Folks, here's Judge May.
Well, this is a really interesting class of cattle to start off our what we call our market division, our steer division. And the steer that wins, I think he has to win. Now, with that being said, there is no such thing as the perfect beast. I don't care if he's in a barn in Canada or in my actual barn back in Wisconsin. There is no such thing as the perfect one, as close as we try to get. This calf here, as I read these cattle out, and one that I would want to put in front of a feed bunk and go forward with, this is the steer. He's pretty much got all his hair gone. His hair's real, and I don't mean this as a knock. Actually, it's probably a good thing that he's starting over. He's a steer that's extended up through his front. He comes up tall out of the part of his point of his shoulder. He's good on his front too. Is he as good in his flank as the steer I'm going to talk about in a second? He absolutely is not as good as that steer in his flank. Again, you heard me say it many times when I judged heifers today. If I was just to get dropped in this ring and they said place him, you don't get to see him walk, then I would start with the second place steer. I think he blends together from his chest floor back into his flank better than this calf. This calf, when asked, he's big-ended, big top. Yeah, he sits just a tick low in his pins, and I'd like to pick him up. But I like to watch this steer go in motion. A lot of power, that calf. I think that calf will be real interesting as a fat steer. This calf here, he wins this class walking away if he can go at the ground. He's a better bodied calf than the calf that goes second, and you can see that. He's better the way his chest floor coincides with his flank. He's really beautiful for the center part of his body. He's a calf that's pretty good from hooks to pins. That's a good calf. I wish he was bigger footed, and I wish you just watch him leave the ring. I wish he could set down on those pasterns. He shuffles. He's quite tentative on those back too. He's got a nice foot. That's a nice calf. I wish we could put him in motion, and then he's standing in the first spot, not the second spot. The white steer is a really deceptive steer in terms of he doesn't have much hair to make him look stouter. He's already got a lot of muscle expression, a muscle shape. He's a steer, I think, as he goes in motion. While I think it's not perfect, I think he excels the red steer we're going to talk about here in a second. He, like the first place steer, could tend to be a little softer in his flank, but his barrel's good, his midsection's good, he's good shouldered, good neck, a lot of muscle in that calf. I want to see him. He gets a little narrow-footed, causes him to roll on that outside wall just ever so slightly. This is a big power steer here coming, this all-red steer to be sure. He's got a lot of shape, a lot of muscle. If you watch him go, if you see what I see, he gets real tight in his spine and it transpires down to the ground. I just like to free him up, but man, that calf, his upper hip screams at you when he walks away from you, and I admire that about him. I wish we could loosen him up in his skeletal, and I think that would cause him to go. Then he goes in the third spot quite handily. The steer that comes next, the red and white steer, is phenotypically easy on the eyes. He's a calf that's got some profile and some design. I just don't think, as I compare him to the ones that have gone out ahead of him, he gets a little flatter in his lower 1/3, just not as much true shape that goes down into his hock, but really nice calf. I switched these two steers here, these two red ones. As I watched them walk away, I think there's just more true inner dimension on this solid red steer here than the one we'll talk in a second. He's very smooth. He's good behind his shoulders. I think he gets a little straight coming out of those front two. He's a calf that pretty good from hooks to pins. Like a couple we've talked in this class, to make him a more optimum, I'd like to drop him down his flank to match the bottom of that chest floor. This calf here, this kind of wanted to be a roan calf. Very, like I've said, very phenotypical, very easy on the eyes, kind of a backdropper, if you will. Nice fronted. He's a steer, though, as I get back to his hook bones. I just got to see more power and mass, carry him down into his hock. Just more cow there, if you will, under the hide. And then the black steer that comes out next, a steer that, well, he's got a good foot under him, and he's got some body length. He's got some depth of body, gets a little higher in his tail head, gets a little iffy at the ankles, just a little plainer in his overall look. Nice class of steers there.
And thanks very much, Judge May, for comments on the lightweight steer class, of which the champion is Luke Beliski's Wiggles, the clubby steer weighing 1,044 pounds. Entry 741 is our class winner and the recipient of the Interpipeline Lightweight Steer Championship. The reserve championship goes to Lil Dickens, the main cross steer, entry 723 from Delta Hippie, weighing 1,094 pounds. Lil Dickens is our reserve champion. Entry number 731 places fifth in that class. 741 is first. Entry 711 is third. Entry 733 is seventh. Entry 723 is second. Entry 716, fourth. Entry 722 places eighth. And entry 735, that we believe was wearing exhibitor number 703, places sixth. Our next class is the middleweight steer class, again sponsored by Interpipeline over in our junior show. And once this class is complete, we will start rolling into our North show ring with our open show steer lightweight division. But first, just to try to get rid of as much crossover conflict as we can, we will complete our 9-entry middleweight steer class. We have a cattle call now from Abigail Milligan. Abigail Milligan. Abigail, would you like to give us your cattle call, please?
Cow, cow.
Awesome. Way to go, Abigail. We appreciate that. Abigail's cattle call. That's another family that has had cattle calls for generations. And Judge Bob May, your class is complete. We do want to thank Leah Appleman, Sean Yanchuk, and Addison Appleman, who have been working our prize table, and Addison, of course, is our prize runner. Many thanks to Leah, Sean, and Addison for the work they have been doing for us. The trophy table, awards table, always a very important part of the JAS Classic. With our middleweight steer division in the ring for our junior show, South Ring, if our lightweight steers for the open show in the North Ring could be making their way to the hitching ring, please, then we'll be able to roll in with you concurrent with our class of heavyweight steers goes into the South Ring. So our lightweight steers could start making their way over to our North Ring for Judge Garrett Liebrick to evaluate. There are prizes for every class of our JAS Classic, and so please, all exhibitors, make sure that you head on over to the prize table to make sure you get your checks, your signs, and any prizes that you have accumulated. The prize table is located just to the south of the middle entry door into the stalling barn. So it's just about right at the cross section of our two show rings. That's where the prize table is. Make sure you get there to get your prize money and any prizes as well as signs that you have accumulated. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have another cattle call from veteran cattleman Lawson Draves. Lawson, you want to come over here and give us your call?
Kaboss, kaboss!
Nice going, Lawson. Good job, man. And in our south ring, the junior show steer middleweight division. Judge moving his top 4 steers around one more time. A great class that our exhibitors are putting on for us. Once again, for our north ring, the open show steers, could our lightweight steers be making their way to the hitching ring, please? That's Emily Skippen, Jaron Lehman, Sierra Brand, Cheyenne Jacobson, Riley Kamla, Colby Simmons, and even Luke Beliski and Delta Hippie. Luke and Delta will have you show your steers over here prior to you needing to return to the junior show ring on the south side.
So we got a nice class of steers here in our medium weights. This gold-colored steer, he's pretty easy on the eyes, and he's a pretty easy class winner, in my opinion, in terms of he's got that look, he's got some center body, he's got some true shape and design. Where he excels, the gold one that I'm going to talk about in a minute, is they're just more true product from his pin bones up to his hip bones, back to his pin bones, and down to his hock. They're just more true lower shape in the lower 1/3 of his overall body makeup. And then when he goes in motion, he does so really quite well. He's a calf that he's got we'll just call him a miniature fat steer look. He's not quite there yet, but he's not too far off, and just a really nice, good-looking, eye-appealing show steer that's got some meat and product in him. The gold steer that comes out next, a calf I really like when he hit the ring. Now, I'll admit to you, he's not distributing his weight on that left hind as much as he is. He's not really limping on it. Well, there he is. He's a calf that's just not putting weight down on that left hind leg like he should be. He is a little bit deceptive. Granted, he doesn't have the hair. He doesn't have the hair going down into his lower stifle, and he handles better down there than what I thought he did. I thought he ran out of gas in that lower 1/3, and he's really more shapely there than I thought he was. Very nice. Actually, he's fresher from the top of his crest down into his jawline. That's a really nice pair of steers. This black baldy steer is a steer that just grows on me. He's a steer that can get out and go. He's good through his center body. Is he quite as tidy in his chest floor as the two that go out in front of him? No. I'd probably like to straighten him up there. I mean, if we were looking at a 1,450 pounder and he had that chest, I probably wouldn't even mention it. But at this stage of his career, he's probably got just a little more, throws him a little out of balance. I actually think his chest sits a little forward of him more than downward. But anyway, it just does throw him a little bit out of balance. This is a nice steer here. Bold. If you like him bold, 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 you'll like him. He's a little round shouldered for me, a little rounder in his hip. Nice calf, though. A lot of muscle shape and design. He just gets a little rounder and a little bolder in his shoulder. This young man, I think, was a little confused when I pulled him. And if you're just standing ringside, I think, man, you hear people talk about down in our country about fluffy cow. Well, that's a fluffy cow right there. But under that fluffy cow, I'd like to see his angles better off of both ends. He is very, very sharp, very eye appealing. Like the way his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. He doesn't have as much true muscle shape and design, and I think he's a little straighter off of both ends of his skeletal. Park, that calf is awesome, awesome to look at. Then we come out with the Charlet colored steer. Here's a nice calf. Wish he was a little bigger footed behind. He wants to roll on that outside wall, wants to get up on his ankles just a little. And he's in the worst stage he could be of his hair growth. He's starting to shed out. That doesn't make him any lesser quality. We're judging him under the hide rather than on top of the hide. But that's a really nice calf. I think his front angles are really good. I think his back angles are pretty good. Maybe just a little straight pasturing causes him to be just a little tentative when he goes. Big middle calf coming next. Calf that's really dense through the center part of his body. He's a calf, I think he gets out and goes pretty good. You can watch him though, when he goes, he wants to be up and over on those ankles. I wish he was a little more comfortable. I think if he had a little more running gear that hit the ground, I think it'd be better, more to his advantage. Love him. He's as good as any calf in this class in terms of his center body. Gets just maybe just a tick straighter fronted. Nice calf. This old calf here coming out next, this black white-legged calf, is a calf that's got a lot of muscle, and I'll grant him that, but you watch him as he goes. He gets outside his skeleton pretty good when he gets out and goes. Yeah, he's got the muscle. I wish he could move it around in a little different fashion. You know, if you're just simply a butt cutter, and I know that's a slang term, if you're just simply a butt cutter, you can go ahead and start with that calf if you want, but that would be the criteria. I think you got to weigh some other things, but I do love his overall mass and power and dimension. I just wish when you asked him to go, he could do so a little better. And then the calf that comes out now, a long-bodied, phenotypically easy on the eyes calf. He just doesn't have near as much shape and design, some true muscle shape as the cattle that go out above him. Big, tall calf, and I don't mean that derogatory. He's got some body length. That calf will weigh up good. He runs out of gas in his lower 1/3. Nice calf. Like to throw a little more power under the hide.
And thanks very much to our judge, Bob May, on comments on his middleweight steer class. Our champion middleweight steer, sponsored by none other than Inter Pipeline, is Weston Fahey's Ferrari. Entry 714 is our middleweight champion steer and will be coming back in for our junior show grand champion steer. And so will Riley Kamla with entry number 715. Franklin, the Charlie Steer Wing, 1186, our reserve champion of our middleweight division. Riley's going to run right over into our lightweight steer class now as we roll into the ring with that. If you're marking a show program, taking a look at all of that list of exhibitors, Cheyenne Jacobson, entry number 720, places third. Entry 715 is second in class. That's our reserve champion for Riley Kamla. Entry 738 is fifth. Entry 718 places sixth. Entry 728 is fourth. Entry 714 is our class winner, Weston Fahey. 727 is eighth. 713 is ninth, and 740 places seventh in class. We'll be rolling into the ring now in our south ring with Bob May with our heavyweight steers, where there is a lightweight of 1,370 pounds and a heavyweight of 1,540. So a 170-pound difference from the lightest to the heaviest in this class of 10. 10 steers we expect in our heavyweight division. We are ready now to move into our lightweight steer class in our north ring with our open lightweight steers. Once again, they will have a range from 1,020 to 1,190. So a 170-pound difference for Judge Garrett Liebrick. Once Riley Kamla and Colby Simmons have got over to the lightweight class, we'll be able to roll into the ring for Judge Liebrick.
They're gonna do it from right there. They don't want the money.
All right, so we have a couple other cattle call draws. So if you just want to hop into the ring, please. This is Sierra Brand and Sydney Carlson. Please just hop into the ring. Right there in the corner is fine. And Sierra Brand and Sydney Carlson, give us your cattle call, please.
Tegan and Lucy. Okay, we have Tegan and Lucy as well.
And we have Tegan and Lucy. Tegan and Lucy are up here on the announcer's stand and would like to use the mic. Folks, Tegan and Lucy.
Run, Cooper, run! Run, Cooper, run!
Nice work, ladies. Okay. No, I pushed it down. I must have pushed it down. I think you've got it good. Riley Kamla, we're waiting your open show lightweight steer class. Riley, we know that you just came out of the middleweight steer class. Please head on over to the open steer class. Riley Kamla. Riley Kamla is a scratch on our open show steer side, so we can move in with our lightweight steer division as is. And we're ready with comments from Judge Garrett Liebrick on his lightweight steer class in the open show, sponsored by Inter Pipeline. Folks, here's Garrett.
We got a really nice set of lightweight steers out here. This Baldy calf, for me, I just really like the way he's put together. I like the look of balance he has from the side. He's got a tremendous amount of bone, and he's still able to get out and move comfortably off both ends of his skeleton. You get in behind him. He's got a big old shape to the top side of his skeleton. Love the hip in this calf. Love the turn to his quarter and his stifle. Gives you a nice look off the side. Really like the angles of that one. Where I do like this black calf is the extra barrel he has. I mean, this is a big-bodied, big-backed kind of a calf, one that's really explosive in his muscle shape when you get out and behind him. He's big in the turn to his quarter and his stifle. Love the base width of that calf. It gives you a nice look off the side. For me, I just like to make him a little bit more relaxed in terms of his shoulder, have him take it more, reach a little bit further out of that front end of his skeleton, make him just a little bit more comfortable, but that's an awfully good steer to stand second. Got a real unique calf coming in third, one that's got a tremendous amount of length, a nice look up front. He gets around with some mobility off either end. He's good in terms of his body. I just need to make this calf a little bit different in terms of his hock. He's got a little extra flex there to that rear leg, more than I'd like to see, and I'd like to expand him a little bit in terms of his rib cage up high, but that's a good calf for that young lady. Our young man's calf coming in next is one of the more unique cattle we've seen all day. I mean, this is a big-legged, big-footed individual, one with a tremendous amount of shape. You really got to appreciate the hip and explosive muscle pattern this calf has. It gives you a good look up front. He just needs to tie together a little bit neater for me today. He gets a little loose in there, right in behind his shoulder. I'd like to level him out back through his hip and make him more comfortable when he's set into motion. But that's a real unique calf. Congratulations to that young man. We got a really nice red steer rounding off our class. This is one that's just really well balanced. I love the length of him. I love the muscle pattern. He's really adequate everywhere. I would like to give him just a shot more bone and give him a little bit more look up front to run with those cattle ahead of him. But that's a very well balanced, well fed calf for that young lady. Congratulations.
Over here on the south side, we got the Shorthorn Mark steer to win this class, and I think this is not a calf. I don't think there's much left for discussion, at least in my opinion, in terms of him winning this class. He's in the high, he's just south of 1,400 pounds by his, I don't know if he declared weight or weighed in. He's starting to handle real nice and fresh. I didn't handle these lighter cattle. I don't expect him to be quite ready yet. I think his running gear is excellent off of both ends of his structure, and especially when I compare him to the cattle we'll talk about here in a minute. Really good from hooks to pins, beautiful through his center body, still really nice fresh neck for being close to market ready. Comes down on good foot and bone, got some reach and got some flex when he goes. He's an easy choice in this class. It gets a little tougher for me after that in terms of we've got some structure deals in everything I'm going to talk about, and I know that sounds like a broken record, but it don't matter if I'm judging in Canada or in the States. We deal with the same thing down there in terms of we'd like to see more cattle that get a little more flexible at the ground. And I understand when we're breeding these things and pounding this kind of carcass underneath the hide in these things that they tend to get a little stiffer in their movement. But with that being said, what makes them elite, or at least in my opinion, ones that have that muscle and dimension and can still go. This steer here, I like this calf a lot. He's lost almost all of his hair in his forerib. He's not quite as good in his forerib, even with the hairy steer right ahead of him, but he's certainly adequate. Where I would change this steer, I think he goes pretty good off his back too. He's got good feet, good toe spread. He does get a little straight on his front too. He gets a little upright on his front end, in my opinion. He don't look it so much there, but at times when he get parked, I'd like to see that there be a little more true angle to that front shoulder. That's an awfully good calf. This red calf, I like this calf when he come in. This rascal is burly to be sure. I wish he could handle his ankles better. He'd definitely be second in this class if he could. I love this calf through his center body. He's good enough up through his front end. I think he's just a tick straight on his front too. And then if you watch him go, he'll get up and over on those ankles, but you cannot deny the midsection. This one's got the best mid body of any steer in this class. He's good from hooks to pins. I just wish that rascal could go better because I wanted to put that calf higher in this class. It was close between these two. This calf here, as you watch him go, the black calf, you can see that calf now. He's showing you what I'm talking about. He just isn't comfortable enough at the ground. Neither is this black one. This black one, I think the differential, I think the red one handles his hock better than this steer here that I'm going to talk now, but both of them, as a result, this one, because he's a little straight hock, gets just a little bit tentative at the ground. Is he a nice calf? He's a real nice calf. He wants to swing those hocks. See where he doesn't have quite as much true angle and flex to that hock? It causes him to go out around, causes him to get up on those ankles. This calf here is a really nice calf, and again, he's in the worst stage he could be. No fault of yours. He's in the worst stage he could be for hair, isn't he? It's about, he's got the back third, he's got hair, and from his midrib forward, he doesn't. That's not a lot knock on you. I mean, that's just the time of year we're in, and it throws him off balance a little bit. I would like the calf that wins the lightweight class. I like this calf a great deal. I would like to drop him down in his flank and make it match up with his chest floor. He looks a lot like the calf that wins the lightweight class. Just high quality. Wish he dropped down in his flank a little more. Like the red steer that was third in this class, I talked how dense he was. Well, this dude here is dense too. This one's got some meat authority, if you will. But as you watch him go, his tightness in his spine transpires, and it dictates how he goes at the ground. Beautiful through his, I love, that's a cool colored rascal too. As much body as he's got and as much substance as he's got, and big foot. God gave him so many good things starting out, but he is quite restricted in his spine. He's tight spine. When he goes, he wants to get outside himself. I'd love to put this calf higher because he is high quality to be sure. Then we get down to a calf here that's just real high quality, long body. He's long as a well rope. He's good that way. Could be a little softer body, maybe you like to relax that tail head just a little. And as you can see, like I said, I don't like to be redundant and I don't like to be a broken record, but I got to admit what I see. And so when this one goes, you can see because of his restriction in his hock, he gets a little straight in his posture, a little tentative at the ground. If we're going to get him higher, I guess we got to get him a little more fluid at the ground and soften him up in his body just a little. You can see he labors off those back two when he goes. That calf's got a world of meat in him. Then we come out with a calf that's very high tying out of the top of his shoulder. I love that about him, very attractive. As I describe him compared to other cattle in his class, he is not as profound coming out of the backside of his shoulder. I'll get out of the way. You can see he cuts in there, not as much true product where them high quality cuts of meat. I want to drop him down in his flank. I want to actually drop him down in his lower 1/3 too and give him a little more shape and muscle. The red calf that comes out, young man, you got a nice calf. This was deep water. I'm telling you, this class was deep. This calf just struggles a little bit when he goes in motion. You're doing a very nice job feeding him. You got that calf, you got laying some condition on him. You got him close to market kill weight. He's a really, really nice calf. You can see he's big and tall in his loin. He breaks a little bit behind his shoulders. I got to get him a little better there. And then when I put him in motion, I want him to do a little more natural freedom and ease of movement.
And thanks to Bob May, our judge for the junior show. First place honors and our champion heavyweight steer, sponsored by Interpipeline, is Ryland Stewart. Entry number 742 is our champion heavyweight steer, weighing 1,394 pounds and coming right back into the ring for our junior steer championship. Cheyenne Simmons will be joining along with Ryland with entry 737, Chadley, the crossbred steer, weighing 1,436 pounds. If you're marking a show program, you will see that in our heavyweight steer class in our south ring for junior show steers, entry 712 is 5th, 717 places 3rd, entry 732 is 9th, entry 742 was 1st, 736 was 6th, entry 725 places 8th, 737 is 2nd, 724 4th, and 726 places 7th in class. So here they are, folks. all from their division championships, sponsored by Interpipeline, coming into the ring now for Judge Bob May to evaluate in our Rafter D4 Cattle Company and Wolf Midstream Grand and Reserve Grand Champion steer class. Will it be the 1,044-pound Wiggles from Luke Beliski, the clubby sired steer, entry 741, is our lightweight champion, and our lightweight reserve is Delta Hippies Lil Dickens, the main cross steer, entry 723, weighing 1,094 pounds. Weston Fahy had our middleweight champion steer, weighing 1,326. That's Ferrari, entry number 714. The reserve champion Riley Kamla, entry 715. The Charlet steer Franklin, weighing 1186. And from our most recently declared set of champions out of the heavyweight division, the Shorthorn steer Freddie from Ryland Stewart, entry 742, weighing 1,394 pounds, was our champion. And in second place, Cheyenne Simmons with Chadley, the crossbred steer, entry 737, weighing 1,436 pounds. This is our grand champion steer class of the junior show. Once again, our sponsor, Rafter D4 Cattle Company and Wolf Midstream. And this will be our final opportunity to pay homage to Bob May, our judge for the junior show. He's been in the South Ring since 10 o'clock this morning. Bob May, a judge and cattle breeder who, with his family, own May Cattle Company, focus on breeding and marketing quality show cattle. Bob has spent decades in the livestock industry as a producer, exhibitor, and judge. Bob has judged at many major national and state livestock shows, including the Arizona National Livestock Show, the National Junior Angus Show in Louisville, the National Western Stock Show in Denver, Colorado, and more. Bob was inducted into the Showtimes Magazine Hall of Fame in 2011 and is known for raising the legendary Menanju bull, Sugar Ray. Bob has served as a Purina Feeds ambassador, Weaver Leather ambassador. He has coached youth livestock judging teams and conducted fitting clinics across the whole of the United States of America. His work emphasizes, as you've heard him talk over cattle today, both in our females as well as the steers, practical cattle evaluation and industry education. Bob now holds the honor of being the first and only American judge at this point to judge the JAS Classic, now in its 28th year in our brand new facility, the Pointe. We would like to thank Bob May from Mineral Point, Wisconsin, for making the trip north to be with us today, and we're ready now for his set of comments on his Grand Champion steer class.
So, Rob, thank you for your comments. The worst part about judging, unequivocally for me, is giving a bio. To me, they sound so arrogant where you're talking about where you've been. Nobody really cares where you've been. I had to send in something. It's truly the thing I hate worst about judging a show is doing a bio, because there's a long list of people you could call to judge these shows, and I'm honored that I happen to get on that list somehow. So whoever, I know Tia and Tatum, I've been contacted by them via text mainly, sometimes verbally, but I'm honored to judge a show. I know we use that word kind of loosely sometimes, but there's no way I don't mean it sincerely. I am honored to get to judge a junior show. I really do. I enjoy it. I enjoy working with the kids. I think I'm way less judgmental on that side of the ring now that I've judged a few in my lifetime than before I judged, because it's pretty easy on that side. I thought, well, what in the world? What did he do that for? I wouldn't have done that. Well, you didn't have to because you weren't out here. So with that being said, it's the beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Things that, and it's preferential. It's maybe in the next ring the same steer won't win, and I'm cool with that. I'll guarantee you it'll be a good calf, whoever wins in that ring. With that being said, I'll just quickly talk about these three divisions. The lightweight division, as I stated, this old calf here that standing still, he would have won the class. Okay, I admitted that. I mean, that calf, he balances up better in his underline than with the calf I use. But with that being said, when we put a full hair coat on this calf, get him to drop down in his flank a little, I think his mobility is just better as far as going forward. I look at him as a prospect steer if we were in the States. The gold steer that beats a gold steer that comes out limping on this left hind. And quite honestly, I got to talk about that for a second. I probably would have changed this class and taken him out of, he wasn't distributing weight just the way he should, but I think it's always good to be transparent and honest. Just before I talked him in class, he went flat lame on that hind leg, and so I probably would have switched him. As good a quality as he is, standing still, something's bothering him. I don't know if he ran something up in his foot, if he's got a little foot, I don't know what it is. At that being said, whoever the exhibitor that stood third, if you're mad at me, I probably got it coming. With that being said, the gold steer that wins that class is a good calf. He's one that you're glad to see show up. He's good through his center body. He's long enough bodied. He's good enough through the center part of his body. He's a calf that I think his angles are good enough. You know, is he just, maybe just the tiniest bit a little straight-fronted? Maybe so, but I'm not sure I even see that. He's a little bit of a narrower-footed calf, but it's a good foot. He's a calf that shortens up in his neck just a little compared to the one I'll talk about here in a second. But his pin set sits good. He's got some muscle shape. It carries down into his hock. Just a really, really nice calf that is in contention. The shorthorn mark steer that's just winking at 1,400 pounds here, a steer that's exceptionally long-bodied. He's a calf that's good from hooks to pins. He's a calf where he beats the calf in front of him in terms of, in this one area, he's a longer fronted kind of cattle than the calf that wins that class. But does that mean he gets to win? It doesn't mean anything quite yet at this point. He's really a good footed calf, got good toe spread. I like when this calf goes in motion. You don't question, can this calf, can he get out and go? He's long hip, man, that calf, his hips as long as a well rope. Is he just eat up with rear end? No. Is he adequate? He is absolutely adequate. He's covering really nice. He's fresh, and so it comes down to two head of cattle, to be quite honest. Well, as good as the second places were, to me it comes down to two head of cattle. To me it comes down to the middleweight champion and your heavyweight champion. I'll show you the two I like in the order I like them.
And thanks to Bob May. Looking now for our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion steer, sponsored by Rafter D4 Cattle Company and Wolf Midstream. Our heavyweight for Ryland Stewart will be our Grand Champion, entry 742. Ryland Stewart Freddie, the shorthorn steer, weighing 1,394 pounds, is our Grand Champion. Our Reserve Grand Champion from the middleweight division, Weston Fahey with Ferrari, entry 714, weighing 1,326 pounds. So Ryland Stewart and Weston Fahey will be heading off for photos with our judge as the Rafter D4 Cattle Company Grand and Reserve Grand Champion steer. As soon as Weston is available, we're ready with your middleweight class in our open show class. Our middleweight steer, and then we can move forward with the middleweight of our open show steers. We will be rolling right into showmanship, folks, as soon as our open steers are complete. So our Mighty Mite Steer Championship will be, Mighty Mite Showmanship will be coming into the ring as soon as we declare our Grand Champion open steer. We have another cattle call, ladies and gentlemen. This one coming to us from Cassidy Trabish. Cassidy, give us your cattle call.
Yeehaw!
Thank you, Cassidy. Good work. Your name is in on the draw for the very cool neon green cooler. Way to go, Cassidy. Ladies and gentlemen, that takes us down to just the north ring. We'll be focused now on our north ring as we have our middleweight steer class coming in. And we do 7 entries expected and 7 in the ring for Judge Garrett Liebrick. Your class is complete. This class has a 147-pound differential in weight. Our lightest weight steer in this class is 1,205 pounds, 1,205 up to 1,352. So 147 pounds difference from lightest to heaviest. And we are in the intermediate or middleweight division, sponsored by Interpipeline. We definitely want to thank Mel Fluker and Shelley Smith for being our South Ring clerks. Mel and Shelley have been doing this for many, many years, and they are excellent at what they do. Thank you to Mel and Shelley for your excellent work. And we're ready with comments from Judge Garrett Liebrick on his middleweight steer class.
We've got an awfully good cream-colored calf that's going to win this class pretty handily. I mean, he's big back, big in his shape. He gets around and travels quite well and still cuts a good look from the side. That's an awfully good look. good-looking steer that's going to go ahead and win this class. Congratulations to you, young man. We get into some more decisions here as we go throughout the line, and I think there's gives and takes on all of them, and I'll listen to you argue them. But for me, this black calf is just the best balanced individual that still blends together structural integrity with having the right amount of muscle and still has a little bit of style and presence. He's got a decent look up front. He can get out and travel. You get on top of him, there's enough spread from right in behind his shoulder. He's big hipped. He's got enough shape, and he gets out and travels quite well. Congratulations to you. Here's a silver calf that we really like on the side. He proportions up and balances quite well. You like the angles of his skeleton when he's parked. He's good bodied. He's got a big square hip in him. He gives you a really nice look up front. He's really good about his shoulder. He's deep side, and when he goes, he just doesn't want to handle that rear leg as well as I'd like to see him use it. But that's an awfully good looking calf that's got a bright future for that young man. Congratulations. We get into a baldy steer, one that's really well balanced, one that's put together nicely. He's a mile long. He's sound in terms of his angles. I like his shoulder. I like his joint work. I like him at the ground. Where I'd like to change this calf is I like to make him a notch stouter. He needs to have a shot more muscle shape to go any higher. But that young man's doing a great job sticking him and getting him ready. Congratulations to you. We get into a really big-ended calf coming in next. I mean, you get in behind him. He's explosive in his muscle shape. He's got a tremendous turn over the top side of his rib cage and a big old stifle and quarter in him. This is one I've got issues with structurally. He's pretty upright in the angle of that shoulder. Gets pretty restricted out of those rear two when he's going. But that's an awfully good-looking calf when he's parked. Congratulations to her. A really neat calf coming in next, this black and white steer. At a distance, he's awfully impressive. He's got a tremendous amount of shape. He's big-bodied, he's big-legged, and he can get out and move in terms of his joints. But this calf is one I need to stretch out everywhere. He's pretty short in terms of his cannon bone, a little bit too small in stature for my liking, but a nice calf for that young lady. Our black steer rounding us off is a well-balanced individual, one that just gets a little bit flatter in terms of his rib cage and his muscle shape. I would just like to free him up a nickel in terms of his spine for him to go any higher, but a nice set of steers.
And thanks very much to our judge of the Open Steer Show. Our champion middleweight steer is Ferrari for Western Fahey, entry 453. The 1,326-pound steer is our division champion and will be coming back for our Open Show Grand Champion steer class. Lee Sholigan will be coming back with him with Doug, entry 452, weighing 1,335 pounds, our reserve champion middleweight steer. Full placings on our middleweight class. Entry 458 places third. 466 is fifth. Entry 459 is fourth. 453 is first. That's our class winner, Ferrari. 464 is sixth. 452 is second. That's Doug from Lee Sholigan. And in seventh spot is entry 473. We have 7 steers expected and in the ring for our judge for the final set of individual animals that he has not seen prior today. Judge Garrett Liebrick looking at his 7 heavyweight steers, ranging in weight from 1,370 pounds to 1,540 pounds. So a 170-pound difference from his light to his heavy in this class. Judge Liebrick, your class is complete. One of the things that I find the most exciting about our JAS Classic is the degree to which they spotlight some of our younger, outstanding judges within Canada. In many cases, individuals who have gone to become quite accomplished judges as a result of being on judging scholarships in the United States. At junior college, sometimes at senior college as well. And Garrett Liebrick is absolutely one of these examples. We're very excited to have Garrett as our earlier today 4-H and now Open show judge at the JAS Classic. Having grown up on a purebred cattle operation outside of Radville, Saskatchewan, his family, the Liebrick family, Trent and Janelle, Garrett and his sister and brother, run Merritt Cattle Company, where they breed 200 Angus females, and they market annually through their bull sale in the spring and their female sale in December. Garrett attended Hutchinson Community College in Kansas on a livestock judging scholarship and has had the privilege to travel across Canada judging shows from British Columbia to Quebec, including national shows at places like Farm Fair International just over in Edmonton. We're happy Garrett was able to hop a province over and come a little bit further north to help judge both the Open Show and the 4-H division of our JAS Classic in 2026, and we want to thank Garrett for being part of the very first cattle show in the new ag facility, the Pointe. Well, one of the points of our JAS Classic is having outstanding young judges. Of course, I smile when Garrett talks about these kids. To me, even 20 years from now, I'll still consider Garrett one of our great kids. I don't think that there has been a family in recent years, except one perhaps just down the road in Bashaw, Alberta, that have actually shown any more cow-calf pairs in the Supreme Championship of Agribition. Formerly the RBC Supreme, now it's the Supreme presented by CN Rail. And Merritt Cattle Company has had, right off the top of my head, 12 females that have competed in that Supreme Champion class in less than that many years, actually in about the last 8 or 9 years. So the operation that Garrett Liebrick is not only part of, but providing leadership toward now, as the third generation to be involved with that operation on the Carl's side of his family, as well as the Liebrick side. Definitely progressive seed stock production in this nation of ours. And with his typical flurry of final placings, we'll have comments now on his heavyweight champion steer class from Garrett Liebrick.
Well, I apologize for taking a little extra time on this class, but I tell you what, there's 7 awfully good steers in this class, and I think there's a lot of ways you can go, but I think all of them begin with this red and white calf starting. In terms of structural integrity, he can get out and travel exceptionally well. Really like the foot size and shape on that calf. I like the way he utilizes his ankle, and he's really good in terms of his knee and his shoulder. And you get on top of him, that's a big-backed, thick-ended calf that's got a big old hip and a tremendous shape to him. You got a really nice look up front. That's a heck of a calf. Congratulations to you, young lady. I think there's a lot of decisions that you can make along the way after that. For me, this yellow or dark orange calf here, I like a lot, and just in terms of his added bulk and burliness. This is a big-footed, sound-moving individual. He's still really good in his shoulder. I like the hip shape. He's got enough muscle. Is he the stoutest-ended one of the bunch? Absolutely not. Is he the boldest in terms of his body shape? No, he's not. But I think he's more than adequate, and he gives a really nice look off the side, and he can still get out and travel quite well. That's a nice calf. Congratulations to you, young man. We get into a really neat steer coming in third. This is one that's probably my favorite when he's parked. I mean, he's got a killer look up front. He's got a big old body on him. You get on top of him, he's wide over his top side. He's got a big old loin. You get on behind him, he's got a tremendous shape to his quarter and his stifle, and you get off to the side, he's got a really elite look up front. For me, I just got to see him utilize his hind wheels just a little bit better. He get a little outside of himself, but otherwise, that's an awfully good calf that you've done a really nice job with. Congratulations to you, young lady. A really well-balanced calf coming in next. He's got a tremendous amount of foot and bone and some length and a really nice muscle profile to him. Gives you a real good look up front. I think this is a calf that'll keep going ahead and getting better as the days go by towards his end point. Just a really nice calf that I think just needs a little bit more to him to run with those cattle in front of him, but a really nice calf to stand in there next. We get into another calf, black calf coming in next, one that's just a tremendously long-sided. He's got a really nice look up front. I like the way he utilizes his shoulder and his front end when he gets out to move. He's got a really good look. He's really flat about his shoulder. He's soft-sided. He utilizes his hind leg well. Where I got to change him is just add a shot more muscle and have him hold himself together just a little bit stronger there and behind his shoulder. But that young lady's doing a really nice job with that calf. Black calf coming in next is another one that hits you hard in terms when he's parked. He's got a great shape. I mean, you get in behind him, he's explosive in his muscle pattern. He's really well balanced and proportioned from the side. But again, for me, when he gets out and moves, he gets a little too restricted off both ends. I'd like to see him a little bit more comfortable for him to go any higher. Our young lady's big calf rounding off the class. This is one that the beef industry's built around. You know, he's big-footed, he's soft-sided, he's got a tremendous hip in him. You'll love the shape and length that he brings into the ring. This is one that just doesn't have that extra style of those cattle in front of him, but an awfully good calf for that young lady. Congratulations to you, exhibitors.
And thanks to our judge for comments on his heavyweight champion steer class. The champion is Freddie from Ryland Stewart, entry 457 and weighing 1,394 pounds. Freddie is our heavyweight champion steer, and will come right back into the ring for our grand champion open steer class. And so will Riley Brewer with his Freddie, the Charlet Cross steer, entry number 456, weighing 1,380 pounds. If you're marking a show program associated with the exhibitor numbers, entry number 451 places 6th, 456 is 2nd, and remains in the ring to compete in this grand champion class, and so does 457, who actually was the class winner. Entry 462 is 5th, 470, 3rd in class, 461 is 4th, and 463 is 7th. So after all of the Interpipeline sponsored division classes, we now move into the Wolf Midstream and Global Machine and Supply Incorporated Grand Champion Steer class, again sponsored by Wolf Midstream and Global Machine and Supply Incorporated. We have our lightweight champions, middleweight and heavyweight champions, as well as the reserves in each of those respective divisions. And folks, we'll just reintroduce you to those contenders. Otis is our lightweight champion steer, the Charlet steer, weighing 1,176 pounds, from Cheyenne Jacobson, entry number 465. And Colby Simmons has our reserve lightweight champion, entry number 471, the crossbred sired M&N, weighing 1,190 pounds. Moving to our middleweight class, Weston Fahi's Ferrari was our division champion. The Charlet Cross, entry number 453, weighs 1,326 pounds. Just increased by 9 to 1,335, and you'll find Doug, our reserve champion middleweight steer, entry 452, from Lee Sholigan. And then the big boys from the heavyweight class, Ryland Stewart's Freddie is our grand champion heavyweight, entry number 457, weighing 1,394 pounds. Drop 14 pounds, and that takes you to Riley Brewer's Charlet Cross Freddie, entry number 456 at 1,380. These are the 6 steers vying in our Grand Champion Open Steer class, sponsored by Wolf Midstream and Global Machine and Supply Incorporated. 3 in the running for Grand, and then 1 to move up from the second line to contend for reserve. We're ready with comments now from Judge Garrett Liebrick. And folks, this is the last time we'll be hearing from Judge Liebrick before we move into the showmanship. Many thanks to Garrett Liebrick from Merritt Cattle Company of Radville, Saskatchewan, for being our judge today. Let's hear about his Grand Champion class.
Well, thanks, Rob. I sure appreciate all the kind words today. This has been a tremendously deep, quality-wise steer show and junior show throughout the whole day. I think everybody standing here ringside needs to give not only these kids a big round of applause, but all the hands it takes to put on an event like this, from the volunteers, making sure everybody gets to the ring, to everybody to putting this whole thing on. Make sure you give them a big round of applause. These kids have just been a tremendous pleasure to work with all day. It's been a lot of fun, and it's been a longer day for some of these kids, but that's they're definitely not running out of gas yet. This is a tremendous set of steers, an even better set of kids. This has been a tremendous honor for me to be out here and working with these kids and get to pick a few champions. It's sure a lot of fun for me, so I want to say thank you for having me out. I won't talk your ear off too much about these cattle that are standing out here in front of us. With that being said, I'll go get you a reserve champion steer.
Many thanks, Judge Liebrick. The smoothest Liebrick on the microphone. Of that, there is no question. We'll make sure Trent gets that memo. Looking for our Grand Champion steer of our open show of the JAS Classic, and it's going to be our middleweight. Ferrari zooms to the Grand Champion Circle. The Charlie Cross from Weston Fahey, entry 453, is our Grand Champion steer. Congratulations, Weston Fahey, Grand Champion of our open steer show. Lee Sholigan moves up to vie for reserve with entry 452. And our reserve will come from our heavyweight division. Ryland Stewart's Freddie, entry 457. The 1,394-pound calf is our reserve Grand Champion. So congratulations, Weston Fahey, our Grand Champion steer, Ferrari, and Ryland Stewart with our reserve Grand Champion steer, Freddie. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we won't be taking much of a break, and we'll be rolling right in with our showmanship now. Our Mighty Mite showmanship, first off, in just a few moments' time. We do want to thank John and Tammy Dolliver, who were our ring staff over in the South Ring. John and Tammy now working on their next generation of cattle production, meaning their granddaughter. John and Tammy are cattle folks who have been producing great ones from absolutely coast to coast, from the Maritimes through BC, and right now into Alberta as well, at their home down Bashaw Way.
I'll get my brother.
Thomas Wildman, if you're within earshot. Or Garrett McPherson. Moving into the ring now is our judge, Jordan Buba from Cochrane, Alberta, who grew up very involved in the 4-H and junior cattle programs, and for the last 8 years has been in the Cochrane area, just north of Cochrane, west of Airdrie, running their own small herd of Simmental and Shorthorn cows, and also managing the Blairs.ag Simmental cows, with which their bulls join for the bull sale held the second Monday in February. Jordan has been able to exhibit cattle all over Canada and the United States, with highlights including raising the National Western Stock Show champion shorthorn bull in 2014, as well as taking a string of full-blood Simmental to Louisville in 2019 and coming home with both female and male champion. Jordan has been privileged to judge across Canada, from 4-H shows all the way up to getting to sort a handful of national breed shows at Farm Fair, Brandon Ag X, and Expo Boeuf in Victoriaville, Quebec, always the Thanksgiving long weekend, as well as one of our Agribition Supreme Judges in 2017. Jordan now takes sale pictures and videos full-time in the fall and winter, as well as getting custom show and sale cattle ready, and offers her thanks to the JAS Classic Committee for having her out to judge. Jordan was able to attend numerous JAS Classics growing up, so she is excited to be able to come and give back to help break in the new facility, the Pointe, here in Strathcona County. We're very excited to have Jordan Buba, one of the best showmen, one of the best stockmen, and one of the best judges you'll find anywhere in our nation, evaluating our showmanship at the JAS Classic 2026. First off, the Mighty Mites, sponsored by ARIS and ABP Central Zone. Many thanks, ARIS and ABP Central Zone. Of course, Jordan has been here since this morning, so she has been watching our showman through the course of the day, while she is ostensibly judging, based on the classes in which they're coming in. Any good stock person and an individual that knows their way around a show ring like Jordan does will have been watching all the way along. So make no mistake, every performance you put in today will factor into her evaluation of your showmanship in each of its classes. And Judge Buba, your first class of showmanship, the Mighty Mites, is complete. We do want to invite whoever our top two Mighty Mite showmen are, our champion and our reserve champion, to participate this year in our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion showmanship class. This year, as an added feature, the Mighty Mites have the opportunity to contend against the top junior, intermediate, and senior showmen in our overall Grand Champion showman class.
that's the little M. Okay.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, of course, always a privilege to be back, or I shouldn't say back here, but at the JSA Country Classic again, of course, in a new beautiful facility out here. How exciting. Anyway, we're going to start our afternoon here on the showmanship side with our Mighty Mites. And of course, this is always the funnest class to me. These kids are so enthusiastic to be out here. This is truly the future of our world. You know, these young kids growing up in agriculture and wanting to be involved and hopefully take over it from all of us one day. So again, you know, I think obviously for sure with these younger guys, we always have different levels on ages and how many times they've been able to be out in a ring, and having the Mighty Mite class for sure gives them so much opportunity to start little and really build their confidence and their abilities. So great job to all four of you. We got two that I'll go and give you a grand in reserve, but again, let's give these four a big round of applause, and yeah, I'll get you a champion and then a reserve.
And many thanks, Judge Buba. Looking for our ARIS and ABP Central Zone champion Mighty Mite Showman. And it is going to be JC Waltz. Congratulations, JC. And our reserve champion, Austin. Congratulations, Austin, our reserve champion. Congratulations, JC and Austin. We'll be able to see you if you want to compete in our overall Grand Champion Showman Drive. But also thanks and congratulations to Abigail and Lawson for giving us a great exhibition of Mighty Mite showmanship, the veterans that all of you are. I remember when Jordan was not far off that same size. We move now into our junior showmanship. There is one class, and we're expecting about 12 showmen to be making their way into the ring. For our junior showmanship class, also doubling as a championship, sponsored by Rocky Mountain Equipment, Camrose, and Fountain Tire, Fort Saskatchewan. If you are a junior, please make your way to the show ring because your class is going in. And then we will get into intermediates, where there are two splits of intermediate showmen. If you're an intermediate showman, please be thinking about making your way to the hitching ring fairly soon. Your class is going to be in the ring in about 10 minutes' time. But first off, our juniors. If you check out your show program, it identifies the ages for you. Our Mighty Mites are ages 8 and under. Juniors, same as with 4-H, 9 to 11, or basically grades 4, 5, 6. Intermediates are 12 to 14-year-olds, largely speaking, grades 7, 8, and 9. And seniors are 15 to 21 years old, so those from grade 10 on up, through to and including college and university and tech school, and sometimes just being an young adult out in the workforce. Junior showmanship, judged by Jordan Buba, sponsored by Rocky Mountain Equipment, Camrose, and Fountain Tire, Fort Saskatchewan. So our junior showmanship class is in the ring. Intermediate showman to the hitching ring, please. We are not going to be strongly marshalling the showmanship classes. Juniors, you've been through the ring a number of times. We would hope you get to the ring on time. If you're not here, the class will not be waiting for you. So please make sure you're getting to the ring. If you're marking a show program, we believe scratches are entry number 119, Carter Kamla, and 120, Tieran Brennan. Please scratch entry number 119 and 120, Carter and Tieran.
I'm just waiting for her number 123. Blake is here.
Well, again, as we look at our juniors here, again, we have a pretty impressive deal. Interesting, there's only one class here of juniors. Normally, this is one of the biggest age divisions when you get to these levels of shows. Again, because always the juniors are so keen and eager to participate in all aspects of a show, which is always great. So interesting to me that there's only going to be one class of these junior showmen. Again, I think we've got some really excellent showmen out here. And again, I don't know if these juniors are about to age out and move up into an intermediate, or if they've just come into the junior age group from a Mighty Might situation. So again, it's always interesting to see, and again, their levels and aspects. But we can see that these kids all have their basics down pat. They know their ring, they know their animal. And all of those are down pat. My showmen today, of course, are somebody that I barely notice out here. And again, their animal's always going to be the most important thing out here, and getting that animal out and in front of the judge to the quickest and to their best of their ability. So again, that judge always has the best look at their animal. Their animal's always in just the best position and shape to, again, hopefully catch the eye of that judge and get them the highest placing that they can achieve. So again, just really proud of these young showmen. It's always, a big feat coming out here and dragging an animal out that is, 10, 100 times heavier than you are. And we all know that some days are not the animal's day. And unfortunately, we can't explain to them, it is just a show and it's going to be okay. And that's all about showmanship, is how you handle those situations. As we can see in this class, we've had some beautifully attituded animals out here. Not anything's got worked up or out of hand, which again is always such a contribution from your show person on the end of the halter. So again, congrats to all you juniors. I'm going to go give you a champion and a reserve in my eyes that I just felt rose above just a tick more than the other ones. But again, congratulations to you all. Job well done.
And thanks very much, Judge Buba. Looking for her Rocky Mountain Equipment Camrose and Fountain Tire Fort Saskatchewan Grand Champion Junior Showman. Of course, both Grand and Reserve will advance to our Supreme Champion Showmanship at the completion of the seniors. And Blake Fisk will be our Grand Champion Junior Showman. Congratulations, entry number 123. Blake Fisk is our champion. Do you know who that reserve is, Tatum? And entry 121, Emma Trabish, is our reserve. That's not. No. What's the number? Entry 115, Brooklyn Bolter, is our reserve champion. Congratulations, entry number 115, Brooklyn Bolter. So Blake Fisk and Brooklyn Bolter are our champion and reserve champion. They will be advancing to our Supreme Championship. Congratulations to all of our junior showmen as we move now into the first of two splits of intermediate showmen. Our judge, Jordan Buba, will advance 3 from each of the 2 splits of intermediate showmanship. So for the first the first runs we have of intermediate showman, our judge will be advancing 3 per each of these classes to her division championship that is sponsored by Prairie Cove Charlet and Tandem T Farms. Many thanks, Prairie Cove Charlet and Tandem T Farms, sponsor of our intermediate showmanship division. First of 2 splits about to enter the ring. Okay, if you're marking a show program, please scratch entries number 133, 136, 137, 138, and 142. Again, please scratch entries number 133, 136, 137, 138, and 142, leaving us with 6 showmen in the ring for our judge Jordan Buba to evaluate and determine which 3 advance to the Intermediate Showmanship Finals. This class sponsored by Dow. Many thanks to Dow, who also sponsored our pancake breakfast this morning. And so Jordan has advanced the following showmen in your catalog order. Please pull forward advancing showmans or qualifying showman. Entry 135, Blake Brewer. 139, Gracie Borson. And 143, Faith Sholigan. Please pull forward. You're advancing to our Intermediate Showmanship Finals. Congratulations, Blake Brewer, entry number 135. Gracie Borson, entry number 139, and Faith Sholigan, entry number 143. We'll be seeing you in our Prairie Cove Charlet and Tandem T Farms Grand Champion Intermediate Showman class after our next class, which is our second split of Intermediate Showmen sponsored by Dow. Congratulations to all of our showmen. Reese and Thomas Wildman have been ring staff in this whole day in our North Ring for both the 4-H show, the Open show, and now our Showmanship. It wasn't that many years ago that I remember Reese winning the Showmanship in this very ring, different facility, but the Wildman kid's been involved for many, many years in the JAS Classic. The Intermediate Showmanship Split number 2 comes up next, once again sponsored by Dow. And again, our top 3 from this class will be advancing to our Intermediate Showmanship Finals, sponsored by Prairie Cove Charlet, that's the Bullock family down Alex Way, Bashaw, and Tandem T Farms. If you're marking a show program on our split number 2 of intermediate showmanship, please scratch entry number 144 and 151. Please scratch 144 and 151, leaving us with 10 outstanding showmen for Judge Jordan Buba to determine the 3 that will advance from this class to our Prairie Cove Charlet and Tandem T Farms intermediate showmanship finals. And while we would ask for our 3 intermediate showmen that qualified from the first class to be at the hitching ring, if you're in split number 1 of senior showmanship, you should have your eye on the hitching ring as well. All right, with the following intermediate showman in split number 2, please pull your heifers forward because you have earned your ticket, you've punched your ticket to the intermediate showmanship final. In catalog order, entry number 146, Håkan Mader. Congratulations, Håkan. Entry number 150, Duncan Kuber. And entry number 152, Aubrey Fraser. Congratulations, Håkan Mader. Entry 146. 150, Duncan Kuber, and 152, Aubrey Fraser. These are our 3 advancing to the intermediate showmanship finals. Thanks and congratulations to the rest of our intermediate showmen. Our next class is the Prairie Cove Charlet and Tandem T Farms intermediate showmanship finals. But leaving the ring now is our split number 2 of intermediate showmanship, sponsored by Dow. If there are any additional entries into the cattle call, we would like you to please fill out your entry form and give us your cattle call. This gives you the opportunity to enter the Cows Make Me Happy cooler. Garrett McPherson. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we have 6 finalists in our intermediate showman class, sponsored by the Bullock family of Prairie Cove Charlet and Tandem Tea Farms. And they are in no order at all. Our judge pulled them in random order, and they're coming in catalog order. But any of these 6 could win, and any of these 6 could be reserve. We will reintroduce you to our contenders, and that includes entry number 135, Blake Brewer, entry 139, Gracie Borson, 143, Faith Sholigan, 146, Hawken Mader, 152, Aubrey Fraser, and 150, Duncan Kuber. Our judge, who, as is kind of the norm, chose not to make comments on the individual split classes, will definitely be providing comments on her intermediate showmanship finals after she has raked these 6 showmen over the coals, figuratively speaking. We do want to thank Cole Dodson and Amanda Couture, who have been marshals for our South Ring, as well as the crew who were our marshals over in the North Ring. Garrett McPherson has done a great job helping once again, as always. And all of our crew, if you've been a volunteer, we really appreciate your support of the JAS Classic 2026. Here in our new and forever home, Strathcona County's The Pointe. Oh, and we're ready for comments now from Judge Jordan Buba. Ladies and gentlemen, Judge Jordy.
You know, I think as we get down in, into these competitive classes, and for sure as we get going up on the age, I think, we could have these kids stand out here for 20, 30 minutes. We can take away their show sticks, but in fairness, that's not real life. We never go into a show, open, junior, anything, and we never get faced with those challenges. It's always, quick, and you only get sometimes seconds in front of a judge, and you just got to be always on the ball and doing things as best you can. to allow yourself, like I said earlier, that best chance to get in front of the judge, because that judge determines your placing and determines how the show is going to go. And I know, again, every judge is different as we walk into confirmation class, and it's the same for showmanship, you guys. I look for somebody different than the next person is going to be, and that's okay. If we were all the same and if all our cattle were the same, this game would be pretty boring and none of us would want to do it. So, it's always a challenge, and it's always a fun challenge to be able to come out here and sort either confirmation or showmanship when your talent is as high as it is. As tight as these kids are together in their abilities, it just makes it fun, and it makes the show fun to watch, and just everything is fun about it. These kids are so respectful out here to each other, to our ringman, to the judge, everything. And that's what it's really all about. And when I look at showmanship, of course, for me, the first and foremost thing out here is safety. We want your safety to be foremost, your animal safety, and all your ring people to be safe. So again, do your things that you can do to make that happen. And again, I don't care if you turn towards you or turn over the cattle's nose. To me, that's never mattered, because again, you're going to get in situations where the quickest advantage you have is, as lots of people would say, to turn the wrong way and to turn into yourself. But again, if that's getting you out of a situation and in front of that judge faster, that's all that's really important. And again, so, lots of people I know don't like when I say that, but again, that's how I see it. When we get to our big shows, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you turn or where you turn, as long as you're doing it quickly, safely, and the ability to get back in front of that judge to the best of your ability. So again, that's always my key thing that I stress when I'm judging showmanship. I don't want you to change for me. I don't want you to become a different person in this ring because you know that I'm judging, because, I can pick up on that. I can pick up that you're not comfortable. I can pick up that your animal's not comfortable because you're not showing the same way you normally do. So again, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. You need to do the best ability for you and how you like to show, how your calf likes to be shown. It's all part of it. So again, we have 6 exceptionally good showmen out here, and of course we can tell this is not their first time out here, and I'm sure it's not going to be their last for many more years. The day's been fun, and again, I may be going a little quick, but again, I think that it's important for the kids that this is as much real life examples as we can be out here for them. And again, like I said, sometimes in big shows you only get seconds out in front of that judge, and things are happening, getting pulled and getting placed and all sorts of things. So you just got to be quick on the ball, and that's how we're going to do. That's how I like doing my showmanship, because that's real life to us, and that's how we do things out here. But again, congrats to you all. I'll get you a champion and then a reserve.
And many thanks, Judge Booba. Looking for our Prairie Cove Charlet and Tandem T Farms Grand Champion Showman. Great. And it's Gracie Borson. Congratulations to entry number 139. Gracie Borson is our champion intermediate showman. Our reserve champion, Aubrey Fraser, entry number 152. So congratulations, Gracie Borson, entry number 139, and entry number 152, reserve champion, Aubrey Fraser. We will have the opportunity to see both Gracie and Aubrey coming back for our Grand Champion Showman class to compete against the seniors, the juniors, and the Mighty Mites. So girls, keep your heifers fresh. We just have a few classes of senior showmanship before you come back in for the Grand Championship. We will have 3 splits of senior showmen. Oh, 4 splits. 4 splits of senior showmen. So if you are in split number 1, I hope you are at the hitching ring, because we'll be rolling your class into the ring right away.
If you believe in love, how will I feel it? If you believe in me, how will you let me in? If you are ready, how do I reach you? I'm thinking about us, you're thinking about it too.
Senior Showmanship split number 2 and 3 to the hitching ring, please. Our showmanship is going to be moving fairly quickly, and if you miss your class, you miss your class. So please, all senior showmen to the hitching ring, please.
Calling you over, calling you to my life. We're off and away, we're around the world together. So off and away, come again, it's now or never. We're going away, you never know what we will find behind the line. Find behind the line. If you believe in love, give me a feeling. If you believe in me, hold me and let me in. If you are ready, I'm gonna reach you. I got a feeling you're gonna reach me too. We're up and away, we're around the world together. So off and away, come again, it's now or never. We're going away, you never know what we will find behind the line. Behind the line. We're up and away, we're around the world together. So off and away, come again, it's now or never. We're going away, you never know what we will find behind the line. Find behind the line, behind the line. We can run the world. We can run the world. Well, let us run.
And would the following exhibitors please pull your heifers forward, or your animals forward, because you are advancing in Senior Showmanship Split 1, sponsored by Dow. Entry number 162, Quinn Hagel. Entry number 166, Riley Brewer. And entry number 168, Lee Sholigan. Congratulations, 162, Quinn Hagel, 166, Riley Brewer, and 168, Lee Sholigan, for advancing to our Senior Showmanship Finals, sponsored by S&T Raminsky Angus and Alberta Beef Producers Central Zone. Next up will be split number 2 of Senior Showmanship, sponsored by Dow. And we have 9 exhibitors in your show program, 9 in the ring. Judge Jordan Buba, your class is complete. These are all of our showmen who this year are 16 years old, turning 17. So basically grade 11 students. One last call for your Here Cows cattle call in the JAS Classic 2026 so that you can get your name in for the Cows Make Me Happy Cooler Draw. Last call. We want to thank and acknowledge once again 7D Media, Tia Schramm and her crew, who are our official photographers of JAS Classic. Of course, Tia also serving on the JAS Classic Committee along with Reese Huber, Ardell and Tatum, this great group of individuals who make this event happen each and every year. If you want to have a picture taken of your project that's here, or maybe just even have a family shot over at the JAS backdrop, or wherever your cattle are stalled, Tia would be happy to assist you. And with your multimedia marketing requirements, thank you, Tia Schramm, 7D Media.
I was wrong, and he's always there for
Would the following senior showman in split number 2, sponsored by Dow, pull your animals forward because you're advancing to our showmanship finals for seniors. Sydney Carlson, entry number 173. Entry number 176, Maddie Ference. And entry number 177, Julianne Molnar. Congratulations, Sydney Carlson, Maddie Ference, and Julianne Molnar, entries number 173, 176, and 177, advancing in split number 2, sponsored by Dow, of our senior showmanship. Thank you and congratulations to all of our senior showmen as we move now into split number 3, still sponsored by Dow. There is a missing wheelbarrow with wire on the wheels. There is no name label, but the wire is holding a wheel that was falling off. So it's a very, very distinct wheelbarrow. If you know where this wheelbarrow is, or perhaps happen to have accidentally moved it, would you please bring it to the announcer stand? Abigail Milligan, could you come to the announcer stand, please? Abigail Milligan to the announcer stand? Or just to the side of the announcer stand? We also have draws for Sydney Carlson, a $100 Pet Pad gift certificate. Blaine Burkhart, a $100 Pet Pad gift certificate. Lucy Patterson, a $100 Pet Pad certificate. Abigail Milligan, you are the recipient of the Cows Make Me Happy cooler. Yours was the first name drawn, so you get the Cows Make Me Happy cooler. As well, Chloe Evans receives a $100 Pet Pad gift certificate. So we have Pet Pad gift certificates, $100 in value for Sydney Carlson, Blaine Burkhart, Lucy Patterson, and Chloe Evans. Thanks everyone for submitting your cow calls. The grand prize goes to Abigail Milligan. And would the following 3 seniors please pull your animals forward because you're advancing to our showmanship finals. Entry number 186, Max Burris. I've always believed that name should be a professional wrestler. He knows that. Entry 187, Dakota Noble. And entry number 188, Paige Zimmer. Congratulations, Max, Dakota, and Paige, advancing in our Senior Showmanship Finals. Advancing from Split 3, entries 186, 187, and 188, sponsored by Dow. Next up, our final Senior Showmanship Split. These are all the kids who are 19 and older, or those turning 20 and older this year. We have 9 entered, and we're quite certain they're not all going to show up. So then we'll ask our top 3 senior showmen from each of the preceding class, all of the 12 who have qualified, to make your way to the hitching ring, please, for the Senior Showmanship Final, which will be the next class after this final split. Sponsored by S&T Raminsky Angus and Alberta Beef Producers Central Zone. And our scratches in split number 4 include 190, 191, 192, 195, and 198. Please scratch entries number 190, 191, 192, 195, and 198. Leaving us with 4 senior showmen in split number 4, sponsored by Dow. Our next class, again, as I said before, is our Senior Showmanship Final. So we hope that we have 9 senior showmen ready to join the 3 that will be advancing from this class in the Senior Showmanship Final, sponsored by S&T Raminsky Angus and the Alberta Beef Producers Central Zone. But then we hope our Mighty Might Junior and Intermediate Champion Showmen are ready for the hitching ring, because your overall Grand Champion Showman class will be happening in probably about 12 minutes time, sponsored by Double RN Ranching and Enhance It Embroidery. That's Double RN Ranching, the Noble family, and Enhance It Embroidery. And so our final pieces of the puzzle for our Senior Showmanship Finals. Please pull your animals forward. Entry number 193, Delta Hippie. Entry number 194, Kate Nielsen. And entry 196, Abigail Tillman. Delta, Kate, and Abigail, entries 193, 194, and 196, you are advancing to the very next class in this ring, our Senior Showmanship Finals. Thank you to Dow for their sponsorship of our semi-final classes of the Senior Showmanship at JAS Classic 2026. Next into the ring will be our Senior Showmanship Finals. And so we'll be having a class of 12. This is actually our largest class of the day. 12 individual showmen coming into the ring, again in absolute random order. They include Riley Brewer, entry number 166, Lee Sholigan, entry number 168, Quinn Hagel, entry number 162, Sydney Carlson, entry number 173, Maddie Ferentz, entry number 176, Julianne Molnar, entry number 177, Max Burris, entry number 186, Dakota Noble, entry 187. And rounding out the field, Paige Zimmer, entry number 188, then joined by the three that just advanced from our prior class, Kate Nielsen, entry 194, Delta Hippie, entry 193, and 196, Abigail Tillman. In not that order, folks. Our Senior Showmanship Finals, this final class of individual age category showmanship, before we move into our final class of the day, the overall Grand Champion Showman class, is sponsored by S&T Raminsky Angus and Alberta Beef Producers Central Zone. Many thanks, S&T Raminsky Angus and Alberta Beef Producers Central Zone, sponsors of our Senior Showmanship Finals. Folks, one of the members of our committee, Tia Schramm, who was an exhibitor here a few years ago, then became the official photographer, and now is actually one of the classic committee members, has a few words to say and a special presentation to make here at the Pointe, the first time the JAS Classic is in this incredible new facility. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Tia Schramm.
So hey everyone, first off I would love to thank each and every one of you for coming out and making our first show in the Pointe a huge success. I recently saw a post that read, "Never let the thing that you prayed for be the thing that you complain about." And I think this is a perfect example of that. You know, the stalling situation maybe wasn't ideal. We're unruffling a few feathers here. The judges cannot be in your favor. Things cannot go your way. Animals can run away. Everything can happen. But this is a facility and this is a show that we have prayed for a very, very long time. Over a decade, this project has been in the works to get this facility in Strathcona County, and we are so, so grateful. So although there's always going to be something to complain about, we are so thankful and blessed to have the facility that we do to host this show. There's a lot of thank yous to do, and it's never going to be enough. Having 2 rings this year, it's hard enough to find marshals and ringmen for 1 ring, let alone 2. So a huge thank you to Tammy and John, Jackie and Amy in the back, and the entire Wildman crew, Thomas, Reese, Jill, and Kirk at home, holding things together, and Ryder for keeping team morale up. Peyton Hagel helped me a lot in the ring today. Our judges, Bob May, Garrett, and Jordy, of course. Our announcer, Rob, Taylor, helping clerk, Mel and Shelley, who've been with us forever. Murray being the barn boss, Keith and Garrett running the weigh scale. Mark, Carter, Mackenzie, and Lee helping with DLMS. This is our first year on DLMS, so that was really important to us. But at the root of this all, Tatum and her mom, Ardell, have been one of the biggest parts of this show for a very, very long time. They were initially in the planning stages of getting this building together, let alone putting on this show. So we have so much to thank them for. So as we round out this show, I hope everyone gets an opportunity to see Tatum and Ardell and thank them. But on behalf of the committee and the entire show, we would love to present Tatum with some flowers. And then a set of glasses sponsored by North Hill Simmentals and designed by Megan Black Designs will go to Ardell as well. They are not here, but just a huge thank you to them if we can get a round of applause.
Many thanks to Ardell McPherson and Tatum Astasavich. This event happens because of their commitment. Folks, as Jordan is working through her senior showmanship finals, I think we want to take the opportunity to augment what we just heard from Tia Schramm with a mile-wide thank you. For a handful of directors with Josephburg Ag Society, the Pointe Ag Event Center took 14 years to make happen. We have former counselor and present Josephburg Ag Society Director Paul Smith to thank for where we stand today. He took up the cause and worked tirelessly to champion the vision of a home for ag events here in Strathcona County. There were major setbacks, and not everyone saw the big picture, but Paul was able to rally the troops and help usher in a much-needed rural events venue for this community. And I think that it's for the whole of North Central Alberta, and in fact the whole of the province. Thank you to Aaron Nelson and Glenn Lawrence for their assistance as well. In its first year, the Pointe is going great guns. I heard they hope to book 6 or 8 events, and they've actually booked 26 or 28. So it is going great guns, as that dedicated group of volunteers knew that it would. And thank you to Paul Smith for your unwavering effort. There is a Greek proverb that says, "A society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they shall never sit in." Well, of course, the Greeks, when they say old men, they mean old men and women. And we know that this facility has been built by people that are not going to perhaps be remembered years from now, when youth from not only 4-H but from the JAS Classic are spending time here, when there's sales, when there's shows, when there's exhibitions, when there is community gathering, they'll be here. And it's because of the legacy of folks like Paul Smith, Tatum Astasavich, and Ardell McPherson. Ladies and gentlemen, comments on her senior showmanship finals from Jordan Buba, sponsored by S&T Rominski Angus and Alberta Beef Producers Central Zone.
Well, we've had some pretty great words out here from a committee member, and of course Rob always does such a great job of commending sponsors and everybody else involved in the show. And I really think this class of 12 impressive senior showmen is really a testament to these kids. I mean, there's a million things we could be doing these days, and I think it's just so neat that these that we've had so many senior members back here today, and again, it's building blocks of their future. They're hanging out with their friends here, they're meeting their mentors, they're just all the skills they're gaining and implying today is what really is going to build a future for these kids. And of course, just like our Tiny Mites, we hope that these seniors are picking some sort of strain of egg to stay related into, and again, just to be able to help us spread the word and feed the world on through our agricultural roots. So again, I think it's just so impressive to see so many senior members back here today for not only the show, and then to come back here for showmanship as well. I talked earlier that for me, showmanship is just as much as a personal thing as confirmation is, and I'll stress that again today. In these seniors, again, I think when we get into these big classes, we rely more on you senior members. We shouldn't need our ringmen as much. You guys should be able to help the person in front of you quickly. Again, because the quickly you get people moving in front of you, your animal can be able to move, and it just keeps the show going. So I think, we rely on you guys more for helping in the ring, your other members, and keeping more control on what's going on in the ring, so that we don't need our ringmen help as much as you should, as maybe the intermediates and the juniors, and for sure the Mighty Mites, that your seniors should be able to kind of flow your ring within each other. And I know there's situations where an animal in front of you just will not move and needs a ringman, and so that's all okay. But I think, things like that, we expect more of you as senior members. I think you really got to watch your ring spacing when you get out here too. We've had a few incidents, that if I can't get behind your animal or in front of your animal, I'm not seeing those parts of them. And maybe that's the best part of your animal. And if I can't see that, well, that's again, I'm taking one look. So you got to make sure that, if to leave a little extra room in front, and I'm not saying taking 10 feet, but just a few, that just in case if that animal behind you, squishes on your ass, that you're able to take that step ahead and get your animal repositioned. So again, so that judge can make a full 360 around your animal. I think, again, the more ability your judge can see your animal presented to the best in front of them is what's key here. I also think that we're using these shows as a marketing ability. So, I don't want you guys to paste fake smiles on and because again, that's not natural. That's not how you are. But I think you need to for sure be approachable. You need to be approachable to your judge, the people in the ring, and then all the people around watching. Because just because you didn't win a class doesn't mean that somebody out here watching didn't think that you should. So again, if you're not acting approachable and looking approachable out here, that person may not want to come and see your animal and approach you on other things. So I think that's really important, is that, be approachable out here. And like I said, I'm not a person for fake smiles, and that's just not who I am, and I don't like doing it, and I don't expect it from you, but you still do need to be approachable and presentable out here. Again, as we got into this tough class, it's really sorting hairs, and again, it's just seconds. Normally on a class like this, I would probably prefer to be watching it from the outside, just again, because there's so much you can see when you're watching from the outside. But again, you can see enough for sure on the ground floor, and it's just those little things. It might have been one quick second that, you let your animal stop, just a little tight on those backs for that one quick second. But if that was a quick second that I was looking at that animal, that's the impression that was left with me. So again, we always talk about training these animals at home, and for sure you need to, but you're going to get into lots of situations where you're grabbing an animal from the ring for either a buddy that has 5 in a championship class, or that may need you to show a calf on a cow, or whatever the instance may be. So you still, as showmen, need to be able to be prepared, to stop that animal, no matter if it's your own or anybody else's, in as much as a correct position and a natural position for that animal in any situation. So again, we all strive practice at home, but again, there's lots of situations you don't get your own animal when you're out here. So just knowing how to ease an animal into a stop position as naturally as possible. You may need to pick a leg or two, but if you get picking any more than that, that's taking you time away from your animal being presented to the judge, and it's pissing your animal off, plain and simple. So we all get that, and the animals don't usually handle that well. So again, just things like that you as a senior showman for sure need the ability to know, no matter what animal you're getting put in the ring with, whether it's your own or somebody else's. But again, let's give these 12 exhibitors a huge round of applause, and I'll go get you a champion and a reserve.
Thank you very much, Judge Buba. Looking for our S&T Rominski Angus and Alberta Beef Producer Central Zone Grand Champion Senior Showman, and the final 2 contenders in our next class, the overall Grand Champion Showman, against the Mighty Mites, the Juniors, the Intermediates, and of course, our heavyweights, the Seniors. And it is going to be Lee Sholigan, entry number 168. Congratulations, Lee Sholigan, from our first split. That's our champion senior showman. Congratulations, Lee Sholigan, entry number 168. And 177, Julianne Molnar is our reserve champion, entry number 177, Julianne Molnar. Congratulations, Julianne and Lee. But what a great class our 12 senior showmen gave us. This was a school. It was fantastic. Jordan put you guys to school, and you put the rest of us to school. Thank you, and congratulations to all of our senior showmen as we welcome now our Grand and Reserve champion, Mighty Mites, juniors, seniors, and of course the intermediates for our finals, sponsored by Double RN Ranching, the Noble Family, and Enhance It Embroidery. One final class for our JAS Classic 2026. Our inaugural one here in the Pointe. This is a show with a tremendous amount of legacy and history. And now that legacy and history moves to the Pointe and starts up a whole new era in the Pointe. So we do have JC Waltz from our Mighty Mite class. Entry number 104, JC Waltz, is here with us. Then we have Blake Fisk, our champion junior showman, entry number 123. And the reserve champion, entry 115, Brooklyn Bolter. From our intermediates, our champion was entry number 139, Gracie Borson. And our reserve champion, entry number 152, Aubrey Fraser. And then from the seniors, Lee Sholigan, entry number 168, was our champion, and Julianne Molnar, entry number 177, our reserve. Now, folks, I suspect that Jordy is approaching this, that these 7 showmen are again all equal. One of the things that happens typically when you do an overall age category showmanship is anybody could come out on top. So even if you were second in your class, stay on top of things, people, because you could just come out ahead. You never know. Double RN Ranching and Enhance It Embroidery, our sponsor. And with the final set of comments on the day, folks, our showmanship judge and one of our most highly sought-after show judges in Alberta and across Canada, from Cochrane, Alberta, Jordan Buba.
Well, again, as we're in our championship deal here, I'd like to thank the committee for having me out. I've shown at this show before when I was younger, and again, to be able to be part of this deal in this brand new facility is just something else. You know, Rob and I were at a show last weekend that we said the field of dreams, and if you build it, they will come. I think this, this facility is truly going to partake in that as well. I think it's just so neat that a community came together and built an agricultural based facility that for sure we're lacking across the whole, not only province but country these days on how these facilities are built and not really always so much with an agricultural mindset. So really neat to be here, and it's just a beautiful deal. We've talked about these showmen, of course, in the other classes, and again, we have truly the best of the best out here, and it's just it's a fun game and a neat deal to be a part of all the time, whether you're an old veteran or just a junior or a mighty mite, I guess we even have out here as well. So again, congrats to all of you guys. I had a great day. I won't hold you up any longer because again, we were supposed to be doing this a few hours ago, so I know the day has gone a little bit later than planned, but again, as Tia says, we always work out the first things in the first year. So unfortunately, that's where we are, and it's fine. It's all part of it, and it's how it goes. So again, thank you for having me. It's been a great day. We'll go get you a grand and a reserve supreme. Yes. Okay.
Actually, overall grand champion. Sorry, just one. Yeah, overall grand champion. Sorry about that, Jordan. Looking for the overall grand champion showman, sponsored by Double RN Ranching and Enhance It Embroidery. And it is going to be Lee Sholigan. Our grand champion is Lee Sholigan from the seniors. Congratulations, Lee. I'm seeing judge will only place top 2, so perhaps there is a need for a reserve as well. I'm sorry, Jordan, I'll get it straight eventually. Looking for our reserve champion, and it is going to be our intermediate grand champion. That is Gracie Borson. Congratulations, Gracie Borson. Our reserve supreme champion showman, Lee Sholigan, our grand. Congratulations, Lee Sholigan and Gracie Borson, our outstanding young showman. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all she wrote on the JAS Classic 2026. Our first, the historic one, in the Pointe. We have been talking and dreaming about this for years. Some folks, like Tatum and Ardell, for a lot longer. To all of you that were involved, from the exhibitors who came, to the volunteers who helped, to the food booth people, to the staff who made sure everything happened, through to the parents who brought our kids, and of course our judges. Many thanks to all of you. It takes a village to put on a cow show. And this was the village that did our JAS Classic 2026. Thank you so much to our sponsors. Safe travels, folks. Good luck, youth, with your projects over the course of the next while. And to everyone, we will do it all again, same time, same place, next year, back at the Pointe.